was right when it's wrong. I've stayed here too long, but something brings me back to you. I swear we belong. I'm still hanging on, but something brings me back to you. was right when it's wrong. I've stayed here too long, but something brings me back to you. I swear we belong. I'm still hanging on, but something brings me back to you. Back to you, 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 you.
Well, hello everybody and welcome along to the Classic Sports Car Club here at Castle Combe in what is scheduled to be a fantastic first day of racing. We've got the first of our races of the weekend just about to head out onto grid. We're a little bit behind where we ought to have been relative to the timetable. That's because of a few incidents that needed clearing up this morning. So once we've got this first race, which is for the Gold Oaks Magnificent Sevens, out of the way, then we'll be into a lunch break, but that will be a shortened lunch break because of the delays this morning, and then we'll have a further 5 races to look forward to over the course of this afternoon. Mark Werrell chatting to you now. I'm delighted to be back at Combe. A few years since I was last at this circuit, but of course out there covering all that's going on the far side of the circuit out at Old Paddock is somebody you'll be very familiar with if you're here at Castle Combe, and that's Chris Dawes. Chris, hi.
Hello, sir. How the devil? Welcome back, Mark. It's so good to have your voice across the airwaves here at our beloved Costa del Combe.
Very much Costa del Combe, isn't it, this weekend?
It really is. I mean, it's just beautiful looking across this circuit. The heat haze is there, and we just have to hope that the drivers can keep their head in these temperatures as well.
Yep, so that's Chris out on the far side of the circuit and bringing us all of the news down in the pit lane for all of the pit stops and with post-race interviews. We should have Josh Barrett as well. Hi, Josh.
Good morning, Mark. Good morning, everybody. It's great to be here in the sunshine. I think I've got the best job, haven't I, down in the pit lane. Hopefully you two are able to keep cool. We've got a fantastic range of cars, haven't we, over the course of the weekend. My first time covering Classic Sports Car Club, and I'm looking forward to it.
Thanks a lot. Yep, so that's the commentary team that you've got for the course of this weekend. Today has the more modern feel to it. Tomorrow we sort of step back as we start to get things like the swinging 60s and classic K out and all of that. So slightly more modern cars that are out there today. And what we do need all the drivers to do is, keep cool, but we need everybody to make sure that they hydrate today as well. It's warm enough in the commentary box, but if you're out there in the sun and you've got no shade at all, please do keep yourselves cool and hydrated and keep plastering on the sun cream. So the Gold Oaks Magnificent Sevens on the grid now, ahead of what is scheduled to be the first of 2 races for them over the course of the day. This is a 40-minute race. This will also have a mandatory pit stop in it. Now, because it's a 40-minute race, that mandatory pit stop will occur between the 10th and the 25th minute of the race. So it's the middle 15 minutes really of the race. So first 10 minutes it's closed window, second 10 minutes second 15 minutes they can head into the pit lane and do their pit stop, for which it has to be 1 minute and 30 seconds is the pit stop for these cars. So off they head on their formation lap. Hopefully we should be able to guide you through the grid and the way that they line up. Now, I did spot there was at least one gap on the grid as the cars head off on their formation lap. So I'll give you the grid and we'll tell you whom the starting drivers are where cars are shared. So the car that has qualified on pole position is car number 81, that is Johnny Pittard, and alongside is 93, which is Robert Singleton. 81 and 93 is row number 1. Row 2 of the grid is 23, that's Tim Davies, and for company he's got car number 91, which is Colin Watson, 23 and 91. The third row of the grid is car number 27, which is Luke Duro, and alongside him is car number 188, that's Robert Forsdyke, 27 and 188. With row 4 being number 31, scheduled to be started by Stephen Lansley, and alongside is 24, which is Chris Pike, 31 and 24. Row 5 of the grid, number 58, Cole Lantry will start, and alongside is car number 50, which is Chris Biglin, 58 and 50. With row 6 being number 12, Neil Hinson, didn't see him there on the grid though, and number 54, which is scheduled to be started by Mark Lanyon, 12 and 54. Row 7, 114, Alex Harbour, and 6, Tim Ralph, 114 and 6. Row 8, 73, John Wright, and number 33, which is Sahid Chatterjee, 73 and 33. And off the back of the grid, he wasn't slowest in qualifying, but because of the success he's had so far this season, it's a 15-place grid drop for car number 172, Robert Cooper. So that is the way that the grid lines up. And Chris, unbelievably, they're trying to get some temperature into the tyres. They were weaving around. I'm not sure temperature really and lack of it is going to be a problem today.
Yes, it's scorchio out there. I don't think they need to worry about getting temperatures, but we've always seen this, haven't we, Mark? I think we call it psychological.
Yes, very much. The difficulty with tyres is they're going to get so hot they're going to drop off, aren't they? That's the problem. Then the cars are going to skate around a lot more as the tyres are going to overheat. And, air temperature is high. Track temperature is going to be colossal today. So the car's just heading out of Westway and coming down the Dean Straight, ready to line up on the grid for what will be a standing start. I think it's only the Slick Series that we've got out this weekend that will be a rolling start. Everything else, I believe, is standing starts for the course of this weekend. So in terms of colours then, it's...
Just a quick one to really point out on this one, sorry, just so you remember this, is the 31 car, Stephen Lansley and Alex Fors got DQ'd because Alex didn't see the black and orange meatball flag for the seatbelt issue. They start further back than they would normally do, and we're going to watch them come through the field.
It's the cars lined up 7th on the grid, so whether Alex Fors was... so the car is still 7th, they're not starting further back than where they ought to have been.
They were quickest though.
Were they? Right, okay, so, right, okay. So then we've got the last row of the grid just coming into position now. Robert Cooper lines up the metallic red car at the tail end of the field. It's the black car of Johnny Pittard that sits on pole, the white and the Dayglow car of Robert Singleton that's alongside. The 5-second board is held aloft, and the red lights are about to come on the gantry ahead of our first Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens race. 4 lights on, 5 lights on, and as the lights flash their way out, it's a terrible start from Johnny Pittard from pole position, and he's absolutely mugged off the line. Robert Singleton's hard to play. He really didn't have the momentum and has dropped down to something like 3rd position. There's already bits of bodywork filling off some of the cars as they head up towards Quarry for the first time.
Well, it looks like it's the white with the pink flashes that has got the lead. So Robert Singleton, the 93, I'm going to assume, is the one, but he's being challenged as he comes down towards the S's. They're still staying side by side for the first part of that, and somehow they just funneled through and got away with it. And it looks like the Pulsar just trying to come back already. So the 23 car, Tim, take the lead at the S's. It wasn't possible, so he's tucked himself behind, and that's actually lost him enough momentum. That means that Johnny Pittard, the black number 81 car, is trying to come back at him, and in fact he is trying to make a challenge as he comes back towards you.
Yeah, so as they head through the tower and in towards the braking area for Bobby's, Johnny Pittard can't quite unlock the door there, but he's got a gun run coming out of that corner to try and squeeze his way through and past Tim Davis. He's still not quite been able to do it, and all of this is playing beautifully into the hands of Robert Singleton, who is starting to disappear up the road in the lead of the race. And even now, as they head round through the final corner, Camp, it is still Tim Davis that's there in 2nd place, and Johnny Pittard, the pole sitter, there in 3rd. Coming through in 4th is Colin Watson at the end of that lap. So they start to build the speed again as they head up Avon Rise, and now we've got the challenge for 2nd place, and through finally goes Johnny Pittard. Place gained over Tim Davis, he's up to 2nd.
Yeah, it felt like it was a matter of time, that, didn't it, really? He was buzzing all over him for several of the sections over this part, although he's having to be mindful. I wouldn't say he's going fully defensive, but it looked as though Tim Davis, the blue car with the yellow flashes, was trying to come back at him as they came down towards the S's. Wasn't possible, so he's tucked himself into that second. The 91 car of Colin Watson's now sort of bolted himself onto the back of that trio, and what it does mean is that Robert Singleton's managed to pull away quite a lead at the moment. But all of a sudden, our pole sitter now is up into 2nd. He's going to try and whittle that down.
Yeah, well, as he came through, still 3rd over the line last time through, but he'd been now something like 1.6, 1.7 seconds off our race leader, Robert Singleton. So he's got to push hard, Johnny Pittard, to close that gap. And then once he starts to pick up a bit more of the toe, that's when he should get ever closer to Robert Singleton, our race leader, who is about to complete the 2nd lap now. So through over the start-finish line comes the Boss Racing prepared Caterham. The gap from himself back to Johnny Pittard is 1 1/4 seconds. Johnny Pittard that time through, even with the overtake, set the fastest lap of the race. 1 minute 8.867. He's on his way, Chris, and he's closing in.
Yeah, that sounds, I almost feel like we should be playing the Jaws music now, because he's hunting him down. His lights are ablaze as he comes out of Quarry Corner towards the S's, and you can just sense that margin towards our leader, Robert Singleton's being whittled down already. He's not even having to defend from the challenges of Tim Davis and Colin Watson behind him now. They're probably going to pick up their own battle. It's very much these 4 that have romped away at the front. Just quickly looking towards my right, because I think that we've got Stephen Lansley, the 31 cars, up into 6th, chasing down the 188 Robert Forsdyke. And remember that Alex Fors is going to take that over soon as well.
Yeah, he's no slouch at all, is he, Alex Fors? So we've still got about 6 3/4 minutes to go before the pit window opens. Remember, it opens after the first 10 minutes of the race and then remains open for 15. Closes for the final 15, but the gap 1st and 2nd has certainly come down. It was 1 1/4 seconds at the start of the lap. Well, because of the hard work that Johnny Pittard has put in, he has reeled in the race leader. He set a new fastest lap of the race with a 1 minute 8.769 and has brought the gap down by about 4/10 that time through. So gap 1st to 2nd is now down to just 0.8 of a second. And the important thing for Johnny Pittard, Chris Dawes, is that he's now in the tow of the race leader.
Yep, as they're exiting now, you can see, I don't think he's going to be able to have a little nibble this time down towards the aces, but he's starting to do the psychological positioning where he's showing his nose in the mirror as though he's posturing to put a challenge into the S's. Not necessarily a place to really do it, but he's now pedaling that car out of Old Paddock down towards Tower we go. Is he looking? I'm going to lose them behind the trees for a second, but it looked as if he's posturing towards the inside, and he's side by side still as they exit Tower towards Bobby's. You probably get a better idea than me.
Yeah, he's through already by the look of things, and Robert Singleton lets him go. So as they head through Bobby's and head out of Westway, it is Johnny Pittard who has now taken up the lead of the race. He might have qualified on pole, but the poor start put him on the back foot for the first good hours, 3 3/4 laps of the race, but he's finally through to pick up the lead of the race. Johnny Pittard leads the way as they go over the start-finish line. Robert Singleton there in second place. Not that far away still, though, is the blue car with the yellow rollover hoop. Tim Davis, who's there in third place. Fourth at the moment is Colin Watson. It's quite a gap back to fifth at the moment. Robert Forsdyke sits there in fifth position, but he's a long way adrift of the lead quartet.
So they are making their way round Quarry Corner, and yeah, you can see that he's already gapped him away quite significantly as they get down towards the S's. The top four almost sort of equidistant. Well, maybe the top three. It looks to me as though possibly the fourth place Colin Watson, 91, is dropping away, and 23 car of Tim Davies has found a new lease of life and is reeling in the now second place Singleton. That 92 car of Singleton may find himself under growing pressure from that the blue car of Tim Davies very soon, I reckon.
Yeah, just have a quick look. The gap between the pair of them was 1.1 seconds as they came over the start-finish line last time through. So we'll have to see this time as to whether number 23 in third place, Tim Davies, is ever closing in on the pair that lie ahead. So they're about to come through and complete lap number 5. Remember, we've got various different classes in the Magnificent Sevens. It's largely split based on engine power output. So the more powerful cars come from, in particular, classes G and H. The lesser powered cars are in class A. So that's sort of 125 brake horsepower. And under even, so more powerful cars at the sharp end. Gap did not come down second to third, though it actually went out, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, looking as they exited there, though, I just felt that it possibly is reduced ever so slightly, but on the exit of Quarry, it can be a little bit of an optical illusion. No, that to me looks like all of a sudden Singleton, he's just drifted it round Old Paddock beautifully in these Caterhams. You don't drive them in a straight line, do you? They are supposed to be hang that back end out quite dramatically, but I think you're going to be surprised when you see this, Mark, is that it looked as though Pittard had got himself there and was starting to pull away. He's being reeled back in again, I think.
Yeah, Johnny Pittard's getting reeled back in by Robert Singleton, but Tim Davis was closing in third. He's actually fallen away quite a lot over the course of this lap. They've got a little bit of traffic as well up the road that they might have to deal with before too much longer. They'll meet the first of the back markers on the lap that they are about to start, so they head over the Gridge Hatchings, round through the daunting Camp Corner and then towards Folly, and they'll be able to see in the distance Sahid Chatterjee at the wheel of the number 33 car, who is circulating in last position at the moment. So next time that they're round, the pit lane will still not quite be open. Another couple of laps, I would say, Chris, then we might see cars diving for the pits.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll get a variety of pit strategies, won't we, especially the ones that are changing drivers. Oh, and our leader's just getting bulked by a back marker through the S's there. Back marker did nothing wrong, but as we always say, they can't suddenly disappear. Did a great job there on the exit of the S's to just keep over to the right and pointed towards the left to let them know where to go. But it means we've probably got about 3 car lengths between our lead two at the moment. Pittard just had to be patient there. The bad news for him is that Singleton, he wasn't being patient, was he?
No, he's closed within a Caterham's length. That's all there is. In fact, he's pretty much nose to tail as they head in towards Bobby's that time through. Now, again, good drive out of the corner for Johnny Pittard as he heads down the Dean Straight. Means that he's just able to break away in a straight line. His car, even with Singleton in the tow, he still increases the amount of daylight between himself and the car that's hunting him down. But through the corners, seems as though Robert Singleton has a car which is more to his liking than the race leaders. And now as they head through Folly and start to head up towards Avon Rise, you can see they are pretty much nose to tail again for the lead of the race.
Yeah, 40-minute race, let's remember, that they're doing out there, and they're competing to this level in this incredible heat. The stamina, the focus that is required by these drivers is really, really impressive. Lead two make their way in towards the S's again, still nice and close. Singleton may have been hunted down and passed. Well, he's just got a little bit wild on the exit of the S's there, so he's lost a bit of ground. That car looks so loose coming through old paddock here, but you wonder, Mark, whether maybe that's, you know, drivers have a preference for that kind of setup in these kind of cars sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they'll have individual preferences in terms of the setup and how they want things to work. But I think the key to this race is going to be fatigue. And when I say fatigue, I mean a mixture of driver fatigue in these ridiculously warm conditions, but also tyre fatigue. How much drop-off is there going to be? What tyre pressures did they start with? How are they going to climb? And then you're not going to be able to drive flat out for the 40 minutes. You're going to have to manage the car as the car evolves in these warm conditions. So over the start-finish line, we're now 30 seconds away from the pit window opening. And remember, it remains open for 15 minutes. During that period of time, everybody has to pit for 90 seconds.
Yeah, and we get dynamic change in a few of these cars where someone else will be jumping in.
Yep.
And as I say, I'm really looking forward to watching Alex Fours come through this field, see how high he can get. Steve Lansley was saying that he's going to try and keep it within the top 10 and let Alex do his magic in this. And Alex drove this in our GT Championship earlier this year and was absolutely flying in this car, so he knows it well. Lead two go through. Still that moment coming out of S's last lap has sort of broken the toe, broken the spirit somewhat of Singleton, and he's a good chunk behind. But interestingly, Davies and Watson, they're out of this lead back now, aren't they?
They are, yeah, they've dropped a long way adrift. We have also lost Tim Ralph as well somewhere out on circuit. I did briefly see a yellow flag, but couldn't identify exactly what corner it was at. But we've lost Tim Ralph somewhere, I'm afraid, out on circuit. So the number 6 car absent somewhere, as our race leaders are now threading their way through the traffic. And all of a sudden, Robert Singleton has fallen away from Johnny Pittard through the traffic. He is now 2¼ seconds shy of the race leader and has now got Tim Davies breathing down his neck as they head in towards the braking area for Quarry. The fight's on for second and third all of a sudden.
See, I'm wondering, I said about him looking loose through this section, and you know, some drivers will have that as a preference. I wonder whether that's not a preference. He's onto the straight and they've got past the back marker, and the blue 23 car of Davies is now all over the back of Singleton, the 93 car with the pink flashes on that all-white car. He is in his own battle. They've got a few back markers, and I've always said one thing worse than back markers is backlim back markers, and that's what they're trying to take on at the moment. And Singleton, yeah, he's definitely vulnerable there to the challenges of Davies. I wonder whether something's not quite right with that car.
Yeah, it does make you wonder, doesn't it? Yeah, the next car they're going to come up and try and work their way through and past is going to be Alex Harbour now for Robert Singleton. He can't do that until the exit of Bobby's and Westway, really, so he's going to have to wait to pick up the throttle, and he has just managed to squeeze his way right on the exit of Bobby's, even before they appeared at Westway, through and past that number 114 car of Alex Harbour. So that's another back marker dealt with. A bit too quick into camp, though, was a car in third place, and Tim Davies almost ran out of room there. He didn't really make friends with the apex on the way in, which pushed him wide on exit, and you could see that the driver was having to put in more input there to try and scoop up what was a car that briefly looked as though it's heading towards the grass. First pit stopper is in, number 172. Robert Cooper is in the pits.
Interesting, okay, so from ninth on the grid, that's where we're going, so none of the big players are stopping just yet. All of a sudden, in fairness, I think Pittard, yeah, he did, looking at his lap time, he got compromised by the back markers as well, which means he's not comfortably in the lead. It's sort of half that lead margin, but I don't think it was anything more than the back markers at the moment. Singleton in that 93 car sat there in second, making his way towards the big right-hander at Tower. Isn't under massive pressure from Davies at the moment, but it sounds like you described the reason why. If he had a wild moment through camp last time.
Yeah, absolutely. A few more cars heading for the pit lane. Chris Biglin is in the number 50 car. John Wright has come in the 73. We've also got number 31 coming in as well, so that's Stephen Lansley handing over to Alex Fours now. He kept that car, it was running in 6th place, it dropped down to 8th, but as it's coming to the pit lane, so that will be the one to watch out for. So pit stops continuing at the moment as we look towards what's been going on for second and third, and we did have a mistake that time for Robert Singleton coming in towards camp. He has now dropped down through the order, he's down into third, and I think you're right, Chris, I think there might be a problem with the number 93.
It just doesn't look happy, does it?
Just, yeah, I mean, the lap time was 3 seconds slower than he'd previously done. He was really slow when I caught him in the corner of my eye coming out of camp. Was it a slidey moment or is it a mechanical issue? I really don't know at this stage.
I mean, he's just come out of Quarry Corner, the white car with the pink roll cage that everyone will recognise down this part of the circuit, and it was nearly heading in towards the S's for Tim Davies, number 23, so something's not right. It's certainly, he's having to turn left as he's going through the right-hander, of Old Paddock here, and at the speed they take through this section, you need to be confident that your car is going to go the direction it's supposed to, and it really isn't at the moment.
It's a bit like seeing a young child trying to walk a boisterous dog, isn't it, really? The dog taking the kid for a walk, and it's exactly the same. The Caterham, I think, is taking Robert Singleton for the drive, and he's just hanging on for grim life. So we'll have to wait and see. Now, the good thing is, ever looking for positives out of negatives, pit window's open. He could come into the pits, they could have a look at the problem within that 90 seconds, or maybe tweak the tyre pressures. So not all is lost. But you know what, he's continuing round still, Chris, so I'm scratching my head slightly with that one. The lap times have really dropped away. He could come into the pits, but he's choosing not to. Which is bizarre. I'd agree with you that it would make sense to get in and get it looked at, unless he knows what the problem is, and it isn't something that can get resolved, which is bad news if that is the case, because it does look like he's wrestling that thing. He's now up behind, I'm pretty sure that's Alex Fours that has now come out in the 31 car, so that's going to be a lap or two down at the moment. And so it's not a real fight. So at the moment, Alex is officially a back marker, but the problem you'll probably find is that he's going to be flying in that car. He was the quickest until his lap times were completely removed from when he jumped into that car in the qualifying session, which was the second half of the qualifying session. And so he's going to receive those blue flags, but he's not really going to want to let him pass. No, he's not. Alex Fours is a very quick driver. We've seen him racing in GB3, or what used to be called BRDC F3. We've seen him racing in F3 Cup. We've seen him racing in monopostos in Formula 3 based cars as well. So very, very quick driver. The bonnet was off, car number 114 in the pit lane, Alex Harbour. So some investigation was done by the team there. They are now releasing him back out onto circuit, as you will very shortly have the race leader back with you.
And I think, is that Josh coming in?
Yeah, that's right, Chris. I've got Steve Lansley out. Steve, how was your stint?
Hard work. Between the start and the finish, tyres are already going off. So lost a few seconds to it's off a cliff, so hopefully they'll lower the tyre pressures. And Alex will be all right, because we're pushing even harder, but in this weather, it's tough on the tyres.
There's lots of fast corners around here at Castle Combe. I guess plays all that part of it.
Lots of very fast corners. You don't want to leave the circuit.
No, exactly. How are you finding this Caterham? Are you racing different cars in the past?
I've raced all sorts of stuff in the past. Caterham's really good today. It's the second time I've raced it. It's a good car. And obviously, Alex ran it in the GTs here. Got the lap record. And I think it's officially the fastest ever Caterham to lap Castle Combe. But obviously, that's with the youngster in it and not me.
But you enjoyed your stint nevertheless?
Absolutely, absolutely. So hopefully Alex can make up a bit of time. But I had a reasonable start. I made some places, so it wasn't bad.
Well, we'll watch how Alex gets on. Thanks for having a chat. So that's Steve Lansley down here in the pit lane, Mark.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, into the pits does come the race leader. So Johnny Pittard heads into the pit lane. So now that puts car number 23, Tim Davies, into the lead of the race at this stage. So we'll have to wait and see as to when Tim Davies will opt to head towards the pits. We've got a good squabble actually going on between Robert Forsdyke and Alex Fours, and that is for position. Robert Forsdyke, I think, has just been picked off by Alex Fours, who is disappearing up the road as he heads past you, Chris.
Yeah, and thanks, Dan Blake's here. Good to see you here, Dan. He says the 93 car, the one we've been sort of trying to work out what's wrong with Singleton's car, seems to be snatching under braking. And where Dan is standing between Quarry and S's, recent laps he's been braking earlier into the S's in a more progressive way rather than more directly. So that brake issue, but that doesn't explain why he then looks incredibly loose through the far section, like old Paddock over here.
I just wonder if they've not quite realised just how difficult the track is going to be in lack of grip. I wonder if the tyre pressures were maybe started a bit too high, and you know, and almost Stephen Lansley was referring to that, how they just dropped off a cliff. Even he was surprised that the amount of drop off. And as I said to you, I think it is fatigue, isn't it? Tyre fatigue and driver fatigue probably is going to work out who's going to win most races today. Into the pit lane does come Tim Davies, so he did lead for a single lap, but the number 23 car is now in.
Yeah, and he's into the pits. Johnny Pittard leaves the pits, Mark. I quite like the side of that car because it's in JPS livery and it says Johnny Pittard Special, which is quite a cool effect. And just as he leaves the pits, we've got the 23 car in of Tim Davies and number 33 as well, which looks like it's got a bit of damage possibly to that car. I'll have a look at that one.
And John Wright, by the way, the 73 car is just sort of like creeping around the circuit at the moment. Mark?
Yeah, have a look for Robert Singleton as well, the number 93 car, because he went up in towards...
Oh, he's here, Mark, and he's just coming through very slow waving.
Left
and
rear.
This thing, yeah, it's a puncture.
Left
the
rear.
left rear is blown.
Yep.
So that explains why he looked very wild here. And he is trying to creep that one round, whether they're able to get it sorted in the pits. So that does kind of possibly back up what you were surmising, Mark.
Well, I'm not sure. You know, he might have picked up a little bit of debris. There was some debris at the beginning, but he went into Camp Corner and he was clearly unaware. Sorry, he went into Quarry, clearly unaware what was going on with the car, because as he turned in, that was when the car really started to break away. And I think that was the point he realised there was a problem with the left rear on that car.
Slow puncture, maybe then?
Yeah, possibly. Yeah.
The thing that looked a bit unusual on the 33 car of Sergej Chapagin was he managed to pick up a marker in the roll cage of the car, so that's been removed, and hopefully all is well now.
More and more cars diving for the pit lane as well, so the number 58 car heads into the pit lane. Cole Lantry to hand over to Philip Pittman. We've got the number 73 back in, which was the car that you said was going very, very slowly around the circuit, so John Wright clearly realising that something isn't quite right with his car. And also it looks as though Luke Zuro is in as well. Now he was leading the Group 1 category for the lower powered cars, and Robert Singleton is finally in as well, so he limps the car with the puncture into the pit lane, Chris, but any chance of a half decent result is all gone, isn't it?
It really has, bearing in mind that he was leading for a few laps at the beginning,
Yep.
so it's such a shame.
And his mechanic is typically the other end of the pit lane, so he's running down the pit lane with a wheel. But yeah, that car is completely flat and off the rim.
Such a shame for Robert Singleton. That will get dealt with by the Boss Racing team, who are very efficient and will get it sorted as quickly as they can, but sadly that is going to drop him right the way down through the order. However, it does put into the lead of the race his Boss Racing teammate now, because number 91, Colin Watson, hasn't been into the pits as yet, Chris, so the sister car, same livery, will be leading, but he comes in this time through. So the number 91 car, Colin Watson, dives for the pit lane. So we'll have both of the Boss Racing cars in, one to serve its mandatory stop with a tyre change, the other just purely for its mandatory stop.
Yeah, it's as soon as you talk about them, they come into the pits, isn't it? I don't think that's quite a jinx, though, is it, to be fair? They need to do it. So it's with everybody pitted, we need to just let this scrub its way through. I'm not sure which side of the circuit we'd be focusing on at the moment, because you'd assume that the 81 car of Pittard, Johnny Pittard, is going to pick up the lead. Now, I think this is him. If it is, let me just pause a second. It is, and he's under pressure from Davies. So Davies has done really well out of this pit stop as they make their way down towards Tower Corner. The black 81 car of Pittard will presumably pick up the pseudo lead once he gets round and completes this lap, but with Davies, the blue 23, all over the back of him.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd spotted that when they were heading out of the pits, that the two of them were going to come out largely close to each other. So we'll just wait for them to appear into sight. Here they come onto the Dean Straight, as out of the pit lane goes the number 93 Robert Singleton driven Boss Racing machine. So new tyre popped on the left rear of that car, but that's going to drop that car way, way down through the order. But he will now be setting the lap times are light, I would have thought, at the wheel of that number 93 car, but the sister car to it, Colin Watson, still just resides stationed in the pit lane at the moment. We've also now got somebody slowing up through Folly as well, which I have a feeling I know who it is. I hope it's not who I think it is, though, because I think it might be Tim Davis.
Yes, he's not appeared. That would concur. Just coming into the S's is our race leader. You can tell it's him with not just the lights on, but that black car with its sort of orange flashes on the front mudguard through past me. He's all on his own, so you're absolutely right.
And Josh has news in the pits.
Yeah, I'm just catching up with Cole Lantry out of his car. Cole, it's very hot work out there today.
Just a bit. It's really, really hot and getting hotter, so I don't envy the guys later on.
We chatted to another driver, he said the tyres go off really quickly. Did you have the same problem?
Yeah, it's about 2/3 through the stint, it was okay, and then they just, it's like driving on the ice out the back, so yeah, you just have to drive accordingly really, but it's fun, it is fun, it is.
Have you raced here before?
Yeah, done a few events here before, a few track days, so yeah. Know the circuit reasonably well.
Yeah.
It's a home circuit based in Weymouth, so yeah, it's good.
Nice to come and race here, which isn't possible every year, is it?
Yeah, exactly that, yeah, and it's got that nice family vibe about it, it's good.
Thanks for having a chat and best luck for the weekend.
You're welcome, cheers.
Back up to you, Mark.
Thanks a lot, Josh. Yeah, so Robert Forsdyke, car number 188, is slowly making inroads as a result of a few retirees and slower pit stops for everybody else. A man who I know, because we did our odds test exactly the same day. He's out in the number 188 Caterham. and is working his way through the order, but it is Johnny Pittard that has now what is a very sizable lead, really, as a result of the problems for everybody else. So a car with the gold stripe down the centre, out at your part of the circuit, Chris, isn't he, heading up towards Tower?
Yep, he's making his way towards Tower with a couple of back markers either side of him, although quite a gap between them. I noticed that Singleton, the 93 car, is back out again with the new tyre on, and I have to say, he looked a lot more steady, under control as he came through in front of me this time. Yeah,
as I say, he's going to, any chance of a result is gone, but he's going to set the lap times alight, isn't he, as he looks to try and push. He's only on his first flying lap since that tyre was changed at this stage. So another lap about to be completed, 16 minutes to go, as onto lap number 20 goes Johnny Pittard now. The next of the back markers he's going to want to deal with is the car that's running in 5th position, which is Robert Forsdyke. Now, he's not going to pick him off at Folly, but he should be able to squeeze his way through on the run-up Avon Rise. Pulls to driver's left, it gives him the outside line. Now, did he get that done before the yellow flag zone there? Because that's where we've got yellow flags, because of Tim Davies having retired.
I was looking down towards Quarry, and running wide there was, is that possibly Alex that's just, no, I'm looking at the wrong 93, but a back marker that just had to get out of the way of our race leader, who the back car coming through in front of us. It was the 188 car of Forsdyke, your man that took the yards at the same time. He just went a little bit wide going through Quarry Corner, right in front of our race leader. The race leader didn't care. He said, "Thank you, you've left more of a gap on the inside. I'll have that."
Yeah, it's only the top 4 now that remain on the lead lap. Everybody else is at least 1 lap adrift, I'm afraid to say. So for the 20th time, through Bobby's onto Westway, accelerating his way towards Camp Corner comes Johnny Pittard. Seems a long time ago when the lights went out, where Johnny Pittard went nowhere from pole position and ended up 3rd. Well, he's now leading by the best part of 36 seconds as back into the pit lane for the 3rd time comes John Wright now. So the number 73 car back into the pit lane. 2nd at the moment is number 91 Colin Watson. 3rd is number 31 Alex Fors, and 4th is the 93. Yeah,
you need to keep an eye on that. They're just going through Quarry Corner, and Alex Fors is reeling in Watson, heading in towards Bobby's at the moment. That 2nd and 3rd place fight, that's getting interesting.
Let's just have a quick look as they head up towards that section of the circuit. Yeah, here comes the white car with the Dayglow orange rollover hoop in the hands of Colin Watson. Alex Fors trying to close in. He was 3.4 seconds adrift at the beginning of the lap. At the end of the lap, 3.4 seconds becomes 1.1. So Alex Fors, yeah, the best part of 2.3 seconds quicker on that lap. So I think it's elementary, isn't it, that Watson's going to lose 2nd?
You didn't. I can't believe you've done that to me, Mark. Mike dropped it as well. That 2nd and 3rd place fight through Quarry Corner. A little bit wild there as Alex Fors exited Quarry Corner, because he can smell that blood. He knows he's got that opportunity to go a step higher, and he's closed on him all the way into and through the S's chicane here. Round Old Paddock they go, not a place that he's going to make the move, but he's trying to make sure he's taking the speed through the corner, onto the straight down towards Tower. He's now moving towards the inside at the right-hander of Tower Corner, out of my sight. I have a suspicion I'm going to see that move done. No, he's been forced to relinquish that challenge and has to slot back into 3rd.
I'd say not quite got the job done just as yet, but the inevitable, I think, is going to happen for him. We've still got Johnny Pittard out front and comfortably leading, and now as we look towards Alex Fors, this time he's got the inside line for Camp Corner. Yep, he's going to go through, so that's the change that we've been waiting for. But then he runs very, very, very wide, and there's a very big impact into the tyre wall on the outside of Camp Corner. Alex Fors was on the dusty line on the inside. The tyres are probably already hot and not offering up a lot of grip, and I'm afraid that was a mistake for Alex Fors, and a very uncharacteristic one, as he thumped into the tyre barriers whilst looking to try and take 2nd place away.
It goes to show, I mean, we heard the interview, I think it was Landry, wasn't it, saying it's like ice out here at times, and I think that's the problem. He's pushed those tyres so hard to make that challenge, and he's come unstuck at a very fast part of the circuit.
He has, and I'm afraid the red flags are coming out as a result of that. It was a fairly hefty hit into the tyre wall for Alex Fors. The car hit the barriers and then sort of has bounced out about another 6 feet after the barriers, so I think Alex is probably feeling just a little bit shaken up at the moment. So understandably, the marshal's just suggesting that he just needs a little bit of attention, a little bit of care, just to make sure that he's that he's not too winded, that he's not too battered and bruised, and therefore in that position the best bet is to bring the race to a controlled status. We reached 69% of the race, so we haven't quite got to 3/4 distance, Chris, which begs a question, doesn't it?
Yes, in theory. I wonder whether, because of the the issues that they've had with the timing, whether they'll end up letting that one go. It's not a championship sort of thing, I don't know.
Yeah, they have got another race later on as well, but you can't declare a result unless you get to 75% distance, can you?
True.
So
yeah.
they're going to have to, I think, maybe just look at what they want to do is all I'm going to say.
Okay, that was very non-committal. They're going to have to, I think, maybe. Slopey shoulders wearer.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I've got the Teflon T-shirt on today, Teflon shorts as well because it's that warm. I have received some information with regards to, we were saying that we're going to shorten the lunch break here, and so our afternoon's racing activities are going to hopefully start roughly where we wanted them to. Well, race 2, scheduled to start at 13:45 is the information that's found its way to me from the Classic Sports Car Club, so that's still later than was originally timetabled, but there's still, we hope, some slack in the afternoon to catch that back up again. But of course, our main concern at the moment is just making sure that Alex Falls is okay, just while he chats to the officials on the outside of Camp Corner. So at the time that the red flags came out, Johnny Pittard was leading by 35 seconds from Colin Watson, because of course we go back a lap as well and remove any cars that weren't running when the red flag came out. Robert Singleton, despite his pit stop, was lying there in 3rd position, so we'll have to wait and see. This is not a result as yet. There has been a suggestion that we may or may not restart this, but that will be confirmed very shortly to me.
That was non-committal again, Mark.
Absolutely, you know me. Average speed, you look at the fastest lap that was posted, average speed was 96 miles an hour on the fastest lap, Chris. That's going some, isn't it?
It really is, and I mean, just to give some perspective of that part down at camp, and I only know this because of the slap wrist that Alex Falls got for not seeing the black and orange flag for the seatbelt issue. He was explaining that they go through Camp Corner at something like 110 miles an hour in that Caterham, and the reason why he missed it is that you go through sideways, so you're not actually looking to the outside, you're looking more to the inside. So it is they're rapid cars around here, aren't they? Really are.
Very, very quick cars, which are all, I'm afraid to say, being ushered back in towards the Parc Ferme area. So it doesn't look as though we are going to get a restart for this one, because if there were any sort of chance of that, they would have held the cars beyond the incident still or brought them onto the grid, one or the other, but to usher them into the paddock area suggests that we are going to potentially call that a result. But of course, the one good thing, again, ever looking for positives out of negatives, Magnificent Sevens have another race this afternoon anyway, so hopefully they'll get the full distance in that one.
Yeah, it's not the full, not all of them necessarily do the second race, do they? Did I see that earlier?
Well, the incident is just being dealt with. We will have to wait and see as to what
So
else might
I've
be
got
happening.
the top 3 mark, make their way down here with me. Not sure where my cameraman's gone, so I think we might have to do this without. So we've got the top 3 down here, which was Johnny Pittard, the race winner, 2nd for Colin Watson, and 3rd for Robin Singleton. So we'll let the drivers get out the car, then we'll have a chat with them. Johnny Pittard, the last one here, but first out the car, like he was on the track. I'll let you take your helmet off, Johnny, then we'll have a word with you. And then we'll have a chat with our 2nd place driver, Colin Watson, and 3rd place, Robert Singleton. And there's now chats with officials down here as well, but hopefully we'll be able to grab a word with our top 3 after that. Yeah, have a quick word with you, Johnny, and then hopefully you'll be okay to go there. Well done on your on the race win there. Slightly shortened race, but lots of hot work out there.
Very hot, yes, very hot. And I was worried about the tyres getting a bit hot and the supercharging getting a bit hot, but it all held together, luckily. It was good. It was good fun, actually. Good fun race.
I think the start didn't quite go to plan.
No, never does. Never does. I did my best. Stayed in there, and I had to chase down Rob. He's always a bit of a demon starter. But yeah, very happy. The car ran really well, so very happy with that. It's great fun.
And a really quick circuit suit these types of cars?
Yes. Very much so.
Well done. I'll let you go and talk to the official. Second place was Colin Watson in the first of the boss cars here. Colin, second place there for you. And again, like everybody's saying here today, hard work out there.
Oh, very hot work, yeah. But the boss cars are really good, and Castle Combe is just a great little circuit, even though it's hard work, but all good fun. Glad to get second.
Do you have many battles out there?
There was a couple, but it's just struggling trying to keep up with the front cars because they've got more power than I have.
Right.
It's all good fun.
And I guess this circuit in particular is where the power comes into its own.
On certain parts, on certain parts it does. It's quite frustrating, but all in all, good result for boss racing.
Well done on your second place, and in third position was Robert Singleton. Third place there for you. Rob, happy with that?
I would have been happy if I never had the puncher, but great for the team to get me a spare wheel and back out again, and to still get a third place and first, second, third for Team Boss. So it's all good for us.
Do you know what caused the puncher out there?
Probably overdriving it, getting a little bit tail happy. I think I might have cooked the rear tyre. So we'll have a look when we go back and see it. But it was good to get back out and to finish the race and on the podium. Good.
It's not often you have a problem in these type of races and be able to come back like that.
No, exactly. And next time we've got to go one better and beat the class win, get the class win. So looking forward to it.
Do you think there's any changes you're going to make to the car, or are you going to have a think about that over the next hour or so?
We'll have a look at the tyre and try and work out if we picked up some debris or if it was just my overdriving. Yes, yeah.
Well done on the recovery drive. Okay, so that's our top three down here. Third position for Robert Singleton, second Colin Watson, the race winner Johnny Pittard.
Thanks a lot, Josh. So that allows us to at least catch up with our top three drivers from the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens. As we say, they will be back out later on, but the lunch break is now upon us, and hopefully we will be back racing with you at 13:45 is when we're due to see cars back out on track for our second race of the weekend. So we will leave you in peace for the moment and see you again at 13:45. Until then, goodbye.
Feels right when it's wrong. I've stayed here too long, but something brings me back to you. I swear we belong. I'm still hanging on, but something brings me back to you. Back to you, 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 back to you. feels right when it's wrong. I've stayed here too long, but something brings me back to you. I swear we belong, I'm still hanging on, but something brings me back to you. Back to you, back to you, back to you. Back to you, back to you, back to you, you.
Well, welcome along, or welcome back if you joined us before the lunch break, to the Classic Sports Car Club here at Castle Combe. We've got a busy afternoon to try and get through. The first race this afternoon is already on the grid. That's the Liqui Moly Slick Series. They'll be heading off on their formation lap ahead of their rolling start and their 40-minute race coming up very shortly. If you were with us just before the lunch break, you'll have seen that we had to bring to a premature halt the race for the Gold Arcs Magnificent Sevens due to an incident coming into Camp Corner for Alex Fors, who was looking to try and take up second place, but the car didn't seem to really slow as he came into Camp Corner. All we know is that Alex made contact with, well, actually the gate at Camp Corner, and the car landed back a few feet away from that. Alex was a little bit shaken up. It took a while to get him out of the car. He is just being checked over still as things currently stand. But because of the point of impact, which was to the gate, where the cars were due to be released onto the grid, they are doing what they've done at Castle Combe in the past, and for the larger grids, they're releasing them at pit lane entry and send them round that way. So the cars now are on their formation lap, and as they head out there, let's guide you through the grid and the way they'll line up and give you the starting drivers as well. Number 12, Kevin Jones, starts the Noble from pole position, and alongside is 861, Kevin Bird, will jump on board for part 1 of the race. Row 2 of the grid is 16, Nathan Wells, and number 60, Doug Watson, with row 3 of the grid being 99, Jamie Sturgis in his Volkswagen Golf TCR car, alongside number 15, Tom Cresswell will start in the Ginetta G55. The 4th row of the grid is number 9, Dylan Popovich, alongside 169, Chris Everill, 9 and 169, with row 5 being 74, Dominic Malone in the ex-World Touring Car BMW, alongside number 5, David Harrison with his Porsche, 74 and 5. Row 6 of the grid is 57, Peter Jackson will start in the Aston Martin GT4, and alongside is another TCR car, it's number 94 of Bradley Thurston, 57 and 94. Row 7 of the grid is 280, James May in his Ginetta, alongside 34, Dave Griffin's BMW, 280 and 34, with row 8 being 77, Perry Wadhams in the TVR Cigaris, and 73, Matthew Saunders in his BMW, 77 and 73. The 9th row of the grid is number 11, Pete Chalice, alongside 51, the glorious little 350R Lotus of David Harvey, 11.51, with row 10 being number 40, that's Jazz Sapra that will start alongside 127, which is Patrick Charlton for the first part of the race. And off the back of the grid on his own is car number 128, which is Paul Winter, starts at the back of the grid. Fine sight they make, Chris Dawes, who joins me from his commentary position on the outside of Old Paddock. Liqui Moly Slick Series, the only rolling starter today, but wow, what a grid of cars.
Yeah, I've decided you really shouldn't try and pick the favourite. Just a losing battle. Incredible array of cars, isn't it? The speed we're going to see from these are going to be incredible.
Well, we know Castle Combe is a quick circuit, but these cars around here, what a fantastic combination. It's great to see them come to Castle Combe for the first time ever, really, these Slick Series, because it was only just recently introduced for the 2020 season, so it's the first time these cars will have raced here. We'll be hearing from Josh Barrett down there in the pit lane as well throughout the course of this race, because again, it's a 40-minute race. The pit window opens after the first 10 minutes of the race, remains open for 15 minutes, and all of the cars have to do a 2-minute pit stop from pit in to pit out. So safety car peels its way off, the Blue Noble of Kevin Jones and the white Porsche of Kevin Bird on the front row of the grid, and as the two Kevins get away, it is Kevin Jones that picks up the lead of the race as they head round through Folly for the first time, with Kevin Bird slotting into second position as they all start to head up Avon Rise and in towards the daunting braking area for Quarry Corner for the first time. The Noble leads the Porsche.
Yep, here they come round, and easy to pick out the cars this time when they're all very, very different. It's that Blue Noble that has got the march at the moment, screaming down the straight towards the first chicane, the S's. But in fairness, Kevin Bird, he knows this circuit pretty well as well, and that white Porsche that was new to them this season, and he's really bouncing out across the curbs there under huge pressure from the Wells. It was going to be Wells and Stewart, but it is just Wells in that car now in the BMW number 16, sat there in third position. It's good to see they got that one going, because I saw it have a bit of an issue in the pits in qualifying, but it's going rather well now.
It is going well in the hands of Nathan Wells. Mark Stewart, who is scheduled to share that car with him, a long time BMW race. I'm not sure whether Mark's even here this weekend. So the Noble leading the way as they head down the Dean Straight and up towards Camp Corner for the first time. Kevin Jones is going to chalk the first lap into the book, but Kevin Bird much quicker through Camp Corner. The Porsche trying to hunt down the Noble. The BMW of Nathan Jones sitting there in third place. The Ferrari is fourth, which is Douglas Watson, and then it's Jamie Sturgis that's there in fifth place. So 5 different manufacturers represented inside the top 5 the way things are at the moment. I think it might be 6 from 6, is it? Because we've got Ginetta in 6th place.
Yeah, absolutely. Then there's a few of those, isn't there? And there's some very familiar names here in this series that know this circuit well, and they'll be using that to their full advantage. That Ginetta is already trying to peek round Jamie Sturgis, a past Castle Combe GT champion here at Castle Combe. But that TCR Golf of Sturgis was able to really power through the S's. The rumble of that car as it comes past me is incredible. Pulled away from that Ginetta like he was stood still. We really get a variety of strengths and weaknesses here, don't we, Mark?
Absolutely, yeah. The poor TCR car will get outdone guns through the straight, but through the twiddly parts, and there are a few of those at Castle Combe, and they're heading through one of them now at Bobby's. That is where the Golf has the slight advantage. So race leader is about to come through to complete lap number 2. It's still the Noble that's leading the way from the Porsche, but are we going to have a change for third? Yes, we do, as diving through goes Douglas Watson at the wheel of the Ferrari, trying to sneak up the inside of Nathan Wells, but Nathan Wells is having none of it, and the two of them go side by side through Folly. Douglas Watson finally gets his nose ahead by the time they get part of the way up towards Avon Rise. So the Ferrari now up into third, the Beamer down to fourth.
Yeah, Doug Watson in that Ferrari racing here as well for a little while at Castle Combe in the GTs, with his 2 sons racing in the Hot Hat Series as well in a pair of Clios. So that family knows this circuit well, and he's just going a little bit defensive there from that BMW, thinking that there was a possibility that Wells in the number 16 may come back at him. Sturgis is now bolted onto the back of that BMW in the white, green and black Ram Air liveried 99 Golf TCR car. Of course, we've got TCR's championship coming here in 3 weeks' time, which I know everybody's looking forward to. They're a sight round here, Mark, I can tell you.
Absolutely, yeah, seen a couple of rounds of the TCR UK Championships, and that'll be a great addition to the Castle Combe calendar for this year. We'll tell you more about the remaining dates at Castle Combe throughout the course of this afternoon. So race leaders, or race leading pairs are getting away. The best of the fights at the moment is for third place. Douglas Watson at the wheel of the Ferrari, with Nathan Wells queuing up behind him. Then Jamie Sturgis, the honour to be the first Ginetta home at the moment, is going the way of the red number 169 G55 of Chris Everall, but only just because he's got the G50 of Dylan Popovic right behind him as well. So the red Ginetta hanging on to 6th place overall, but Popovic is not too far away in 7th.
Yeah, the experience of this circuit of both Everall and Popovic is counting there to sort of keep them ahead of the Ginetta, the number 280, Alex Osborne at the wheel of that at the moment, as far as I'm aware. And and it's a big gaggle coming down towards the S's. They're fanning out, trying to find a way to at least put pressure, and it's Sturgis under huge pressure from the pair of Ginettas. You already called it, that Dylan Popovic, the black and orange number 9 Ginetta, was all over the back of Chris Everall in the red 169. Well, suddenly they were both trying to apply pressure to the Golf TCR of Sturgis. And in fact, they probably slowed themselves up and dropped away from Sturgis for now.
Yeah, so that's going to be Sturgis in 5th, Chris Everall in 6th, Dylan Popovic in the number 9 Ginetta G50, completing the top 7 at the moment. They weave their way through Bobby's and out of the little kink at Westway and down the straight that brings them up towards Camp Corner. This is lap number 4 that's about to be completed. 'Twas ever still Kevin Jones that leads the way, from Kevin Bird in 2nd place. But what's going on between the Ginettas? They've fallen away a little bit actually from Jamie Sturgis really at the wheel of the Volkswagen Golf. So red Ginetta of Chris Everall coming under pressure from Dylan Popovic, and this time as they head up Avon Rise, Popovic is looking for the inside line as they head towards the braking area at Quarry. Through he goes, takes the place away.
Perhaps if I turn the mic on, has he still held it? Kind of, because Everall's now trying to sweep wide there, and Dylan Popovic had to sort of keep himself in the middle of the road, and he's got the red Ginetta whipping from one side of the circuit to the other, but not being able to make a move. And they're fighting so hard that suddenly those Ginettas are multiplying. There's 3 of them there as the 280 car of Mayan Osborne joins in the fight as well. That's a great sign, seeing equidistant the 3 Ginettas going down towards Tower. But really, Jones has got this one under control in his Noble at the moment, hasn't he?
Yeah, he really has, yeah. Everything seems to be sort of working beautifully for him at the moment. As you mentioned, the number 280, James May, driven Ginetta G55, is now also trying to get through and past Chris Everall's car. So the leader is back over the start-finish line, and the squabble of the Ginettas continuing on for what is 7th and 8th place now. The red the true red car of Chris Everall, with it's almost sort of a burgundy car, isn't it, that sits behind that of James May, who will hand that car over to Alex Osborne for part 2 of the race, the number 280 Ginetta. So you should have the race leader. He's on lap number 6.
Yeah, I had the starting driver the wrong way round for those two, didn't I? I wasn't informed that it was May, and it's not the Top Gear one as far as I'm aware there, or the ex-Top Gear one, should I say. But leaders coming towards us now, and it looks to me as though Mr. Jones, Kevin Jones in the Noble, such a beautiful car. We don't see enough of these Nobles out racing, sadly, but he's got this one under control because he's clicked it down from his fastest lap of a 107 to get enough of a gap down to the 109s, and in this heat mark, I think that's a very sensible way to do it.
Yeah, you just need to bear in mind the fact that you've got a long old race in a very warm day. The car is not going to be the same car at the end of the race as it was at the beginning, and yeah, just making sure that you don't overdrive it. You know, change gear 500 revs earlier, anything you can do just to try and keep temperatures down a little bit, and it may just pay you dividends over the course of what is going to be a warm afternoon of racing here at Castle Combe. Kevin Bird's not giving up his hopes though of trying to hunt down the race leader. The gap between the pair of them still only 1.7 seconds as they head in towards the braking area for Quarry on lap number 7.
Yeah, and you were talking about changing gears in this heat. Someone who was struggling to change any gears was a 34 BMW of Dave Griffin, sadly. Came past us, just not able to get it into a gear at all. And last I saw him disappear out of my sight, he was just coasting it back towards you, I'm afraid. I expect that's destined for the pits. Leaders here, and that margin has really evaporated. It was 1 3/4 seconds when they came past you. I think we'll be more looking at 3/4 of a second. The Porsche of Kevin Bird has really reeled him in. And remember, his son, Charles Hyde Andrew Bird, or Chab as we know him here, is going to be pretty close. He's going to be incredibly close when he gets into that car. The Ginettas have suddenly split up, so I'm not sure what happened out of my sight there.
Yeah, I saw Jamie Sturgis was coming under pressure in his Golf from a Ginetta. That was Dylan Popovich, but for the lead of the race, that has certainly closed up. There's yellow flags out through Bobby's. I think that's where Dave Griffin's car has probably come to rest with its mechanical issues round through there. But over the start-finish line come the leading pair. It is still Kevin Jones from Kevin Bird. But of the two Kevins, it's the latter one, Kevin Bird, that's looking to try and ruffle some feathers here as he heads up into the braking area for what will be Quarry Corner. It's still Noble from Porsche, but for how much longer?
Well, he's not making a move on the exit of Quarry Corner just yet, and in fact there's a little bit more of a gap this time as they go along the stretch straight towards the S's. The Ferrari's still sort of looming in their mirrors, just not in a threatening way. Such a beautiful Ferrari. The dark blue with the white stripes really works for me. As through goes Doug Watson. Lonely BMW number 16 of Wells, and it's Dylan Popovich ahead of Jamie Sturgis now, so the number 9 car has got past the TCR Golf, and then we've still got 3 Ginettas together, but one of them's a different one because it's the Cresswell's number 16 has got into play ahead of the Aston Martin.
Yeah, that car qualified 6th, but it's circulating down in 10th at the moment, so Tom Cresswell started, Nick Cresswell scheduled to take over that particular car, and they're also being hounded by the Aston Martin GT4 that started by Peter Jackson as well, so that's one to watch out for. The older shaped GT4 Aston Martin, the V8 Vantage, has now locked himself onto the tail end of the trio of Ginettas. So the race leader will be heading up towards you. We've only got another 30 seconds, Chris Dawes, before the pit window opens. We might have some pit stoppers next time through.
Yeah, we could do. Well, the interesting thing with that Aston is that it was already in the middle of those Ginettas, but the Cresswells, number 15, got past them. So I think that we're going to see a bit of do-si-do your partners between that whole gaggle. You kind of feel outnumbered if you're the Jacksons and the Aston, though, don't you? It's being ganged up on by the Ginettas. But as you say, is that one of the, may have got past, but they've not dropped him at all, have they? He's still there. That white Aston looking brilliant.
Yeah, that's Peter Jackson.
One of the Ginettas just gone straight on at the S's there. It is the that will be
James
the May
May
and Osborne. Yeah, so James May. No problem, but he doesn't want to do that too many more times or he'll get punished.
No, the difficulty with doing that is not just the punishment, but he's gone straight through the grass, and on a warm day, grass in a radiator duct is not a good thing to have, so it'd be well worth looking out for that car next time it comes past you, Chris, just to see as to whether it's picked up a raft of grass into the cooling areas of the car. If it has, that's trouble.
It could make its mind up on the pit strategy, that, couldn't it?
Very much so. Into the pit lane we do have our first pit stopper. It is Patrick Charlton that comes in at the wheel of his Lotus Elan. For the lead of the race though, Kevin Bird is as close as he's been to Kevin Jones for the lead, isn't he?
He really is, and I mean Kevin Jones did not use all the circuit on the exit of Quarry Corner there, so he's certainly being rather measured, and I'm not sure he's able to continue being measured. Now, the fact that he's under this much pressure, I wonder whether he is now managing high temperatures in that car. He's under pressure. Here comes Kevin Bird. He's looking one side, looking the next. They got a back marker in front of them. They get towards Tower. It looked like Kevin was posturing. He's not done it because they're more suddenly having to focus on getting past this back marker, which they've now done before getting to Bobby's.
Yeah, that was Paul Winter who started off the back of the grid, got out of the way as much as he could, but it's still Kevin Jones in the blue Noble that leads from the white Porsche of Kevin Bird. The traffic has just briefly held up the progress of Doug Watson at the wheel of his Ferrari 458 as well. He finally picks off the car of Paul Winter on the run in towards the braking area for Camp Corner. So safely over the start-finish line go the lead trio, but for Kevin Jones, his driving is going to start to turn towards defence, I think, before too much longer. The pit window is open. Neither of the front three taking the opportunity to come in as they head up towards you for the 11th time.
Yeah, you've got to say this is putting the 861 car in a very strong position, because if Chab's yet to jump out in this, and we know he's an incredibly quick peddler around this circuit, and they're coming through to the S's, he's not managing to make a move at the moment. I can't help but feel that Doug Watson is trying to get in on this fight as well, slowly bringing that Ferrari into contention, and I can hear Josh is down in the pit lane.
Yeah, the first car to come in, the Patrick Cholton Lotus, and all is well there. Dan Webster not getting into the car. I think that might be overheating. And Jamie Sturgis has made his way into the pits as well.
Yeah, so Jamie Sturgis was the second to come in. It's only those two that have headed in towards the pit lane just as yet, so that will drop Jamie Sturgis down through the order. The other thing we need to watch out for as well is the fantastic progress of the Ginetta G50 of Dylan Popovic, because he is now hot on the heels of Nathan Wells at the wheel of the E46 GTR BMW. So those two are just coming up towards Camp Corner now, where our race leaders are just heading over the start-finish line, and the top three getting themselves together, because Douglas Watson in the Ferrari in third place has just set his best individual lap of the race so far, which means the top three, Chris, as they head up towards Quarry Corner, are separated by 1.4 seconds.
That is impressive then. I said I thought Doug was getting closer, didn't I? But you're right, he is. It's the age-old one. Once they sort of see the car in front getting that little bit bigger, they suddenly get an extra boost of confidence to really go for it. They're going to be coming across the Lotus very soon, the number 51 car of Harvey. Really, I just love how unique that 340R is, but it's not a slow car, so that's not going to be an easy back marker for them to get past, is it, in all honesty? Once they get into the straight lines, it's not slow.
No, not at all, not at all. So we'll have to just wait and see as to what they might be able to do and where they might be able to wiggle their way through and past it. Another pit stopper, David Harrison, has come in this time through, and the wheel of the number 5 Porsche, so he is in. The race leaders, though, are threading their way through a little bit of traffic, and all of a sudden we have had a change for the lead, because Kevin Jones is diving for the pit lane this time through, so the white Porsche of Kevin Bird now picks up the lead of the race. Douglas Watson at the wheel of his Ferrari 458 that runs to challenge specification is up into second position, and it now means that Nathan Wells in his BMW is battling away with Dylan Popovic for what is at the moment the final spot on the podium. But of course this is just the middle part of the pit cycle as the race leader comes to a halt in the pit lane. Kevin Jones in the Noble.
Right, so it's now going to be the white Porsche of Kevin Bird that picks up the lead, but yeah, that Ferrari of Doug Watson is right with him. Be interesting to see now that Bird isn't having to sort of fight to try and get a challenge on the Noble, whether he's able to pull away from Doug Watson's Ferrari. At the moment, they're trying to put a lap on Jamie Sturgis, the 99 Golf TCR. Up the inside at Tower goes Kevin Bird. The blue flags were, of course, waving, but again, this is the problem where Sturgis is pitted. He's not exactly a slow back marker.
No, not at all, but he is playing the game, or did at least with Kevin Bird. He's maybe compromised the run of Douglas Watson to a larger degree, and that was purely because of the fact that Jamie Sturgis had no choice. He had to turn into Bobby's, and that was just where the Ferrari was looking to try and sneak through, but couldn't quite manage it. So the gap first to second comes out, and I think we've got Josh Barrett down there in the pit lane.
Yeah, I'm just standing by Kevin Jones's Noble mark, and there's lots of heat coming off the brakes, lots of steam coming off of the brakes. So you can tell it's not just the tyres that overheat in this weather, it's everything else as well, Mark.
Yeah, I know it caused a few issues last weekend down at Thruxton, the warm weather, with cars really struggling. Into the pit lane comes Dylan Popovic at the wheel of the Ginetta G50. So he heads in towards the pit lane as our race leader is flicking his way through the S's at the moment and is heading in your general direction, isn't he, Chris?
Yep, he's through past me now, and Doug Watson's got past Jamie Sturgis, so there's no issue there. And I think the third place, number 16 BMW of Wells, Nathan Wells is not close enough for it to become an issue, and of course we're all getting closer to their pit stops in reality, aren't we? As I look back towards the S's, this fantastic fight between a pair of Ginettas, and that'll be Chris Everall ahead of the Cresswell number 15, with the Aston Martin just behind them. Those Ginettas sound amazing, don't they? They really do rumble past you.
Yeah, the G55, there's another one of the G55s that's headed for the pit lane this time though. So James May about to give way to Alex Osborne. That's the number 280 car that's in the pit lane. So now is Peter Jackson this time? Well, I thought he was going to try and sneak through and ahead of Thomas Cresswell's Ginetta G55 on the run in towards Bobby's, but it didn't quite happen for him then, but he's tucked up behind it as they head out of Westway. Now is the Aston going to go through? We've got Chris Everall diving for the pit lane. So we're now just down to the single Ginetta squabbling away with Peter Jackson's Aston Martin, and they will now be fighting away for what will be 4th and 5th place as a result of the pit stoppers ahead of them.
As Kevin Bird bounces the 861 white Porsche past us, I tell you what, the number 60 dark blue Ferrari of Doug Watson looked very loose coming through the S's this time round. It may well have just been a single small mistake, but I want to keep an eye on it after what we saw with the Caterhams earlier, that the tyres almost get to a point where suddenly they're dancing on ice.
There's quite a bit of damage to James May's Ginetta as he's coming to the pit lane. The front left-hand side of the splitter's damaged, the front part of the bodywork damaged as well there, Mark.
Yeah, I could see that with the camera shots that are being afforded us of the damage to it down there in the pit lane. It was certainly a busy old race. Now, that might have been because the car bounced across the grass at the S's with you, Chris. It was quite a fast bounce. And did it look overly bumpy when he shortcut the S's?
Not overly. I mean, it's a little bit bumpy across there, but I wouldn't have said it was great. I mean, probably enough to have done something to the splitter with the grass that would have been down there, the mowed grass that's on the ground there. It didn't alarm me the way he came towards me, but it doesn't take much, does it?
No, I mean, they're low slung, aren't they? And Ginetta's fiberglass, so it doesn't need much of an impact to sort of rip the fiberglass. It's largely cosmetic damage, isn't it, most of the time?
It is. Well, through goes our leader. Doug Watson's still sat there in second. Sturgis and Popovic are now just ahead of the 3rd place BMW, number 16 of Wells. So they'll be getting blue flags as they come through there. It's all very confusing with these pit stops at this stage because these are officially back markers, but they're rapid back markers and they don't really know what to do.
Well, Dylan Popovic was fighting Nathan Wells for position before he came into the pit lane, and now he's sort of 2 laps adrift of him in reality, but that's because he's pitted and the Beamer hasn't. So on merit, they are broadly comparable in terms of pace, as is the Jamie Sturgis Volkswagen Golf that's just up the road from them. Now, this time through, Nathan Wells does head for the pit lane now, so the E46 GTR BMW, the number 16 car that qualified 3rd quickest, heads into the pit lane. So that's another one of the front runners that's heading into what is an ever busier pit lane down there, Josh.
Yeah, and I don't think the James May and Alex Osborne cars can get back out, no. Alex has jumped out the car, so that damage, obviously, the team have decided is too much to continue.
And the report I've got on that, actually, is that we didn't catch this, is that it went into the recticell barriers at Quarry Corner. So that's where the damage to that car came, so it wasn't the grass cutting that did that.
Right, so at least that sort of squares the circle then as such. So.
Thanks to Dan Blake for that update on that one.
Now we've got 20 minutes just over of the race remaining, which means there's only about another 5-6 minutes of pit stops, and the vast majority of the cars haven't pitted as yet still, so Kevin Bird still out front and leading the way by only a second from Douglas Watson's Ferrari, but they both come in this time through, so they're both into the pit lane this time through, and then we'll have to wait and see. Also, the number 40 BMW is in, which is Jazz Sapra, who seems to be out racing somewhere every single weekend, and for this season in a different coloured BMW somewhere every single weekend. In comes Kevin Bird from the lead of the race at the wheel of the number 861 Porsche, followed down pit lane by the number 60 Ferrari in the hands of Douglas Watson.
Yeah, Jazz Sapra is his usual car we see him in, the sort of dark gunmetal grey BMW that is incredibly quick. Sadly, there's an issue with the engine. Such is the way of the world at the moment. It's taking forever to get parts for that. So he's sort of jumping into the likes of Sonny Gill's yellow BMW last week, and he's out with Brian Branson this weekend. And so, yeah, he's still got to be in a BMW, though, I see. He goes to support groups for his obsession with BMWs, I think.
Have you actually ever seen him race anything other than a Beamer? I'm not sure I have.
Don't think I have.
No, I don't think I have. We've got more pit stoppers as well. So we've got squabbles going out on track with cars that have pitted fighting away with cars that haven't still at the moment. Into the pit lane comes the Seat TCR car. That's the number 94 car that heads in towards the pit lane. So that will be Bradley Thurston about to give way to Will Powell. Whilst we've got in the pit lane still Kevin Bird giving way to Charles Hyde Andrews Bird. And as you said, that might be a car that's well worth watching. And I think Josh is down there in the pit lane to bring us some news.
Yeah, currently being strapped in is chap, Kevin Bird, out of the car. And he's lost what he's looking for. So I think Doug Watson might take the what might be the lead of the race here, because he's got ahead of the Porsche. Not sure where the Noble is on track mark. Not sure if you can see that, but this could be a change of what will be the lead of the race.
Yeah, that will be. It's a slower pit stop from them, so Doug Watson will go through, but I think quicker than all of them will be Kevin Jones, so I think we'll retake up the lead of the race. We've still got some cars heading down the pit lane at this stage, so in comes the number 15 Ginetta, so Tom Cresswell to give way to Nick.
Well, the Birds don't feel like their time is up because they're still on the stopwatch, so it kind of questions whether Doug Watson's gone too early or the Birds have gone too long. We'll grab a word with Kevin. We go out for a word now, Kevin? Really close battling up the front there.
Yeah, I couldn't quite get him in. Yeah, it was pretty even between us, and towards the end of my stint there, I was getting a little bit closer. But we'll see what Charlie can do now.
And getting more used to the car all the time.
Yeah, it's a great car to drive. It's really rewarding. You have to think about it, but when you get it right, it's an unbelievably good thing. Really fun.
The last meeting I was watching him out on the back, and the car was really moving about all the time.
It bounces around a bit. We've never touched the setup since I bought it, so let's leave it as it is for now. But this is getting bumpier and bumpier and bumpier here. But generally, like the ground has moved over the year. It's strange, but the car's mega.
And what's it like in the temperature?
Oh, fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, no problem. Absolutely.
Well done on your good stint.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
That's Kevin Bird out of the 861 Porsche, now Chab at the wheel.
Thanks a lot. And whilst we were chatting to Kevin Bird, there was a spin out on circuit for the Ferrari of Doug Watson. He was coming round through Tower by the look of things and lost the tail end of the car. So he is still circulating, but all of that hard work that he'd done in the early part of the race has rather come unravelled to a degree. Into the pit lane also comes, from a great stint from him, the number 57 Aston Martin of Peter Jackson. So that'll be handing the car over to father, John Jackson. John with less experience than Peter. Peter's been racing this car and others for a good number of years. So the battle for the lead of the race will be heading up Avon Rise towards Quarry Corner at the moment. And I think it's Kevin Jones under pressure from Chab, isn't it?
Yes, I mean, they certainly were as they came past last time, which does show that I think their sentiment of Doug Watson staying too short a period of time in the pits is correct, because Doug Watson is the one that's coming past me now, in effect in the lead of the race once the other pit stops work themselves out. Now here comes the Noble of Kevin Jones with Charles Hyde, Andrews Bird, Chab number 861, the white Porsche, right with him at the moment, just getting used to this car in these conditions. So I would imagine we're going to see a penalty come the way of the Doug Watson Ferrari, sadly.
Yeah, it should be, I think, what would be a stop-go penalty for the duration of the time that he was short in the pit stops, possibly.
We see a lot of them.
I think,
anyway,
I think for the Classic Sports Club, it's more draconian than that. It's a 30-second penalty plus the extra time that he was short in the pit stop. So for Doug Watson still to be leading on the road, having had a spin and is still leading, yet the other cars he was squabbling with are the best part of some 10 seconds behind him. Yeah, I think he was quite substantively shorter than everybody else in the pit stop.
He's good, but not that good.
So you should have, in reality, on corrected times, what will be the lead battle heading up out of Quarry.
Yeah, they're just exiting now as that erroneous Ferrari comes through the S's at the moment. And yeah, I can't remember. Is it likely to be a stop-go? I think they just apply it at the end, don't they?
No, it should be a 30-second stop-go penalty plus the time he was short in the pits.
Right. Okay. Well, there goes the blue number 12 Noble of Kevin Jones, still holding off Chab at the moment, but I don't know. It was all over him for a second. The Porsche was all over the Noble for a lap or so when they came out. It's just settled down a little bit now, but I just kind of almost get that feeling that he's just feeling himself into it at the moment.
And I think we've got Josh down there in the pit lane.
Yeah, we've got Tom Cresswell out of the Ginetta. A bit of grass come out the front of the car. What caused that?
Probably a little bit of grass going into the front of the car. Everyone's touching the grass, so yeah, I need a drink, I know that. Yeah, it was good. We qualified 6th, and then I got absolutely mugged on the first lap. I did a typically poor job of warming the tyres, which I always do. I don't know where we got up to by the time I pitted. Somewhere back up towards 6th, I think. But yeah, it's the car's great, the circuit's great, the sun's shining, and yeah, can't complain.
A very quick car to drive around a really quick circuit, so it must be very enjoyable.
It's very enjoyable, yeah. It's a great track, and yeah, it's my first race on it actually. I came here for the first time last Thursday. We had a fantastic day's testing. We were out on track all day, open pit lane. Yeah.
Is it a track you need a little while to get that commitment there, because of it, it's obviously quite small runoffs and very quick round?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's. I mean, for the first half a day last Thursday, we were sort of a bit ginger with the throttle over the bumps, but yeah, you know, with a bit of a setup change, you can go flat out. So yeah, it's just something to get used to.
Thanks, and good luck for the rest of the race. So that's out of the Ginetta mark.
Thanks a lot. Yep, so over the start-finish line goes the battle between the Noble and the Porsche, which in reality is going to be for the lead of the race, because whilst Doug Watson is leading on the road, Chris, we know we said his pit stop was short. 26 seconds too short. I can only assume he thought it was a minute and a half pit stop.
Wow.
Pete Chalice in his Porsche, Pete Chalice driving the number 11 Porsche, was 3 seconds short as well. So both of those will have to come into the pits. We've also just had a rally crossing Ginetta. I think Nick Cresswell was that?
Yeah, and that was just coming out of the S's in front of me here. It was sort of on the exit. He just didn't continue to turn left before getting to Old Paddock's right-hander. It was probably a full car width onto the grass, and as you've rightly pointed out already, you don't want your grass in your grill.
Grass on radiator ducts on a day like this is a bad combination. We've just heard from Tim Cresswell, who's been down there chatting to Josh, that there was already grass in the radiator ducts of that car when it came in. So now that they've removed it, Nick's just decided to fill them all back up again.
Yeah, they can't blame anyone else.
No, absolutely. Yes, the buck stops in a certain direction, well and truly. So Doug Watson leading on the road by 5.3 seconds from Kevin Jones. Now, such is the pace of Kevin Jones at the moment. He's lapping about 2 seconds quicker in his Noble than the race-leading Ferrari is. So even on merit, before corrected times and any penalties have been applied, we might get the Noble back in the lead.
Yeah, it does look rather rapid. Its lights are ablaze to make sure that any of the slower cars ahead of it knows that not only is he coming, but he means business, and he has to make sure they get out of the way as quickly as possible, because Chab is flying in that white Porsche. The 861 car has reeled him back in again, about 2-3 car lengths as they came through. Old Paddock was the margin. They throw the anchors out the back for the right-hander of Tower, briefly out of my view and then back into it. He is all over him like a rash.
And they've also got Dave Harvey's Lotus that they need to deal with, but thankfully they're not going to catch that until West Way, so they didn't quite catch him through Bobby, so it didn't compromise the run of either of them. Dave Harvey receives the blue flags. He'll move out of harm's way. Kevin Jones sides pie to driver's right, followed by Charles Hyde, Andrew Birds very shortly thereafter. So the two of those over the start-finish line onto what will be lap number 24 this time through, with just 11 minutes and a bit of change of the race remaining. So good little squabble this is. So it's second and third on the road, but the Ferrari that is leading should have a time penalty applied to it at some point, whether it be post-race or otherwise. So ultimately, it is going to be Noble fighting with Porsche for the lead, isn't it?
And what a lovely sentence that is, eh? A Noble fighting with a Porsche. It just sounds absolutely wonderful, and it's round our beautiful Wiltshire Castle Combe circuit that we're seeing this entertainment, and they're in fact about to lap an Aston Martin with a Ferrari a little bit further up the road, which is hunting down a Ginetta. That is just the quality of this field we're enjoying round here. Round Tower Corner go our effective lead two. The Noble still holding off that Porsche, and it looks to me as though Charles Hyde, Andrew Bird just slows down a little bit before going back at him again, and I reckon that is heat management.
Well, Charlie at the moment and Kevin Jones are still lapping quicker than the Ferrari, so even though Charlie might be easing things off every now and again, they're still slowly edging up onto the coattails of Douglas Watson's race-leading Ferrari. Now, Douglas has got a bit of traffic to deal with as well now, Doug Watson, and that is going to be one of the Ginetta G55s that he's carving his way through and past. That will be Nick Cresswell's car. He manages to deal with that on the way up Avon Rise, and therefore will sneak through and ahead of it on the run in towards Quarry Corner, but the gap from first to second is down to 2.3 seconds now.
Yeah, and they've still trying to pick their way through past the Ginetta that Doug Watson's already managed to navigate his Ferrari past. And now, fair play, the Ginetta's backed right off and gone to the left-hand side of the circuit. The number 15 car that we saw grass track racing a lap or so ago, Cresswell, just lets everybody through. So I don't think anything too untoward happened there. as in front of me as well, the 16 Wells BMW, just getting past the Aston Martin. It's a rather busy track out there for him.
Yeah, so it certainly is, isn't it? So it's one of the shorter tracks. It's, what, 1.85 miles, isn't it, Castle Combe? But always something to keep the driver busy and very daunting corners. Now we do absolutely have equidistantly spread the top three now, because Kevin Jones, rather, at the wheel of the Noble, has fully caught up with Doug Watson's Ferrari and has brought with him Chab as well, Charles Hyde, Andrews Bird. So they flick through the kink at Folly and start to head up Avon Rise in towards the braking area for Quarry. We are still going to have Ferrari leading the race, but right on his wheel tracks now is the Noble and the Porsche. The top three are together.
Yeah, and who's just run wide? We've got, I think that was the Seat that was ahead of them.
Will Powell, I think, has pulled off,
pulled off, and we've got now a lunge and there's contact. The Noble, Kevin Jones, looked like he just tipped the corner of Doug Watson's Ferrari as he looked to go up the inside. The Ferrari spun to the infield on the grass, is getting going again, and Charlie's managed to get past, but because of that delay for the Kevin Jones Noble, the Noble's still in second after all that, but the leapfrog was done by the white Porsche 861.
Yeah, right place, right time for Chab, wasn't it? So he was just able to not get delayed to the same degree as the two cars that made contact with each other. So from third to first, and he's just about to work his way out of Westway and onto the Dean Straight with just 8 minutes now to try and soak up any pressure that might be applied to behind from him. I'm going to have a quick look also to see whether there's any damage to the front corner of the Noble. No, maybe a slight little black mark, but other than that, I think Kevin Jones got away with that small mistake there as he just sort of clattered into the side very lightly of Doug Watson's Ferrari. And now Kevin Jones is looking to try and retake the lead of the race again as they head up towards Quarry this time. Oh, very wide, all over the grass, and backs it into the rector cell.
Yeah, I could just see the end of that happening as I look along the straight. So it means that Chab now in the Bird Ferrari all on his own, and the Noble hasn't got going again, actually. Oh, now he is.
Yeah,
kind of.
I think he lost it in the braking area and it sort of skittered across the grass on the inside of Quarry and made light contact with the rector cell. It was only light contact, but he's picked up one of the little covers off the rector cell, and that's what's dangling off the back of the car at the moment.
It does. It looks like a drag car going down the straight after it's finished its run now, basically, as it comes through. It's ticker tape parade by the Noble.
That's one way to dry your washing, isn't it, on a sunny day?
I think the circuit maintenance crew will be after that bit for their rector cell barriers.
I don't think there'll be a lot left of it by the time it comes off. So yeah, it's still attached. It's just not coming off, is it? So that might even bring out the black and orange flag for him as well. We'll have to wait and see as to whether the officials deem that to be potentially dangerous to him. So he's just weaving his way through Bobby's, and yeah, the black and orange flag is coming out, and there's only one guess as to which number it's coming out for, and that's a huge disappointment for Kevin Jones. Yep, black and orange flag, car number 12. Kevin Jones is going to have to call into the pit lane for that to be removed, but he's doing the sensible thing. Didn't go past the black and orange flag. Even before that, he knew that would be the reason for him to have to call into the pit lane. He's bringing it in of his own accord, Chris.
And he can meet up with the car that he tapped then, because Watson's in as well.
Oh dear. Let's throw Josh under the bus.
Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing that he may well have just gone straight into the paddock.
I think he has actually, Doug Watson, yeah.
Okay, so that's a shame. Suddenly we've got two of the key cars. I mean, even if Kevin Jones gets going again, that Noble is out of the equation now, sadly, isn't it?
Well, he's on his way again, and it wasn't too much of a delay in the pits. Now, he did have the delay when he first spun and backed it lightly into the rector cell barrier up there at Quarry, but he could still be on for a reasonable result. Have to wait and see, won't we?
Yeah, so now it means a comfortable lead-in margin for the 861 Porsche. I've lost track of whether it's you or I should be talking about it now.
Nathan Wells has only just gone over the start-finish line, so I still think we might have Kevin Jones in something like a podium place potentially.
Okay, yeah. So here comes Charles into the S's now with a gaggle, which ironically it's two Porsches with a Noble sandwiched in the middle of those two Porsches that are the three back markers that he's going to be encountering soon. So he's going to be back with his playmate, but with difference on the lap count, sadly, for them. But here comes the BMW that's in second place, the white and blue number 16 car of Wells makes his way down towards Tower, and it means up into third now actually is Sturgis, Everall number 169 of Ginetta in fourth, so Jones is down to fifth at least, it's now saying.
Yes, it will be, yeah, because he's only just about to head over the start-finish line now. Still with the lights ablaze and still amongst traffic as well. I think it's David Harrison's Porsche that he's fighting away with, and that will be for position actually, so he's down to 6th at the end of that one. So 4 and a bit minutes to go. It's all gone to plan really, hasn't it, for Kevin Bird, who started, and Charles Hyde Andrew Bird, who has taken over. The number 681 Porsche leads the way as it heads up Avon Rise towards Quarry Corner, but it's going to be a busy old lap, isn't it, for the race leading car, because there's a raft of traffic just up the road.
Yeah, and the example that I used earlier, the worst ones, battling back markers, because they are. The Nobles now managed to make up a place past Harrison, the number 5 Porsche by the looks of it. He says, just pause, because there's another Porsche in front of that. Yeah, the 128 Porsche is then in front of him, but that's a back marker. So it is just the fact that he's now moved himself back up into 5th place as the Blue Noble. Here comes 2nd place, Wells, number 16, that BMW. It's a full just over 7.25 seconds behind the 861 Porsche. And Jamie Sturgis, our previous Castle Combe GT champion, sat on a podium place in his Golf TCR.
Yeah, impressive run that, isn't it, for Jamie? But as you say, he knows this circuit like the back of his hands, rather. And he might be 30 seconds off the lead. 40 seconds off the lead and 30 seconds off the car ahead of him. But in terms of, the TCR pace that he's had, substantively better than the other TCR spec cars that are out there. So through and over the start-finish line, 3 minutes to go goes Chab. So the lap that he has started, and probably 2 more thereafter, but still work to do, and it's going to be to put a lap on the Arrow Pack back Porsche of long-time Porsche race, but former long-time BMW racer Pete Chalice.
Another car I missed that we'd lost is Dylan Popovich. The number 9 car's pulled in and out as well, and he was high up, wasn't he, and involved in some very entertaining tussles.
Yeah, came into the pit lane. I don't think we ever saw him again.
Ah, okay. That's a shame. Another one that knows this circuit very, very well. Now the lapper is still attempting. It's a trio of Porsches heading down towards Tower. The white one at the back of that trio at the moment is our race leader, Charles Hyde Andrew Bird. He's passed the first of the back markers. That's Chalice in that almost like famous Arapat livery, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, I don't know what the collective term is for Porsches. Is it a posse of Porsches? I really don't know. But there's actually 4 of them, aren't there? I think so. You've got the 3 together, then a gap, and then another Porsche just thereafter, which would be Tim Speed's version. So Chab manages to dive through and ahead of David Harrison's car. That was as they were coming up to the braking area for Camp Corner that time through. So the race leader has dealt with the vast majority of the traffic now as he heads on to what will be his 32nd and penultimate lap. So there's this lap and 1 more thereafter, and at the moment they are leading by 3.7 seconds from Nathan Wells in the BMW, but Nathan is now going to have the traffic to deal with, isn't he, on the run in towards the checkered flag in a few laps' time.
Yes, he will, as he exits Quarry Corner, and he can look down and see, in reality, the race leader tantalisingly close, isn't he? But now that Chab's got past the 2 back marker Porsches, which was Harrison and Chalice, you kind of assume that he's now going to be able to just stretch his legs away from the 16 BMW of Wells now. But it's, he's got to be pleased to have himself in strike distance there, bearing in mind that it is a different class car.
Different class car, and of course, he's driven solo as well, and you can't underestimate as to how tough that is on a day like this, at a circuit like this as well, where you've really got to concentrate and be on it, because you make one small mistake and the consequences can be quite large at Castle Combe. And hot weather, yeah, it's going to be tough, isn't it? Whereas for Charles Hyde Andrews Bird, he was relatively fresh 20 minutes ago when he stepped in. So over the start-finish line, round through Folly, up Avon Rise, and to you for the final time.
Yeah, bearing in mind, there's Chab also previously used to run his own spin studio in the centre of Bath, and he still does cycling and everything as well. So he's going to make us ill by not even breaking a sweat by the time we see him, I bet you. But here he comes for that final time in towards the S's. He's got some back markers ahead of him, one of those being the recovering Noble of Kevin Jones that's about to get past the 73 BMW. I don't think he's going to bother to even close in because he doesn't need to in reality. The Nathan Wells BMW, number 16, has got past Chalice, the Arapac Porsche. I think that's about as far as he's likely to go by the time they get to you for the final time.
Yep, so the checkered flag is only 10 seconds away or so from coming out now, and we are going to see not quite a lights to flag victory for Kevin Bird and Charles Hyde Andrew Bird because of the squabbles that were going on with Doug Watson and Kevin Jones and everybody else that was involved, but it's been a clean run through in the end and an untroubled run as well. It is going to be Charles Hyde Andrews Bird and Kevin Bird that pick up the win in the Liqui Moly Slicks Series. Wait the arrival through and over the start-finish line of Nathan Wells, who finishes in second position, and Jamie Sturgis, great result from him. He might be a little way adrift of the leading pair, but to bring the Volkswagen Golf TCR spec car home in third position is an impressive result indeed from him. So over the start-finish line, we've also had Chris Everall, who is about to come through as well. We've had the Nick and Tom Cresswell car come through as well. That Ginetta was involved in some good little squabbling throughout the course of the race. The next car through is going to be John Jackson by the look of it, Dave Harvey. And there, finally we see Jamie Sturgis appearing into sight. So Jamie Sturgis just turns his way through Camp Corner for the final time. That's a third place car now to take the checkered flag. Flashes his lights, pleased as punch with that, and rightly so for Jamie Sturgis. That was a good old race from him. And then just the last few cars to take the checkered flag now will include the V8 engine Ginetta G55 of Chris Everall. And I think the last car to take the checkered flag is going to be the pole sitter Kevin Jones in the end at the wheel of the Noble. A case of, oh, what could have been with him, with that little bit of contact that he had, and also the fact that we had that off for him as well. And just to confirm, there was, even though he didn't take the checkered flag, there was a penalty still hanging over Doug Watson. So just to confirm the results, Kevin Bird and Charles Hyde Andrews Bird claimed the win by 5.5 seconds in the end from the car of Nathan Wells, who was there in second place, with Jamie Sturgis in the Volkswagen Golf in third. Chris Everall was fourth. Kevin Jones was there in fifth place, ahead of David Harrison in sixth, and the Cresswells, who were seventh. There were only 13 cars finished in the end. Problems for Doug Watson, problems for Dylan Popovich, and problems very early on in the race for Dave Griffin. But that was a busy old Liqui Moly Slicks Series race, and I'm hoping that the vast majority of those drivers now are pointing themselves in the general direction of Josh Barrett, who is going to have a quick chat to them and catch up about some of the fantastic racing action that we had in there, Chris Dawes, as well, but also some of the incidents that we had as well.
Yeah, just because they were big, posh, expensive cars didn't lessen the impact that they had on that race, did it? It was
good race though. Enjoyed that one.
Absolutely brilliant. I mean, and if I hope people were sort of paying attention all the way down through that field, because there was all sorts going on everywhere you looked, wasn't it? And we talked about the amazing eclectic mix of cars, and it genuinely was. And another one with the strengths and weaknesses at different parts of the circuit, depending on which car you were in.
No, absolutely, yep. So we look forward to hopefully catching up with a driver or two. Remember, we've got plenty of racing action coming up, not just today, but over the course of the 2022 Championship season. Next race day action is the Castle Combe Race Carnival on the 6th of August, Saturday the 6th of August. Motorcycle Grand National Race Weekend is the 20th and 21st of August. And then, of course, we have our remaining Forge Action Day on the 3rd of September and the Rally Day as well on the 17th of September. So there's still plenty of action for you to come along and enjoy. And of course the Autumn Classic as well on the 24th of September as well. So you talk about eclectic mixes of cars, and as you know from experience, Chris, the Castle Combe Autumn Classic, 24th of September, that's going to have a great mixture.
So Mark, we're down here in the winners area with Chab. That was a busy old stint, wasn't it, with the cars around you?
Yeah, it was a good laugh, watching Kev and Doug having a bit, but there he is. Yeah, no, you always know where someone's gone too fast at the quarry. It was quite funny watching him go, but I'm glad his car's all right. I was a bit worried that he'd done something to it, but yeah, it's not, you got to be pretty lucky to drive on these things, and the big man asked me to drive with him, so yeah, I had a bit of a lose in qualifying, but we fixed it quickly, and yeah, it's all down to him really. It's not me at all.
But you enjoy driving the car nevertheless.
Oh mate, it's mega. It's just so fast. It's good. It's wicked.
Let's have a quick word with Kevin. We spoke to you earlier, and that's the result you were hoping for.
Oh, it's wonderful. Really pleased. Yeah, excellent. You drove brilliantly. First thing was good. We won. Nothing could be better. Fantastic. Thank you.
Well done. So that was our race winners. Charles Hyde Andrews Bird with his dad Kevin. Second place went to Nathan Wells. Nathan, P2 there for you, and not that far behind the winner in the end.
No, we're catching at the end. I think he struggled a bit with traffic, and I got a bit lucky with it. But yeah, I don't think realistically we have pace to catch him. I think he was probably managing the gap rather than actually going to give me a realistic chance. But yeah, really happy. Class win, P2. That's best result of the season for us. So really happy.
And all those drivers who were in front of you at the start are all local drivers. So they've done a lot of laps around here, as I guess you're a little bit more newer to the circuit.
My first lap's here on Thursday for testing. So yeah, I've gone straight and qualified today and had to get straight on the pace really. But yeah, it's a nice circuit. I enjoy it a lot. So, you know, this car always goes well where it's quick. So here, Fruxton, places like that, always goes well. So yeah.
And a really cool grid to be part of, some really nice cars out there.
Yeah, it is. You know, there's a nice variety, but the classes kind of keep it competitive with cars that are similar performance to your own. So yeah, it's a nice format, 40-minute races. You can share the drive, or you can do it yourself with a pit stop. I'd advise sharing the drive in weather like this, to be honest. But yeah, I was on my own today. But yeah, really happy.
And doing some more races, I think, today, are you?
Yeah, I'm out in New Millennium, so yeah, the car's not really set up for those tyres. I'm only fourth on the grid, and I've got a very tall first gear, so I'm not anticipating getting off the line too well either. So I've got a bit of work to do if I want to do as well in that one. But in theory, I should be up the sharp end, challenging for a podium, but it's going to be hard work.
Best of luck with that, and good luck cooling down over the next hour or so. If we go round this car, we can be able to get to Jamie, who finished in 3rd place behind the big GT car, P3. That's pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah, I was happy with that. It was one of those races where you just had to keep on going. At the start, I think I was keeping the Ferrari fairly honest, and then I could see the Ginettas behind me, and they had a little bit of a battle going on, and that was enabling a little bit of a gap. And then Dylan got clear, and then suddenly he was on me, and I was no answer for him up the straight. He came past me a couple of times, and I kind of made it back through the corner, through the apex at Quarry. But yeah, ultimately I had no answer for that kind of horsepower, and so I just kept on going, and you know, it panned out right in the end. It's
And is it fun being the fast car around the corners?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was. I mean, the temperature was ready to get to. Really felt the tyres drop off, and so Tower Corner in particular, loads and loads of understeer, and the lap times were just dropping away just on that one corner. And but there's nothing you can do. You just got to drive to the tyres by the end of a hot race like this.
Obviously, the next race you've got to get onto different tyres. Does that change everything again?
I think the road tyres will just feel like squirmy, overheated slicks. So hopefully the feel will be right. I just don't know what it's going to be like when I'm on hot road tyres. That's going to be awful, but we'll just drive around it. Everybody else is in the same boat, so yeah, we're just looking forward to a good race.
And I might see you back here later on in the weekend because you're in quite a few races.
Yeah, tomorrow as well, so it'll be fun.
Best of luck. So that's our top 3. Third was Jamie, third is second, Nathan Wells, and the race winners were Kevin Bird, with Charles Hyde, Andrew Bird, and more racing coming up next with Mark Werrell.
Thanks a lot, Josh. Yeah, so the last few course vehicles just heading off the circuit. And remember, you can also bring your car or bike on track here to Castle Combe as well. So take your car on circuit, £175. It's only £25 for additional drivers. They have to be sorted in advance as well. And it's an open pit lane format as well, so you can get out there and get plenty of laps in. So all dates are pretty fully booked at the moment, but do have a look at the circuit website, castlecombecircuit.co.uk, for details on that. And for bikes, you can take your own bike on track from £135. Remaining dates for bikes, I think, are the 4th of October and the 19th of October. For cars, we've got one date in August and a few in September and October. But again, you can either call 01249 782 417, choose option 3, or log on to the circuit website, castlecombecircuit.co.uk. So we will very shortly be having some more cars heading out onto the track. Our fantastic Castle Combe marshals, the Orange Army, are waiting for the cars to be released. And we're talking about temperatures, Chris Dawes, and how difficult it is for the drivers and their concentration. But the marshals today, you know, hats off to them. Well, don't take your hat off because it's too sunny, but we need to, because it must be unbelievably uncomfortable, and they've got to remain focused and concentrate all day as well.
Yeah, 100%, and I mean that was why earlier when we had the delay is that we didn't fully throw to an early lunch per se, but it was like, right, well, we've got that, throw it to an official 20-minute break so that the marshals can get out of the sun, they can get some water into them and everything like that.
Take your overalls off for a couple of minutes, tie them around your waist, yeah.
And, you know, and then the lunch break, you know, you might say, well, why wasn't that cut even shorter to get back on time? It's like, well, the recovery crews, the maintenance crews that, of course, sadly were incredibly busy heading into that lunch break, and I didn't, you know, possibly through it all, which meant it backfired a bit. And the medical crew sat in the medical cars and everything like that. You know, they need to sort of get recovered. So everybody doing an incredible job: recovery, rescue, maintenance, medical, and of course the mighty Orange Army that we are always blessed here at Castle Combe. Is such a hardened crew here that come here no matter what the weather.
I remember my occasional trips down to Castle Combe as a marshal as well back in the 1990s. We used to make an annual pilgrimage to one of the race meetings. It always involved either the Rover 216 GTIs or the Tomcats or the TVR Tuscans. We'd always come down for that. Yeah, great. So, yeah, we thank all of our marshals and officials, and in particular those that dealt with that incident just before the lunch break, which, again, you know, we're just waiting for news on Alex Falls. He's a little bit battered, that's absolutely for sure, but I'm sure he's going to be absolutely fine. And as we say, for the rest of the day, the cars are going to have to enter the circuit via a different route. So a tiny bit more clearing up, I think, is just being finalised. The last couple of course vehicles are just heading down pit road now.
I think they're still recovering the Seat TCR from up
Are
here.
they? Right.
I think, because it's, if you can remember, looking up the straight towards Quarry.
Right at the exit of Quarry, it
which
pulled
means
off, didn't it?
it's round the right behind the Farm Straight spectator banking, so all I can see is the front of a flatbed that looks like it's presumably going to do something. Tina Weston, one of our Orange Army today, and she's also the coordinator for one of our local championships as well, and she's replied to your comments and saying, yes, please, ice lollies, and done a very hot symbol, and yes, there's plenty of them. Incidentally, whilst I remember, by the way, I also wanted to add that comment a long time ago, sorry Jackie, but Jackie Jenkins. Yeah,
Jackie Jenkins this morning, that was, yeah.
Back again for the weekend.
I think she's opposite me. I think she's almost one of the final marshals posts.
Giving the sensible advice of stay hydrated. And also, a big one is that David and June DaCosta are here today. David DaCosta has been a driver and instructor and everything at the circuit for many a year. Not in brilliant health at the moment, but it's so good to see that they're here at Castle Combe. So welcome, guys. Sorry I missed you, but I just love it when we see here one of our old, forever presence still coming here to Castle Combe Circuit.
Yeah, fantastic place. Right, whistles are going, which means that we're about to get engines fired into life now.
You sure they're not wolf whistling you?
I would very much doubt that. Have you seen my legs? Wow.
Too much, Mark, too much. Too often.
You were right about the recovery of the Seat. Yeah, I could just see it coming through the S's now, so you should be able to see that, shouldn't you, from where you are? So that's on the back of the flatbed. So that was the subtle delay, but we do now have the next competitors about to head out onto the grid. Now, this is the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens that are heading back out onto circuit. This is for a second 40-minute race for them, but it is a separate race entirely, so you do enter it as a separate thing, and a lot of the drivers opted to enter race 1 and not race 2, unfortunately, and it was race 1 before the lunch break that was the shortened race, I'm afraid. So we haven't got as many in this one. Yes.
Just quickly, that 94 Seat, I know why that's on the flatbed. One of its tyres is completely delaminated on the front left.
Oh dear.
Well and truly delaminated. I'm not sure that you really have degrees of delamination, to be honest, but you know what I mean.
I do know what you mean. I do know what you mean. Yes, it's far more delaminated than other delaminations. Is that right?
I think you've delimited it well there,
does that mean there's more gubbins has come off the tyre?
No, we're not getting into gubbins yet.
No.
Right. Leave my technical prowess out of this.
So heading onto the grid then, we get the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens for their second race of the day. We were scheduled to have 9 cars in this race. And I'm just having a quick count up now. We have got 8 of them, and it is obvious why we have got 8 and not 9, and that is because the 9th car that should have started off the back of the grid was the number 31 car that Stephen Lansley was sharing with Alex Fors, and that was the car that had the incident at Camp Corner earlier, so it's not unsurprising that that car was damaged to a degree that it is not able to take the start. So we've got just 8 cars, I'm afraid, for this one, but based on some of the squabbles that were going on in the race earlier on, we've got some of the cars that were involved in those titanic battles. So I will guide you through the grid when they head off on their formation lap, which should just be in a few moments' time. Again, it's a 40-minute race. Again, we will have the pit window open after the first 10 minutes of the race. It will remain open for 15 minutes and will close for the final 15 minutes of the race. And during that pit window, for the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens, they come into the pit lane. They don't have to get out of the car and stand with feet on the ground and get back in like some of the other series have to do that we'll see over the course of this weekend. Because the multi-point roll cages on Caterhams, it's far easier and safer if you're not sharing the car. Just let the driver stay inside the car. The engine can stay running as well, or you can turn it off depending on what you want to do with heat soak on a day like this. However, if you're sharing the car, and 2 cars out there are scheduled to be shared, but of course one of them is now subsequently withdrawn, then you do swap over. But the car has to be from pit lane into pit lane out in that period of the pit lane area for 1.5 minutes is the way the regulations are written for the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens. So the final few course vehicles just making their way into the pit lane now. Off they go on their formation lap. Let me guide you through the grid then and the way that they will line up for this second Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens race. Number 81, Johnny Pittard, starts from pole position, and alongside him is the first of the 2 white and day-glow orange Boss Racing prepared cars. It's the number 91 car of Colin Watson, 81 and 91, because this grid is formed based on the finishing positions from earlier on. Row 2 of the grid, number 93, Robert Singleton, who was going well in the race but had a puncture earlier on, sits alongside 188, which is Robert Forsdyke, 93 and 188 on row number 2. Row 3 of the grid is 172, Robert Cooper, and car number 50, which is Chris Biglin, 172 and 50 on row 3. And row 4, the final row of the grid, is 114, Alex Harbour, and car number 54, which has now had a change of starting driver. It's now Simon Lanyon that will start that number 54 car from the tail end of the grid, and that's probably, Chris, I think different to what you were originally expecting as a starting driver.
But I got the update.
You did, right? Okay,
thanks, mate. Thank you. Yes, I did. I mean, this will be interesting, won't it? Because Robert Singleton starting on 3rd place in the second as they circulate on this warm-up lap of the pair of white and day-glow orange Caterhams. Obviously he had that puncture, and we think it was possibly a slow puncture from the early stage, hence it was not handling at its best. Well, he's hoping to put that behind him. He starts on that 2nd row, and you kind of think, well, if he's got it handling well, he could get himself up there challenging Mr. Pittard.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, he was almost pointing the finger at himself saying it's probably me just using too much curb that caused it, but they were going to look into that and see as to whether that was the case or not. And we know what happened to Johnny Pittard in the first race as well, that he started that from pole, lights went out, and he got the most awful start, didn't he, and ended up down in 3rd position, and it was lap 4 before he'd finally sort of got himself to where he needed to be. So Johnny Pittard will be hoping from pole this time he can convert it into a half-decent race lead, which he was certainly not able to do in race 1, was he?
No, and I got the impression that he wasn't expecting it to be any different, because it's a common trait of his, he claims.
Yeah, it's his Achilles heel,
yes.
But at least you get it out of the way early in the race and you can recover from it. If you do it on the last lap, yeah.
And I appreciate when they do that, because it makes it even more exciting,
It makes
watching them come through.
Yeah, from a neutral point of view, it's good fun. So colours then, it's the black and the gold car for Johnny Pittard that will start from pole position. It's white and orange for the number 91 of Colin Watson alongside. Same livery for the number 93 car of Robert Singleton, white and orange. And Robert Forsdyke, it is white and black for the 188 car on row number 2. Row 3, it's sort of metallic red and black for Robert Cooper alongside silver and black, but it's got the odd little yellow flash on it, Chris Biglin's number 50 car. On row 4 of the grid, it's 114, blue and white for Alex Harbour, alongside sort of a blue and black number 54 car in the hands of Simon Lanyon. And that gives you the coloration for the 8 cars that we've got out there for this second Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens race here. Such a shame that we've not got the same number in this race as we had for the one earlier on today. So 5-second board is being held aloft. The red lights will begin to come on as the switch is flicked. So on comes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 red lights are on. The revs begin to rise. And when the lights go out now, it's another terrible start from Johnny Pittard, who's down to 4th position already. He's been picked off by the 2 Boss Racing cars of both Colin Watson and Robert Singleton, and also by Robert Forsdyke as well, who's got himself up into 3rd position in the early stages of this one, but he's back down into 4th again already as Pittard now starts to make a little bit of inroads, and he might actually be back up to 2nd by the time they get to Quarry. Yes, he is. So from pole to 4th to 2nd, all within the space of, what, 400 yards?
We had no idea he was going to do that. Here he comes. They come down towards the S's. Oh, he's back down to 3rd again, because one of the pair of the white and Dayglow orange cars has just managed to muscle his way back up into 2nd. I'm just pausing to see. Right, it's the 91 car of Watson just ahead of 93, but not for long, because Singleton's trying to get himself alongside, and he's going to have himself on the inside for Tower Corner. The problem is I'm not going to be able to tell whether he's actually done it. I think he has.
He has, yeah. Yeah, he's through. Yeah, the number 93 car of Robert Singleton is through, and ahead of his teammate Colin Watson, who's dropped down into 2nd position. They've got themselves into sort of 2 batches of 4 at the moment, because we've got the Group 2 cars with far more power pulling away from the slower Group 1 cars that have substantively less power, such as the way the regulations are written for the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens. So the leading 4 over the start-finish line. It's a Boss 1, 2, 3 at the moment. So it is going to be Robert Singleton from Colin Watson, from Jonathan Pittard, 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Robert Forsdyke sits there in 4th. And 5th at the moment, it's number 50, Chris Biglin, that sits there in 5th place, but he's under attacks from the blue car of Alex Harbour. So, yeah, good little squabble going on for 5th backwards as well.
Yes, that's the beauty of Caterham racing, isn't it? You're always guaranteed there's going to be scraps going on somewhere, and slipstream heaven, and we've got surely not a challenge into the S's. It's pushed our leader very deep into that corner, and he was just scrabbling like a dog trying to change direction on a kitchen floor as he went through the S's there, and it's the 91 of Watson that gets back up into the lead there, just frankly by hustling a mistake out of Singleton that time, and he did fall for it, which I'm sure he's going to be frustrated about. Pittard back on contact with the 2 of them as well now.
Yeah, so it's just Robert Forsdyke that's just falling away a little bit from those. So the leading 3 head through bobbies and start to accelerate their way up towards the end of lap number 2 this time through. So up towards Camp Corner very shortly there will come. It is Colin Watson that leads, Robert Singleton in second place, the two very similarly liveried cars. Then it's Johnny Pittard who's there in third place with the best seat in the house at the moment, watching everything unfold ahead of him. And Robert Forsyth isn't too far away, still in fourth place. But are we going to have a change for the lead again? Because the two Boss Racing cars were looking to slipstream each other, and Johnny Pittard wants in on the mix as well as they head up towards the braking area for Quarry. However, the order still remains the same.
Yeah, for how long though? Because Pittard's the one that's banged in the fastest lap of the race thus far. Albeit very early, admittedly, but the top three are starting to break away from Forsdyke at the moment. So it's going to be this focused three-car fight. 91 Watson had the lead across the line. Is it still? Yes, it is the 91 that has the nod at the moment. Slightly different lines there through Old Paddock, which was a great exit from the 93 Singleton in second place. And that's why you've got suddenly Watson going very defensive down towards Tower to try and keep his teammate behind him.
Yeah, absolutely. The two of them together as they went round through Tower and pretty much nose to tail as they head round through Bobby's this time through, with Christian Pittard absolutely with them as well. Now they're all going to pick up the toe from each other as they head down the Dean Straight and up towards Camp Corner. Are we going to see a change for the lead? Well, Robert Singleton's trying around the outside at Camp Corner and he's going to make it stick. Yeah, he was on the outside line on the approach, snuck his way through and picks up the lead of the race. So might look the same, but they have swapped those two cars. It's the number 93 car that is leading the way. Colin Watson, though, is looking to try and re-attack as they head up Avon Rise this time through, and he's going for the inside line on the run in towards Quarry. Can he make it stick? No, Robert Singleton just gets it covered off.
So it helps if I turn the microphone on again and get excited on air. But here they come down towards us. The two of them are full, and I thought we were getting a challenge then as we got in towards the S's, but not quite. And as they go, if you go defensive into the S's, so it's the 93 Singleton that has managed to slightly stretch his legs this time, but if you go in a bit too deep, you are just scrabbling to keep it on the tarmac on the exit of the S's, and it can compromise you all the way through Old Paddock down towards Tower, but we've got away with that one.
Yeah, just about got away with it. So we've got 35 minutes of the race still to go. There's at least another 5 minutes before the pit window even opens. Jonathan Pittard having fallen away from the two cars from Boss Racing that are in the similarly livery ahead of him. It is still a Boss Racing 1, 2, 3, because I'm sure Boss prepare Johnny Pittard's car, and fastest lap of the race that time through for Robert Singleton, a 1:10.1. Now, the fastest lap that we had in the race earlier on was down into the 1:08, so we're still, you know, best part of 1 3/4 seconds shy of the fastest laps earlier. But of course, it's got even warmer since then, Chris. Ambient temperature even warmer. You could see again then Robert Singleton's car sliding around as he came through Quarry.
Yeah, which he's going to start getting that deja vu if he's not careful. He's going to start getting that deja vu if he's not careful. See what I did there? As they come in towards Old Paddock here, it's obviously getting to my head as well, Mark. Sorry about that. 93 Singleton. He didn't look too bad through this section, and I say that because if you remember in race 1, that was where I first started really seeing it, is through Old Paddock, as it was sort of like constantly wagging itself around the fast corner. But he's under huge pressure.
Yeah, he is, absolutely, because despite everything that he's trying to do to try and build a little advantage between himself and his teammate, Colin Watson is thinking, absolutely, you're not getting away from me. I'm going to stick like glue to your back bumper as much as I possibly can. And also Johnny Pittard now has started to close in a little bit more as well. So it's still 3 for the lead of the race. Top 3 were covered by exactly 1 3/4 seconds last time over the start-finish line. This time they're covered by less than 1 1/4 seconds. So the gap has closed up between them all, and Johnny Pittard now is in full attack mode as they head up Avon Rise. He's just too far away though to sneak through and up into second when they get towards Quarry.
Yeah, it's an interesting dichotomy for them really, is that do they bother to really make a challenge at this early stage when they know how hot it is, how damaging it is to their tyres, how difficult it is for them physically. You know, it's a full 40-minute race, they've got a pit stop to serve and all of that sort of stuff. Do they just posture like normal Caterham races and make it the fastest game of chess, frankly, by the time we get to the end? But I don't know, I think these guys just like they're racing a little bit too much to be able to sit in the slipstream. And yes, we suddenly saw Watson, the 91 car, just putting himself up the inside a little bit to show his nose, not making the move, but certainly putting some pressure on.
And Robert Singleton's car starting to move around again then round through Tower. Really, you know, because it is a very fast clockwise circuit, so you're really loading up that left-hand side of the car, and it doesn't take much in these conditions for the tyres to just get a bit too warm. And I think maybe, yeah, Robert Singleton now is just starting to have that tyre go away from him again, so maybe easing his pace for a couple of laps just to bring it back in the sweet spot. But I don't think he's having any of that, because he's just posted his best individual lap of the race so far. 1 minute 10.046. The top two covered by 0.6 of a second, the top three covered by 1.9.
Well, actually, this time round Quarry Corner as they exit, I was worried that we'd lost Pittard for a second there, and certainly as he came across the line, it was a minute and a quarter, so he's the one that's dropped away from these two. I wonder whether they're sort of almost attempting a degree of working together, but officially they're all boss racing, aren't they, according to the notes, so that wouldn't necessarily compute, but the identical liveries sort of make it look like they are trying desperately to work together, get that slipstream and leave Pittard in their wake, but I'm not sure. He's going to come back at some point, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely, he will come back, and by the look of things at the moment, it's just the two similarly liveried cars that are up for the fight at the moment, and I think Johnny Pittard is just, yeah, sticking with them as much as he possibly can. Further down through the order, we've also still got some great fights going on as well. Simon Lanyon might be circulating in last position, but he's got Chris Biglin right ahead of him, and then Chris Biglin has also got, I think, is that Robert Cooper just up the road from him? So that's a good little fight for 6th, 7th and 8th place. It's also well worth watching, I think.
Yeah, that came into the S's just as you were talking about it. The 50 and 54 cars of Biglin and Lanyon were going at each other. In fact, Lanyon's going to make a move down towards Tower. So it's what we said, isn't it? Everywhere in a field of Caterham racing in particular, you're going to have fights. And coming into the S's is our leaders now. And again, slightly different lines to try and force a move, force a mistake. And it nearly worked there as they both took very different lines, but Singleton 93 still wrestles it round the corners there to make sure he's in the lead. Pittard has indeed, as suspected, already closed in, and that was with a fastest lap of the race again last time. He seems to do that, doesn't he? He just drops away a little bit, then bangs in another fastest lap of the race, takes a breather, goes again.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, and that's the right thing to do. Just let everything cool off for a lap or so. You know, you're not putting as much stress through the tyres, the drivetrain, the engines not working as hard because maybe you're changing gear that little bit earlier. So, and then you can attack again. And we also had a good little attack as number 54 Simon Lanyon tried to dive up the inside of Chris Biglin coming in towards Camp Corner, but Chris just about got it covered off. So it is still Simon Lanyon that remains there in last position at the moment, but he's got his hands full. So the lead trio are just heading back towards you, so up towards the braking area for Quarry Corner, whilst those other fights that we're talking about will be heading round through Tower, I think, at the moment.
Just coming past me actually at Old Paddock as I look towards Quarry Corner. They're getting very close to this button, and again we've got the slightly different lines as they get into and through the S's there. I'm going to throw out the theory they're working together with the fact that they are putting so much pressure. This time round Old Paddock, the 93 car of Singleton definitely looked a bit more ragged. Possibly not quite so extreme as we had in the earlier race. It looked more like Caterham drifting, if you know what I mean, that we get more often than not. But is it just getting that little bit looser for him?
It certainly looks as though it's twitching a little bit more, that race leading Caterham, than it was just 2 or 3 laps ago. We've got our first pit stopper coming in. Looked as though it's number 50 Chris Biglin that dived for the pit lane, so at least that is one back marker car that our race leaders are not going to have to worry about over the course of the next couple of laps. So they work their way over the start finish line. Pit window, just remember, is now open, so that's why Chris Biglin has come in. It is Robert Singleton that leads the way by 0.4 of a second from his Boss Racing teammate Colin Watson, who has only got 0.7 of a second between himself and Johnny Pittard that sits behind as they head through Quarry.
Yep, they're now on to the to this straight between Quarry and the S's, and they can see these back markers ahead of them. And again, they take these slightly different lines into and through the S's, but they kind of are making it work. Pittard now has closed in quite dramatically on the back of Watson, the 91 car there. But as they get back on the power again out of Old Paddock and down towards Tower, it just sort of spreads out enough that nobody needs to go defensive through here. It looks like they do still take differing lines through Tower as well, but it just feels like posturing. Something big's going to happen soon.
We'll have to wait and see. Remember, they've all got to come into the pits as well at some point, and they're all going to pit on the same lap. They've got more traffic up the road they'll need to deal with this time, and that'll be Simon Lanyon's car, which I think they're just going to meet after they come out of Camp Corner. Another big twitch in the middle of Camp Corner for Robert Singleton that time through. That car is starting to become, I'm not going to say a handful, but is starting to react differently now to the input of the driver compared to what it was doing earlier on in the race, because he's certainly having to catch it with a bit of mid-corner oversteer and catch it with a bit of opposite lock. So we'll have to keep an eye on that, because it's not getting any better. It's certainly getting worse, I would say.
Yeah, it's interesting. At the moment, it kind of almost does look like he would be okay with it, but if it gets worse, or in fact this makes it worse, and he's really wrestled that round the exit of S's there to keep it on the tarmac, and that's put him firmly in the clutches of the 91 car of Watson. I also wonder, Mark, how much is he sort of almost feeling the ghost effects of what he had in that first race when it got wild like this, and then suddenly it turned into this puncture? Is he starting to feel it worse than it actually is?
Maybe, yeah, psychological, thinking that it's there again. He's got a similar issue. He was a bit untidy heading round through Bobby's that time through. Just the first right-hand aspect of it. We've got more cars up the road that they might need to deal with, as also Johnny Pittard looks to try and attack now to see whether he might be able to move through into second place, but on the running towards camp he was just too far away. So lead trio over the start-finish line. The traffic that they're going to catch is going to be car number 172, which is Rob Cooper, who is circulating in 5th place at the moment. Into the pit lane has come 188 Robert Forsdyke. Into the pit lane has also come 114 Alex Harbour that time through.
And I was just pausing for a second. I thought there was a green flag waving at Quarry, which we know that tends to come after yellow, but it wasn't. It must have been blue, just letting them know as the leaders came screaming through here in towards the S's. Now, hearing you say about the fact that he was struggling into Bobby's as well, very wild through old paddock, but he looked like he was showing off to some extent there, whereas it looks like the two chicanes that he really struggles with that change of direction from one side to the other, and it's sort of overloading the tyres to some extent, I think.
Yeah, I think it's just the tyres. The tyres are going away from him. Maybe his driving style, he's just leaning on them a little bit more. Maybe he opted to start with a slightly higher pressure than his teammate Colin Watson behind. We just don't know. There are questions for Josh Barrett to pose maybe at the end of the race if they remain in the top 3 places as they head all 3 of them back round through camp again. And yeah, big chunk of opposite lock again, just to try and keep the tail end of the race leading number 93 car in check. Of course, that slows his exit coming out of the corner, and now Colin Watson, his teammate, is fully alongside as they head up Avon Rise. He's looking for the inside line as they get towards Quarry, but he's not quite going to unlock the door to the lead of the race, or is he on the exit of the corner? No, not quite still.
And as they come down towards, it's so difficult to tell these two apart as they come towards me. That time they kind of stuck in a line, but actually that maybe is more to do with the fact that 91 Watson knew he wasn't close enough to put a challenge on Singleton, and he had to make sure he was taking the fastest possible lines through the sequence of corners, because the black 81 car of Pittard is right with them, well and truly. Well, I say them because it has become 3, but for a little while it looked like it was Watson and Pittard in 2nd and 3rd that was the real focal point.
Rob Cooper comes into the pit lane, and with all of the drivers is taking a well-earned drink of water. It's great to see that even I think Rob doesn't really have much of a pit crew, but somebody else wandering up and offering him up some water. So important to keep hydrated, not just the drivers, but yourselves as spectators as well if you're here at the venue as well, and keep plastering on the sun cream as well. Over the start-finish line go the leading trio. 'Twas ever still Rob Singleton, Colin Watson, followed by Johnny Pittard. Christian is his brother, who's not in the entry list this weekend. The 3 of them are separated still by 9/10 of a second, the top 3. We haven't really had the shuffling in the order that we thought we might have.
No. By the way, we need to sort of keep an eye out. Apparently we need to select the driver of the race for race 4 onwards, just so we
yes.
know that. Yeah, got a reminder. And we've just got what happened there. It was the 2nd place 91 car of Watson just checked up as he came through the S's there, and I thought that it suddenly lost all power, but I can only assume that he missed a gear because it just sort of stalled, if you will, in the middle of the circuit, and he's about to get passed by Pittard, but what you're seeing is he's back up to speed again and trying to fight it off. That was weird. It was
really weird, and Johnny Pittard is looking to try and see whether he can squeeze his way through, and I think he's just about done it there as they exited Bobby's. Yep, indeed. Through goes Johnny Pittard, the black car with the gold flashes to it, but the white, yellow crash helmet, and he does that he comes into the pit lane and Colin Watson follows him in all of a sudden. So we've got the top 3 in actually. So all 3 of them are in. Robert Singleton, Colin Watson, Johnny Pittard, all head for the pit lane. So that now means that there's only 1 car out there that hasn't pitted as yet, and that will be car number 54, which is the car that's still in the hands of Simon Lanyon. So that's the only car that remains still to pit. Have we got Josh down there in the pit lane?
Yeah, I was going to say, Mark, can see those 3 teammates making their way down. This time, Boss Racing have brought a load of tyres with them, just in case after that problem they had earlier. So they've got 5 spare tyres. Hopefully they won't be needed. And I suspect these 3 should leave the pits in a similar position to what they've just parked up now.
That's the theory, isn't it? If they all remain stationary for the requisite amount of time, then they should be all into the pits and out of the pits at exactly the same time. And it is, the Boss Racing crew going to work. All 3 of those cars prepared by Boss Racing down in the southeast of England. And looking forward to seeing how they get on. And who's going to come out with team honours and bragging rights?
Well, there's lots or looks at the moment to the back of Robert Singleton's car, the back left corner. Looks like it's dripped a bit of fluid, possibly. Not sure what that would be. The team were having a good look at that. They've stopped looking at it now, which hopefully means that they think all is okay. But the scrutineers are down here as well.
The gubbins are leaking, Mark.
They are. What they need to do is put some extra gubbins around the gubbins. More technical updates from Chris Dawes throughout the course of the afternoon. You can always see the flies as well splattered onto the front of the Dayglow yellow crash helmet of Johnny Pittard. Back out of the pit lane go all 3 of those cars that came in together. So a brief pause in proceedings. They can get back on with it again now. So as they all accelerate their way out of the pit lane, there's only 1 car still as yet to pit, and it just goes past me now, the number 54 car of Simon Lanyon that still needs to pit. But once they came in together, Chris, as they head up Avon Rise and towards Quarry, the gaps aren't quite the same.
Yeah, it's weird that, isn't it, really? And they're coming onto this straight now. Yeah, Pittard is ahead of Watson, but I think that happened just before.
Yeah.
And goodness me, Singleton is still really struggling to wrestle it through the S's there, and again looking fairly wild through Old Paddock. So even after that respite, it is still looking a bit ragged, to say the least. And yeah, I wonder whether, it doesn't look extreme enough to be fluid on the tyres, because that tends to be quite a dramatic let go if it was something like that.
Just an enthusiastic right foot, do you think?
It might be, with the tyres screaming foul play.
Well, it's certainly warm enough, that's the problem, isn't it? Fastest lap of the race is still with Johnny Pittard, a 1 minute 9.343 from Johnny. That was posted some laps ago now. Over the start-finish line, missed a gear there, did he? I wonder if I just heard a short missed gear there from Robert Singleton, but it didn't seem to halt his progress as he heads up Avon Rise on towards Quarry Corner. So top 3 are with you, but unfortunately, with those pit stops, they're all about 3.5 seconds away from each other.
Interesting. You are better off being cautious to make sure that you're better off being a second over than a second under, because that will be huge. Go on again, Singleton really wagging his tail there as he came through the S's. Looked a lot more on rails through Old Paddock this time round, but even just the left-hand kink as he goes down towards Tower, it even just looked like it wiggled on that part, and that's, a flat-out left kink. It's not a turn, so it does look a struggle for him.
Well, just having a quick look at the total pit stop times. They need to be in the pit lane area for 1 minute 30 seconds, and Johnny Pittard, 1 minute 30 seconds, 0.978 was his pit stop. He was closest to going the wrong side of the line, but that's perfect, isn't it?
I don't think you can do much better than that when you've not got all the technical electronic gubbins to help them work.
No, whereas Robert Singleton's, his pit stop was a 1 minute 32.6, so he left a bit of a change on the table there, didn't he?
Yeah, and that's where we've now got this, it's just sort of massively spread out, is that yes, we say you're better off going cautious, but you can see how it's sort of spread itself out. Goodness me, again, Singleton just leaning on that tyre through there. It's not slowing him up, Marco, is it?
I think it's his driving style. I think it's his driving style. A very, relieved Simon Lanyon has just got out of the number 54 car. It was literally half the race that he did as his stint, and I'm sure we'll be grabbing a quick word with him as well before too much longer, because he'll be pointing himself in the direction, I'm sure, of Josh Barrett. But for Robert Singleton, leading the way, 3.6 seconds to the good from Johnny Pittard, just threading their way through bobbies onto Westway in the Dean Straight and about to complete a further lap before too much longer. Still remaining on the lead lap is Robert Forsdyke, but for not much longer, I don't think, the number 188 car running around there in 4th place. And Josh Barrett has some news from the pit lane.
Yeah, I'm caught at catching up with Simon Lanyon. Simon, how was your stint?
How would? My stint slightly lonely on my own, but I haven't driven it much this year, so it's been an opportunity just to feel again. So I very much enjoy it, and it was great, lovely. That's my brother's got to take over now and do his bit.
And not nice to have the fat family thing to go racing together.
Yes, it's absolutely brilliant. We love it. He does all the work. I just turn up and drive.
That's the nice bit, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Tell us a bit about the car.
Well, it's a K-Series 1800, and we've had it since 1999 or something. So it's been slightly overtaken, but we have spent a bit of money on it this year, but we haven't quite learned how to drive it since it's been upgraded, unfortunately. So we could be doing a lot better, but we aren't.
So what have you done to it since last year?
Oh, well, it's had what has it done? It's had some, breathed over the engine a bit to give it a little bit more power. It's gone from, 204 to 224, so it's a little bit extra power there. So, but we still have got problems with the pedals. So
you've had the car for 20 years, you've been racing all that time with that car?
Yeah, we did have 3 at one point, but we've only ever raced 2 against each other, and that was fun. We still got the other one, but it's now a road car. So.
Like this circuit, a good circuit to drive it round?
Yes, it's a fun circuit, but unfortunately we haven't got quite enough of a field to make it much of a race, which is what it's all about, really. But I've had a lot of fun, no problem.
Pleased to hear it. Thanks for catching up. So that's Simon Lanyon, the one person to get out of the car. Everybody else on circuit, Mark.
Yep, everybody else is a single driver, so that's the only driver we're going to get the opportunity to catch up with during the race now. A race which is still being led by the number 93 car of Robert Singleton.
Did you see him on the last lap on the stream coverage that you've got over there, Mark? I nearly dived away from the window here. It was absolutely wild as he was sort of hell-bent on getting past the back marker as quick as possible. As he came out of Old Paddock, it was twitchy as heck.
Well, the problem is he looks like he's been driving it on the ragged ledge lap after lap after lap, and he's clearly just comfortable with what it's doing. It must be very predictable.
He got the fastest lap 2 laps ago, didn't he, of the race?
Yeah, 1 minute 9.038, yeah. So he's clearly happy that what it's doing is not too detrimental to either him or the car, or is risking him firing it off if it catches him out. So it must be a very unusual thing it's doing, but he understands it. So Robert Singleton leading by 4.4 seconds, and it doesn't look as though Johnny Pittard has got any response at all at the moment in the number 81 car, has he?
No, and when you consider that he was our pole sitter for this race, and he's just not really able to respond. He's not far off in terms of lap times. There's probably only about a 10th in it on a lap-by-lap basis, but of course the damage was done during those pit stops, and there's just too much of a margin to get back. There's nothing that he can do in terms of slipstream. Same as in 3rd place, 91 Watson. I'm still wondering if whatever that issue when he came out of the S's, where it just suddenly seemed to stop in the middle of the track and then get going again, it looks like there's an issue still there. He's down in the 112s now, isn't he?
Yes, he is, yeah, so his lap times have really dropped away. Colin Watson was doing 1 minute 9s, 1 minute 9.877 being his best. He's now 1 minute 12s all of the time, so don't think all is quite as was at the beginning of the race on board the number 91 car, but it's still there in 3rd place, and reasonably comfortably there in 3rd place as well, Colin Watson, because Robert Forsdyke is a long way drift in 4th place. We've still got some fights out on circuit though, and Rob Cooper and Alex Harbour seem to have found themselves together. They're just heading in towards the S's at the moment, aren't they? The metallic red car of Rob Cooper, the blue car with the white rollover hoop is being Alex Harbour.
Yeah, they are. They're just coming through in front of me in the distance. We see the leaders come as well, but the 172 of Cooper just about holding Harbour off. In fact, I almost got the impression he took that position, which means it would have changed a couple of times since the start-finish line, which I wouldn't discount being a possibility, in all honesty.
And that's for the lead of the class as well, Class C, which is for cars with power output between 141 and 152 brake.
It's very technical.
So even more to play for there, isn't it? 5th and 6th, but the class lead. And those are the 2 cars that are just heading up towards Camp Corner now.
And I see the Lanyon cars come back in.
It is, yeah, it's back in, I'm afraid. So Mark Lanyon didn't get long behind the wheel before he's had to bring the car back in. Over the start-finish line goes that squabble I was talking about, with Alex Harbour looking to try and put the metallic red car of Rob Cooper under pressure. They'll just be heading up towards the braking area for Quarry Corner now. with very shortly the race leader, Robert Singleton, bearing down on them as well, because he's only a matter of, what, a few seconds behind, about to put a lap on them.
He is now, and which of course going to make it interesting for this Class C battle as he then gets to go through them. If Harbour's got any sense, he'll sort of latch onto the back of our leader Singleton as he lets him past and tries to get dragged past his rival there, the 172 car of Cooper. Oh, and again, very rear end happy as through old Paddock was our leader. Just kept turning towards the infield and then got it back under control. Is he getting past? He's not past the back markers yet as they go through Tower.
No, he's not past the back markers yet, but he's got plenty of time to work his way past them now. So he works his way through and ahead of Alex Harbour's car. That's before the run in towards Bobby's corner. He's going to pick off Robert Singleton's, Robert Cooper's car after the Bobby's and is safely through by the time they get towards the braking area for Camp Corner. By the way, the car that came into the pit lane, Mark Lanyon's bonnet was off it. Bonnet's being put back on. Mark remains behind the wheel. They're going to give it a push start, and I think he's going to join back in the race. So we thought we might have lost one. I think we might be back to the full complement again.
Yeah, and it's especially with what they're saying is they've got these new changes. They're still getting to grips with those changes. Get that seat time out there, and we appreciate it as well. And leader coming down towards the S's now, and Pittard's got past those two back markers nice and cleanly on the straight between Quarry and the S's, and whether that's enabled him to close in a little bit, certainly did last time round, and I don't think Pittard got particularly held up by them, so it could bring him a bit closer, but the problem is the margin is well over 3.5 seconds, and what have we got left? Well, still 11 3/4 minutes.
Yeah, it's plenty of time. He was 3/4 of a second quicker on the previous lap, Johnny Pittard, as he closed in on the race advantage that Robert Singleton has built up. By the way, Mark Lanyon did make it back out of the pit lane, but his car was not going up full race pace up to Avon Rise and towards Quarry, so
and he's still slow here. So.
Yeah, I think he's going to be destined for the pits again, I'm afraid. So over the start-finish line comes our race leader, Robert Singleton, leading the way at this stage. Back down into the 1:09 again that time through, so he's pushing hard. What's the relative gap between himself and Johnny Pittard? It's 3.8 seconds, so it came down by 7/10 on the lap prior. It's gone back out by 2/10 that time through, so Johnny Pittard is going to have to find anything else he's got in reserve. He needs to throw it now, doesn't he, at trying to close up that gap, because with 11 minutes to go, he's got to keep pushing.
The Lanyon 54 car has indeed stopped here on the sort of the outside of Old Paddock entry, so he's going to get pushed out through the gap, nicely out of the way. Don't even need yellows the way he's got himself nicely out of the way. It's a great job done there in sorry circumstances. Leaders go through. Singleton 93 still in the lead. I did say watch out for him, and he just needs to make sure that he can leave enough life in those tyres that he's punishing hard to get into the end of the race now.
Yep, so through Bobby's has gone our race leader. A few seconds later, Johnny Pittard wiggles his way through the right and the left, and then heads through Westway, but up towards the conclusion of lap number 24, and on to lap number 25 comes our race leader with now just a quarter of the race to go. Through goes Robert Singleton. In the 1:09 still again that time through, but for Johnny Pittard, he's just popped in his best individual lap of the race, a 1:09.3, and that is 4/10 quicker than the race leader again. So the gap is ebbing and flowing between the pair of them. We've still got that good fight going on for 5th and 6th as well, which is Robert Cooper, who can't shake away Alex Harbour for 5th and 6th, and that, remember, is also for the lead of Class C.
Yeah, and I was watching that the last couple of laps, and there's not really the big challenges by Harbour at the moment, and I wonder whether he's just kind of gone, well, hang on, I don't need to do it now, that would make me the target, so let's just sit here until we get to the fighty end of this race, which is still 9.5 minutes left to go, and I think he's just biding his time to still try to make a move. Doesn't mean he'll get it done, but you've got to be in it to win it, and he's definitely in the pound seats to be able to lunge at some point before the end of the race.
So, yeah, maybe he's just keeping his powder dry for the moment and doesn't want to show his hand, because, you know, if he tries it and it doesn't work, then, you know, you've again got to try and find somewhere else where you might be able to outfox the driver ahead and squeeze your way through. So 25 laps now completed for Robert Singleton. Is he getting the hurry up based on the fact that Johnny Pittard was closing behind? No, he's not getting the hurry up, because he's lost another 6/10 of a second that time through. The lead advantage is down to 2.8 seconds as they head into the braking area at Quarry.
Interesting, yeah, and you can certainly see how close that is as they come out of Quarry Corner. Pittard, you know, he's going to get that extra boost, isn't he, when he sees that margin is coming down. Oh, and very wild again there from Singleton. But so I was going to keep an eye on that to see whether he just sort of tamed it down a little bit. The answer was definitely no as he came through the S's. He was still going full ball through that section. So he's, are we going to see him sort of just stretch it out a little bit, or is it no, even driving at full pelt like that, it's not working for him anymore?
Fantastic change of direction as you see these cars heading through the right and left flicks of bobbies. The cars doing exactly what the drivers are expecting them to do. At that point of the circuit, there was no sort of gathering up any moments from Robert Singleton. He seems to have come round Camp Corner the last few laps a lot smoother as well, as though maybe during that pit stop when they dropped out a little bit of the tyre pressures, it sort of worked a little bit. But Johnny Pittard that time through is pushing hard in second place. Another new fastest lap of the race overall from him, 1:08.837. He brings the gap down now to just 2 seconds as they head round Quarry Corner on lap 27.
Wowzers, yes, they come down the straight towards us. It's still not in the position to be able to really even sort of pretend that he's going to make a move yet. He's not going to be putting undue pressure on our leader, but our leader's putting some pressure on himself. And again, as he's having to keep correcting it through old Paddock there, as he did on the exit of the S's as well. And all of a sudden, I'm just wondering whether he has overdone it a bit, because although he's still looking that sort of wonderfully fast raggedness, which we seem to be seeing from Singleton, it looked like he's having to soar away at the wheel now instead of letting it drift.
I think that's because he's now under that little bit more pressure, so he's probably pushing that little bit more, and the car's saying, I don't quite like it now. I'm just getting beyond that point where the car's happy with the grip ball, the tyres are happy with the levels of grip that are available. So they're about to come through and sort another lap through. So what's that, 6 3/4 minutes of the race still remaining. The lead advantage just above a second that time through, and again Johnny Pittard in the 1:08, and again 9/10 of a second quicker than the race leader could muster.
Wow, and with that being a second, that would mean that coming down towards you is that he'll be in the position to maybe make a lunge. He's certainly within that DRS zone, isn't he? With less than a second between them, I'd say. Now, as they come through, and again, what are we going to see? Singleton was a lot more measured through the S's that time. And I would say the same through old Paddock there, as we just watched him try to take a nice, smooth line. And I'm picking up what you were saying earlier, where he was trying that little bit harder, and he's maybe gone, that's not quickest for me. But, I don't know, it looks like he's very vulnerable now, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. I think the sweat will be definitely falling from his brow now, not just because he's been pushing hard for 40 minutes in intense heat, but he'll be feeling the pinch a little bit from Johnny Pittard, who hasn't as yet had an opportunity to try and work his way through. He's not going to get it this time at Camp Corner. And again, you can just see Robert Singleton a little bit sideways mid-corner, which slows his exit speed, and that's all that Johnny Pittard needs. Now he's looking for the inside line as they head round through Folly. He draws himself alongside and ahead of Robert Singleton and picks up the lead of the race, and that was all to do with that sort of mid-corner wiggle again from Robert Singleton, where the car didn't like it. It compromised his exit speed, and he's lost the lead.
Yeah, and I think that's the key description, Mark, isn't it? It's a wiggle now, whereas before it'd be like the rear end would come out, he'd drift it round, and then he'd get it collected back up again, whereas now it's going side to side. And now he spins. He spun on the exit of the S's there. We've seen him lean on it sort of every single lap, and I think in the end the tyres just went, no, I'm not stopping there, and it kept pirouetting him round. No problem. It was a nice steady pirouette. He's got going again, but that margin's huge now.
It is, yeah. So it looked as though it was all looking comfortable, wasn't it, for Robert Singleton when he built up the best part of a 3, 4, 5 second lead over Johnny Pittard. But Johnny Pittard had just been chipping and chipping and chipping away at it, building the pressure on Robert Singleton's shoulders, snuck his way through, and then there was finally that mistake from Robert Singleton, which now hands our race leader, our new race leader, Johnny Pittard, an enormous lead this time as he comes over the start-finish line, and he knows it will be a reasonable lead because he's eased his pace substantively over the course of that lap. He circulated about 3 seconds slower than he has been doing in the race. So Johnny Pittard knows now that he could just stroke the car home. He'll be keeping an eye on his mirrors still, but he knows with 4 minutes to go that he's pretty much there, isn't he?
Yeah, and one thing that was standing out to me is if you consider at which point in this race each of these drivers did their fastest laps, i.e. bearing in mind Singleton with, well, it was more than half of the race gone, wasn't it? But it was a lot earlier that he suddenly was banging in the fastest lap of the race, whereas at this
late stage that Pittard's looked after his tyres and he's now gone, okay, I'm going to speed this one up now and take the lead.
Yeah, well, he's on lap number 30 at the moment, Johnny Pittard. He set his fastest lap on lap 26, and that remains the fastest lap of the race, 48 to 3.7, whereas for Robert Singleton, yeah, he's on lap number 30, but he did his on lap number 17 was his fastest lap, and his was still about a quarter of a second slower than Johnny Pittard. So I think you're right. I think it's looking after those tyres. Still keep an eye towards that fight that's going on at the back as well, because Robert Cooper and Alex Harbour are still together, squabbling over who wants to be first and second in Class C. Over the start-finish line goes Johnny Pittard. He's got to up his pace a little bit here, because Johnny Pittard now has eased off, thinking he's got a good advantage. 1 minute 14.4, but that's compared to Robert Singleton's 1 minute 10.3. So all of a sudden, there's only a 2.1 second lead again at first to second place. So it's not done and dusted yet, you know.
Interesting. Mind you, these boys do like to play.
I think they might want to make a race of it, yeah.
They do like to play. That's what these caterers are built for, let's be honest. This is for really close fighting and slipstreaming back and forth with each other as they come through Old Paddock now with 2.5 minutes left on the clock. It is, I mean, Pittard's not under pressure, but yeah, that piece of elastic is suddenly snapping back again, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I'd be interested to see what Johnny Pittard's lap time is this time through. Through and past me goes that fight we've been talking about. Number 172, Rob Cooper, still managing to keep at bay any aspirations that Alex Harbour has of sneaking his way through up into 5th place and taking the lead of Class C away from him. They're heading into the braking area for Quarry now, but Rob Cooper's got enough of a gap. As they head through Quarry, through Camp Corner comes what is the fight for first and second position, and Robert Singleton now is just 0.3 of a second shy of Johnny Pittard and is fully in the slipstream of him as they head up Avon Rise and in towards the braking area for Quarry. So we could have another change of overall lead with less than 2 minutes to go.
Yes, they are absolutely together, nose to tail as they go through. And is that a good exit from the second place car of Singleton? No, it was an optical illusion, although it is a slightly defensive line by Pittard, and it is alongside through the S's. Goodness me, he was on the outside of the right-hand, initial right-hand turn of the S's, made that stick as he got towards the apex, but Pittard's now got a good exit from through Old Paddock. That was almost as if Singleton moved himself out of the way. Now, with what we saw earlier, it could have been that he just got himself a little bit loose and had no choice because he's coming back at him through Tower.
Here they come, yes, almost side by side round through Tower, but Johnny Pittard still has his nose ahead as they head up towards Bobby's, and Robert Singleton breaks a little bit late, compromises his entry into Bobby's, which is going to slow his exit onto Westway and the Dean Straight, so he's not fully going to pick up enough slipstream as they head up towards Camp Corner, so he needs to get a good exit coming out of Camp Corner to get the tow as they head round through Folly and Avon Rise, and they will be heading on to their final lap of the race this time through, so through they'll go. Johnny Pittard leads the way by 0.5 of a second as they flick their way through Folly and head up Avon Rise for the final time. We've seen a few twists and turns in the tail over the course of the last few laps. Is there going to be a further twist in the tail as they head through Quarry for the final time?
Well, they're exiting Quarry at the moment, and it looks like they're going side by side, but it won't be, no, because it is still Pittard having to go defensive there. Are we going to see the sneaky move again? We certainly saw it being tried by Singleton. He wasn't able to get himself alongside by the time they got to the apex, so still Pittard just about has the nod through Old Paddock down towards Tower they go. They got back markers ahead of them. Are they going to come into play, or is it just going to be far enough? I've got a feeling this back marker is going to come into play.
It may well do. And again, Robert Singleton very sideways round through Tower, gathers it up, but then outbreaks himself through Bobby's and has to cut across the grass. And well, by the time he rejoins, Christian Pittard is already through and ahead. So he was pushing hard. He threw everything at it, Robert Singleton. I don't think the back marker, which is going to be Rob Cooper, is going to come into play, who finally got picked off by Alex Harbour, who has picked up Class C in the closing laps. But it is Johnny Pittard that comes through to claim the win in the second of our two Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens races, from Robert Singleton in second place, who threw everything at it, including the kitchen sink, but it just wasn't enough in the end as he went rally crossing through Bobby's on the final lap in his efforts to see whether he could pick up a further place and pick up the race win. It just wasn't to be. Chris Biglin's about to come through and take the checkered flag. He will finish off the lead lap down in 7th position in the end, Chris Biglin, 3 laps adrift of what was done by our race leaders in the end, but still a solid old race from him. And then the next car to take the checkered flag should be Colin Watson, who will come through and finish in 3rd place. But his car, as you say, went off the boil a little bit, and Colin never quite seemed to get the pace again after the pit stops that he had before it. So it was maybe a question to pose there as to what happened with him. Still more cars to take the checkered flag. We still need to get Robert Forsyth through to take the checkered flag, and also Alex Harbour, who needs a round of applause as well, because the number 114 car of Alex Harbour was fighting away for lap after lap after lap. And he looks as pleased as punch with that as he comes over the start-finish line, because he finally picked off Rob Cooper and picked up the win in Class C as well. So he will be pleased. And then there's just one more car to take the checkered flag, which will be Rob Cooper, who will be through very, very shortly. Because, of course, he just snuck through over the start-finish line before the race leader. So he might have had the cars that we wanted, Chris, and the same amount of them that we saw earlier on. But it's a good old race, and Johnny Pittard just managed it.
That's one of those things you can almost guarantee with Caterham racing, isn't it? They're always going to get up close and personal with each other at multiple points up and down through that grid, and they did not disappoint.
No, it was a great, great race. I think Rob Cooper is going to come into the pit lane rather than take the checkered flag, which is probably a shame for him, is he? Yeah, he's gone into the pit lane rather than take the checkered flag, so I don't think he is ultimately going to be classified as a finisher, which would be a bit of a shame, really, because he was so close to remaining a lap and a bit ahead of the race leader, but I think he maybe saw the checkered flag out of the corner of his eye and came in. So we should hopefully in a while be able to bring you some results for this one. Yeah, it's now got the checkered flag sign behind Rob Cooper's, so the marshals will be heading out onto track to do a bit more sweeping up in what is a intensely warm day here at Castle Combe, with the weather forecast due to get even warmer for tomorrow, and Monday, Tuesday it looks ridiculous. Johnny Pittard claims the win, just to confirm, with Robert Singleton just 1¼ seconds adrift in second place, and Colin Watson in third place was the last of the cars that was on the lead lap. Robert Forsyth was fourth. Alex Harbour had a great race to finish in fifth place and picked up a class win in the process. Chris Biglin was sixth and Rob Cooper was seventh, and of course we know of the retirement for Simon and Mark Lanyon out there on circuit. One quick notification I need to give you. You may see people wandering around with the British Heart Foundation, who are here as our charity for this weekend. British Heart Foundation, founded in 1961 by a group of medical professors. Of course, still lots of research being done into various heart conditions as well at many universities across the country, whether it be Cambridge, Edinburgh, Glasgow, Oxford, King's and Imperial in London as well. If you've got a bit of spare change, then if it's notes, that's fine. They would love those. But if it's coins that are slightly heavier in your pocket, then if you do see anybody from the British Heart Foundation with their collection tubs, please, please, please. We know it's hard times and the world's not quite back to normal yet, but please be as generous as you can. Hunt you down, though, to Josh, who's down there in Park Fermé to chat to the drivers.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. The three Bosch Racing cars are down here, and once again, it was Johnny that won. Johnny, that was particularly the first part of that race. All three of you were very close together.
It was very close together. I thought I'd just be happy with third and try and keep the tyres, because I thought it would all be about tyres in the last 20 minutes. And to be honest, the tyres were cooked early, and the whole race was management. So I never really felt I had a massive tyre advantage, but I tried to keep, I was happy in third until the pit stop. And then I just snuck ahead of Colin into the pits, and then it was about chasing Rob down, which took a long time, a lot longer than I thought, than I'd hoped. But yes, the first race result was rather cruelly taken away from me, so which would have been my first legitimate win in Mag 7s. So I'm hoping this one, I'll get to keep this one, and I have won in Mag 7s in this car with the Boss Racing prepared car. It's the best team in the business. If you want to go Caterham Racing, give Boss a call. Look at this, 1, 2, 3. Can't get any better than that.
Well done. At the, towards the end, you had your lap times went right off. Was that so you could have a race towards the end, or was that to cool the tyres down?
I thought that there was no one in my mirrors, so I thought there was no point in pushing and cooking the tyres, so I thought I'd back off for a bit. And then this snout appears at a rate of knots, and so I had to get back on it again, which is always hard actually when you slacken off a bit.
Let's go and have a word with Robert then. What happened there towards the end of spin? I think you had.
Yeah, so I was just chasing Johnny and got a little bit overexcited going into one of the chicanes, but thankfully he backed off and let me catch up again, give me another chance. But yeah, I overshot a chicane again on the last lap, so it was good fun. I was enjoying it. And we had a good battle with Colin as well in the early part of the race, so that was good. We had a little misfight to contend with, but no, it was all good. It's enjoyable. And a great result for the team. Yeah.
Let's have a word with Colin, who is there in third place. In the first part of the race, before the stops, you were able to keep with them.
Yeah, it was good the first part, but as soon as we come out of the pit stop, Rob sort of gapped us, and Johnny, we couldn't catch Johnny anyway, so that was really racing on my own really. But the first half was really good, yeah, so all good fun.
And an enjoyable day here at Combe?
Oh, very, it always is, yeah. Now it's time for a beer, I think.
Enjoy that, and I can see cars already heading out on track for the next race. We'll be back upstairs to Mark Werrell.
Thanks a lot. Yep, so the Coward Sport Tin Tops are just about to make their way out onto track here at Castle Combe for their solo race of the day. And this is also the first race in which we have some time penalties in the pit stops for us to worry about. Because if you win a previous Coward Sport Tin Tops race over the course of the season, then you hand yourself a penalty for the rest of the year. It's 30 seconds that you pick up, and if you were to win again, you pick up another 30 seconds and it becomes 60. Now that penalty applies to either the driver or the car, so it applies to both. So the car that lines up on pole position, which is Danny Cassar, won in a different car at Brands Hatch earlier on this year. Danny's in his own car today, but even though it was a different car, he won with Nigel Ainge on that occasion, and Nigel's in the field. Danny Cassar, as the driver, has the penalty, albeit he's in a different car, and Nigel Ainge has the penalty because it was his car that won it. So it is a great format, really, because it just means that the more you win, the less likely you are to win over the course of a Coward Sports Tin Tops Championship season. So I'll give you the grid very shortly once we've got all the cars assembled on there. These cars qualified this morning. Danny Cassar qualified in a time of a 1 minute 15.296, which was about a quarter of a second quicker than Adam Brown's Ford Fiesta. They do run in separate classes, so class structure is largely based on engine capacity, so 1.85 litres up to 2 litres multi-valve, and all turbo diesels sit in Class A. Class B caters for all 2 litre Renault Clios. Class C caters for all 2 litre Ford Fiestas, and then Class D is for 1800 to 2 litre cars if it's an 8-valve engine, but if it's multi-valve, it's 1700 to 1850, and therefore the Class D and Class E and Class F, again, you get smaller and smaller in terms of the engine capacities. All the cars have to have original engine and gearbox retained. The internals for those are free, but it has to be the original engine and gearbox. No sequential gearboxes as well, and all of the cars have to run on a controlled treaded tyre. There are no aerodynamics allowed other than original production aerodynamics. So if it's available from factory with a wing on, it can go on the car. If it wasn't available from factory with that wing on, you can't put it on. It's as simple as that. So the cars will be heading on to their formation lap very, very shortly, and as we just await the final few marshals just to get themselves out of harm's way, let's guide you through the grid then for this 40-minute race, and we'll tell you the pit stop times as well and the starting drivers. Car number 241, Danny Cassar, starts from pole position but has an extra 30 seconds to spend in the pits because of a win at Brands, and alongside is 56, Adam Brown, who's got an extra 30 seconds because of a win at Thruxton. Row 2 of the grid is car number 18, Tom Mensley, and number 42, that's started by Jonathan D. And row 3 of the grid is number 14, Steve Papworth, and 36, Alfie Jones. Row 4, number 17, is Justin Holloway, and car number 77, which is started by Lewis Alexander Williams in the indecently quick Citroen Saxo. And row 5 of the grid is number 15, Eric Bolton, and car number 234, which is James Wilson. Row 6 sees 49, Dave Hutchins, line up alongside 318, which is Richard Bethel. And row 7 of the grid is 34, Peter Parkin, and number 86, Nigel Ainge, who also has 30 seconds extra to spend in the pit lane as a result of a win at Brands Hatch. The next row of the grid, car number 113, that's the Renault Clio that Stephen Reynolds starts. He shares it with John Ridgeon. That car also has an extra 30 seconds to spend in the pit lane because they won on Sunday when we went to Anglesey in Wales. And alongside them is going to be number 76, which is the car that Joe Hathaway will start. Row 9 of the grid is 29, Tim Richmond, and 192, which is Cade Banks. Row 10 is 45, Alan Wiltshire, and 75, Steve Davey. Row 11 is number 40, David Sharp, and 21, which is Christopher Herwood. And then the next row of the grid is going to be row number 12, which is 420, Paul Clothier will start, alongside car number 32, which is started by Tom Hendry. Row 13 of the grid is 177, that's Catherine Henderson, starts at the wheel of the Ford Fiesta, alongside 810, John Baker. Number 41, Michael Peters, goes off the back of the grid. 27 cars, Chris, competitive field, Coward Sport Tin Tops. They're always good though, Tin Tops. It's one of the older series that the Classic Sports Car Club have. This was first introduced, 2005 was the first year that we saw Tin Tops, so it's been around a long time now.
It's a crowd favourite. I mean, sat up at Quarry Corner where my lovely wife, my daughter Lauren, and her boyfriend James, they're sat up at Quarry Corner. But as this lot arrive up there as one, it is a sight to behold, isn't it?
That's your wife, boyfriend, rather than your...
No. My daughter, my 10-year-old daughter.
No, I knew which one it was. So who's your money on then, Dawes?
I don't know. I mean, I'm interested. The D's may well go well in their Integra DC2. They've
really impressed with qualifying,
yeah. They've got some knowledge of this circuit. That could be really good. Danny Cassar and Adam Brown, you would expect, but they've got penalties, haven't they? So
yeah.
that's sort of really going to punish them.
I'm going to go Tom Mensley, I think, and that's only on the basis that the two cars ahead of him on the grid both have an extra 30 seconds to spend in the pit lane. Danny Cassar because of the Brands win, Adam Brown because of the Thruxton win. So we've got the final 2 or 3 rows just coming into position now. The little Alpha 33 of Tom Hendry comes to a halt. The Fiesta ST of Michael Peters comes to a halt at the tail end of the field. Red lights are about to come on, and then we will get the race underway. Danny Cassar in the Honda, Adam Brown in the Ford Fiesta, Tom Mensley in the Renault Clio, and then the slightly older Honda Integra of Jonathan D. Those are the front 2 rows of the grid. Lights go out, and it's a good start from Adam Brown. Danny Cassar is slower away and is going to drop to 3rd, maybe 4th place. So it's Adam Brown in the Ford Fiesta that leads the way. Tom Mensley looking for 2nd place, but Danny Cassar finally manages to hoist the Integra up into 2nd position, whilst he was briefly looking under pressure from the cars that were trying to squeeze their way through and past him, including Jonathan D's Honda Integra that had a good start, and I think he slotted himself through into 3rd position. So it's Adam Brown that leads, Danny Cassar in 2nd.
Yeah, the two of them have made a mini breakaway, and Adam Brown's going defensive as Danny Cassar just buzzing from one side of the circuit to the other, desperately trying to find a way. Jonathan D, Dad D, is behind the wheel to start with, sat there in 3rd position. The Rock Valley Automotive track car door cards. Run cars, I'm looking, Danny Cassar, he's trying desperately, and I love what Adam Brown's doing, is he's just keeping his car on a steady one line that's making all the work for the car behind him.
Yeah, well, Adam Brown, despite his fairly young shoulders, he's got plenty of racing experience as Adam Brown. Danny Cassar's been around the block a few times as well, and those two have broken away from Jonathan D that sits there in 3rd position. It's Tom Mensley in 4th. Alfie Jones in his lime green Honda looks as though he's there in 5th place, and 6th at the moment. That's the Peugeot of James Wilson that's there in 6th place, so that's been a really good start from him. He started the race in 10th position and is now running well and truly up through all the problems for Tom Mensley. Oh no, commentator's curse has struck. The man who I had down for the race win, limping his way over the start-finish line, and I'm sure that number 18 car will be heading into retirement.
Yeah, and these 77 cars dropping down the order. We've also got, with the leaders, I thought they were about to go side by side. They can't do anything here because they're going to come into a yellow flag zone as the 810 John Baker Renault Clio, the orange Clio, just pulled to a stop, just a mechanical issue, and has tucked itself out of the way. But the lead is coming through towards us. Danny Cassar there, chomping at the bit, trying to create a gap rather than just find a gap, because Adam Brown is just making that the widest Fiesta you've ever seen. And like I say, so calm the way he's doing it, and it's like he's got a wasp bugging him behind in the Integra there of Danny Cassar. He can't quite find the way, and I think he's just trying to hassle a mistake out of Adam. I'm not sure whether they exist, do they?
Well, I haven't seen many over the years, that's absolutely for sure. Lewis Alexander Williams into the pit lane at the wheel of the Citroën Saxo, so that is him done and dusted. Danny Cassar over the grass on the way out of Westwood. They're heading up towards Camp Corner, where there is an oil flag being displayed, a change of surface flag. And now Danny Cassar's trying on the outside at Camp Corner. He gets lent on, obviously, by Adam Brown, but good and fair driving by both of them. The car in 3rd place sets the fastest lap of the race on the first flying lap, but Danny Cassar with his nose ahead now of the Ford Fiesta as they head round through the King Cup Folly and start to head uphill in towards a braking area for Quarry Corner. Danny Cassar, has he picked up the lead of the race? Can Adam Brown fight back on the exit, the entrance to the corner? The answer is no. Danny Cassar now takes up the lead of the race. The Honda leads, the Fiesta 2nd.
And it's brought the Jonathan D42 Honda into the mix as well. Nothing can be done down here because the yellow flags are back out again, because the Mensley car has just stopped as well in the same place, just on the cut through, if you will, at the S's. Now that Danny Cassar, the 241 Integra, has got himself into the lead, He's already starting to gap Adam Brown, so it was we saw him just hassling. He's got that extra speed now in the Integra compared to the Fiesta, and he's making it count as quickly as he can, and I think that makes sense, as he needs to get himself as far up the road as he possibly can while he can.
Yeah, absolutely. Those two need to try and get a breakaway if they can, disappear up the road, hope a safety car doesn't come out or something like that, because they need to try and make sure they build up at least a half-decent advantage in the first part of the race, and they'll still have to push to try and overhaul that 30-second penalty in part 2 of the race. So it does leave, at the moment, Jonathan D in 3rd place, as long as he can stick with them in a very handy position, potentially. So over the start-finish sign they will go, and with Danny Cassar leading the way, Adam Brown in 2nd position, but still leading his class. He still leads Class C, Adam Brown, in 2nd place, and it's a Class D car that's there in 3rd place at the moment, so 3 class leaders inside the top 3.
Share the love, that's the way to do it, see, as they come down towards us. Danny Cassar stretching his legs still ever more as he comes down towards the S's. Adam Brown not under any pressure, and in fact now he's not having to sort of worry about a car behind him. I think that he's also now starting to gap the red, white and black Integra DC2 of Jonathan D, car number 42, and those 3 have broken away. 14 Papworth, the Honda Civic, is not really close enough to be able to close in. I'm just trying to work out whether the 36 car of Alfie Jones, the sort of lime green Honda, is actually closing in on Papworth.
The 2 of them last time through were separated by 1.8 seconds. There's a good fight also going on behind James Wilson's Peugeot as well, because he's got cars ganging up on him at the moment. The first of which is Eric Bolton, driving one of the Steve Papworth prepared Ford Fiestas, the next of which is going to be the car of Dave Hutchins as well, which is his Honda Civic, and that's a fight that's going on for 6th, 7th and 8th places currently, just threading its way round through Camp Corner, and as they're heading round through Camp, you should have Danny Cassar up with you at your part of the circuit.
Wait to see him come through there, see the roof, there he comes round Quarry Corner, comfortably under control as it stands at the moment, and in fact you can even sense that in his style of driving now. He's not suddenly natting from one side of the circuit to the other. He's just able to now stick on his racing line. He didn't get the start he wanted, which is why he had to work his way back up through again. Somebody just looked like they came out a little bit steady out of Quarry Corner. They are still going. No, Jonathan D stopping the 42 car, so that's both the commentators of cursed drivers there, because it's just pulling off. It's exited Old Paddock and it's now on the grass, coasting towards Tower, just trying to keep itself as much out of the way as it can.
Oh, that's such a shame for Jonathan and Tom D, because they'd driven so well in qualifying to place that Class D car up on the 2nd row of the grid, but it's all come undone for them, what, in the first 6.5 minutes of the race in reality, so such a shame for them. So Danny Cassar was leading by 1 3/4 seconds last time he came over the start-finish line. See some of the stricken cars out on circuit. Tom Menzies and John Baker's car, as you suggested, are parked pretty much close together, aren't they? At that part of the circuit, and this time through Danny Cassar extends his lead by nearly another half a second at the moment, so he's pushing hard at the wheel of his Honda Integra DC5. How's the driver getting on that he regularly races with? Nigel Ainge in the 2nd of the Integras. Number 86 car is in the top 10 now as a result of the retirement for Jonathan D.
Well, through a great fight looking back, so that what is now going to be for 3rd and 4th, the Papworth and Jones. I said that I thought the 36 car of Alfie Jones, the lime green Honda Civic, was closing in on Papworth. 2 different generations of the Civic there that we're seeing, and that definitely has happened. The 36 car is all over the back of Papworth and down towards Tower those guys go. Now of course that is for the final step of the overall podium all of a sudden. Maybe that's why it's got a bit more tasty.
Yeah, and it will also be for 2nd and 3rd in Class A as well. So Steve Papworth at the wheel of the Eric Bolton car. So Eric Bolton has won in this Honda Civic in the past when he owned it. Steve Papworth's owned it for the last couple of years now. And those two fighting for what is 2nd and 3rd in class. Over the start-finish line will go the race leader. But yeah, is Alfie Jones going to try anything? No, he's too far away again as they come up towards Camp Corner. And then just off those as well, we've still got that good fight going on with James Wilson in the Peugeot, still under attack from Eric Bolton's Ford Fiesta. Dave Hutchins in the Honda Civic is also now coming under attack from car number 318, which is Richard Bethel, and I think he'll be a class leader as well. Yeah, he'll be the lead class leader of Class B at this stage, because he is the first of the Clios we've got in the field.
we're not far away from lapping started, because the 177 Fiesta of Henderson has just gone through in front of me, as Danny Cassar is now working his way through Old Paddock. At 241 car, it's just absolutely on rails as it comes through here. It's nothing to hang around, like the complete opposite of what we've just been watching from the cage rooms.
I was talking to Danny earlier on in the week, because I do a lot of online racing with Danny Cassar, and he was saying, you know, he was coming out in his own car, but it's not quite got as many trick bits on it as the one that he usually drives with Nigel Lane. So he wasn't expecting great things from this weekend, because, you know, he doesn't bring his car out very often. But wow, you imagine if there are some trick bits on it, what he could do, because he's leading this race and pulling away anyway. Wilson in the Peugeot still under pressure from Eric Bolton's Ford Fiesta. Those two cars still sticking their elbows out and fighting over what is 5th and 6th position. They're just heading out of Westway and onto the Dean Straight and up towards Camp Corner. Eric Bolton's a bit too far away. Eric, who we've seen historically racing in things like, we saw him briefly in Ginetta Super Cup, but he's been doing a lot of silhouette racing more recently as Eric Bolton, but he's not letting the Peugeot get away.
Wow, silhouette racing, I mean, that probably couldn't be more different, could it? You'd imagine. Very, very different cars to drive those things. Danny Cassar has got past the 177 Fiesta of Henderson and is now continuing off into the distance. And the Civic battle has changed. Packworth has been passed by the lime green 36 car of Jones. So Alfie Jones up into 3rd place overall, and that's also 2nd and 3rd in Class A. That being led by Danny Cassar, overall race leader. But I said that being sort of building up for a little while, and in fact, fair play is that no sooner has Alfie Jones got past Packworth, but he's already pulling away from him.
Yeah, Alfie's getting quicker and quicker and quicker all of the time, is Alfie Jones, and he's certainly, with the advice and the tutorage and going through data that he does with Danny Cassar, he's come on ever more over the course of the last season or so. So now that he's picked off Steve Packworth, he's in the podium places. He's going to look to see if he can pull away. Pit window is now open though, so the pit window has now opened, so anybody can dive their way into the pit lane. Remember, it opens for 15 minutes, and the way that it works for the tin tops is different to the other ways that we've seen. So the tin tops pit stop is as quick as you can, and when I say that, it means you come into the pit lane, you have to stop down to the regulatory pit lane speed limit. If you're a single driver, you have to get out of the car, close the door, open it again, get back in, seatbelts on, and off you go. If you're sharing the car, it's as quick as you can change driver, so it's different for these cars than the others. Dave Hutchins comes in, Richard Bethel comes in at the wheel of the 49 and the 318. Those are the first 2 pit stoppers.
We saw a fortuitous change there, the 420 car of Clothier and Fulbrook, the Clio getting past the Fiesta of number 41 Peters. As the leader got through past them to put a lap on them, is that fair shout, the 420 car went, oh, follow you through. And it was a nicely done. Yeah, I mean, where they've got to do that pit stop, getting in and out, it sounds tiring at the best of times. What about when it's weather like this? I'm not sure it's a welcome thing to do.
No, it's not. No, it's more exercise you really don't want, isn't it? So into the pit lane comes Peter Parkin as well at the wheel of his Peugeot 306. There's another car about to dive its way into the pit lane as well, and we'll have to work out which that one is. It is the race leader is in, so Danny Cassar comes into the pit lane. Remember, he will have to remain stationary for an extra 30 seconds because of his victory earlier on this year when he was sharing the car with Nigel Lane, Brands Hatch.
Yeah, I was interested there that you make it sound like you said it would be more exercise than I'd want, as if I want any. You do know me. You and your park runs before commentating. But the leader, obviously we know Danny Cassar in the pits doing his pit stop, but Adam Brown's coming towards us, picking his way through these back markers now. And I guess he's just got to try and put in some absolute barnstorming laps. And at the moment, it means that Alfie Jones and the 14 car of Steve Packworth, they're in the pound seats, aren't they, at the moment, with the fact they've not got to serve that extra penalty in the pits?
Yeah, they're the first cars that don't have penalties, so it's working out quite well for them at this stage for young Alfie Jones, the number 36 car and the number 14 Honda Civic in the hands of Steve Packworth. We've got a few more cars, I think, that might be diving into the pit lane this time through. Yeah, we've got one of the Ford Fiestas coming in. I think it might be Catherine Henderson's car, possibly, that's come in. Now, all the other cars that had stopped in the pit lane, Chris, are all now back out there, bar one, Danny Cassar, because the clock is still ticking for him for that extra 30 seconds.
Yeah, they have a penalty box here at Combe, and that's where Danny Cassar's gone first on the right-hand side into the pit lane. Then he's made his way, and it looks like they're struggling to get the belts back up, Mark, and that's what the delay is here.
Thanks for that. So more cars into the pit lane. The number 21 Ford Fiesta comes in, which is Chris Herwood. We also go on.
Yeah, now the engine's died on Casale's car. He's fired it back up. In the rush, they've put the wipers on as well. But this is a really, really long change, not just because of the penalty for Danny Casale, but actually the pit stop didn't go to plan there. He's now, though, on his way.
Oh dear. Well, at least he's back out there. So Alan Wiltshire was the other car that came into the pit lane. Fight still going on out on track. James Wilson had a blistering start at the wheel of that Peugeot, but now he has had a very, very tough race, hasn't he, with the cars around him. Eric Bolton's Ford Fiesta, as they come into the S's, Chris, is shadowing him all the way.
Yeah, they're just going through the S's into Old Paddock now. So the silver Peugeot with the red nose on it, the Wilson nose with the black and checkered flag with the Union flag just in front of that. They're through, absolutely nose to tail, down towards Quarry they go. And I'm just, sorry, Tower they go, and I'm waiting to see, well, not quite, but my goodness, that was a serious nibble then.
That's for 4th and 5th at the moment, because of course they're out of kilter with some of the pit stops. So Kate Banks comes in at the wheel of the number 192 metallic blue Renault Clio. Adam Brown still continues on his merry way, though, leading this race now by 4 seconds from the number 36, almost lime green Honda of Alfie Jones. But we've got some more pit takers this time through, and I think it is the Ford Fiesta of Eric Bolton that's coming in. So at least for a period of time, that releases the Peugeot of James Wilson, so he's not got to worry about what's going on in his mirrors so much, because the number 15 Ford Fiesta of Eric Bolton that you were describing, with its black and checkers to it, is in the pits.
He gets a breather at last, doesn't he? He'll be glad of that. Great to see the 75 car out there as well. Steve Davey in the ex-Synchro Motorsport Honda Civic Type R, and it's great to see Steve out in general with some terrific trials and tribulations, losing his wife that he's been through recently. And this is his therapy, is to get out here racing his car, and it's so good to see that he is doing that out here with us at Castle Combe, where we always used to see a lot of the Synchro Motorsport crew with Honda historically in my neck of the woods, Swindon until it closed down. Yeah, it's good to see him out here, and he's got himself up to 10th from starting 19th on the grid.
Yeah, so yeah, that's the cycle of the pit stops. It always brings drivers up, and then of course you end up dropping back down again, and it sort of settles back down once more. No signs of Adam Brown coming in as yet. Now the pit window has only been open 6 minutes, so there's still another 9 minutes to come into the pit lane, and it is number 56 Ford that leads. But Josh, is that you in the pit lane? No.
I mean, I wonder if from this one with Adam is that he's out there, he's not needing to worry about too much, so it's like whether it's just as well for him to go, well, I'm going to keep going until I get myself in real messy situation on the circuit. He is lapping cars, but he's picking them off one at a time. He doesn't need to rush in. If the car's healthy, he's happy, then just keep it going until he gets to a situation where he's got multiple back markers that are having their own battle, and he's gone past down towards Tower Corner, and he's just sort of picking them off one at a time, nice and steadily.
That's the way to do it. 2 more cars for the pit lane. Michael Peters, who started off the back of the grid, has brought the number 41 Ford Fiesta in, and also the number 86 Nigel Ainge-driven Honda Integra is in. That car, remember, took an overall victory when Nigel Ainge was partnered up by Danny Casale on that occasion, so that has to remain stationary for an extra 30 seconds come the pit stops. So that's what's going on in the pits at the moment. Over the start-finish line goes number 45, which is Alan Wiltshire at the wheel of his Ford Fiesta. He's pushing hard, Alan. He's already been into the pits, and even though he's been into the pits, he's 20th overall at the moment, and second in Class 2. The car that leads Class 2 hasn't pitted as yet, so I think that red Ford Fiesta, number 45, heading up towards the braking area for Quarry, should pick up the class lead once we've cycled through the pit stops. 2 more for the pits, though, important ones. Alfie Jones is in from 2nd position, and Steve Papworth is in from 3rd.
And you mentioned about Nigel Ainge coming in, Mark. He's got damage to his rear bumper, so they're taping that up at the moment.
So that will be contact made somewhere around the circuit. Alfie Jones in, and Steve Papworth in. And Chris Dawes, you could argue, these 2 cars that are in the pit lane at the moment, the Honda, the slightly older shape Honda of Alfie Jones, the slightly newer shape Honda of Steve Papworth, arguably this could be for the race lead.
And sorry to interrupt, it looked like the Alfie Jones pit stop was going a little bit more to plan, to be honest. But now, again, a bit like Danny Casale, it's not easy to get the belts back up, done up. Now the car won't restart for Alfie Jones. Now it has. Now he's put it into 1st gear, and away he goes. But there's a car coming down the pit lane, so he has to wait. Now he gets going, but still the belt's being done up on the 14 car, Steve Papworth. and now he makes his way out of the pit lane.
Yes, it looks like Alfie Jones gained a little bit of track space relative to the amount of daylight between himself and Steve Papworth between those two. Now, of course, we've still got Adam Brown out and leading the race, but he comes in this time through. So Adam Brown now from the lead of the race comes in, and that is another car that has this success seconds to spend in the pit lane. So that's because Adam Brown won a Tin Tops race at Thruxton, and therefore he will have to remain stationary for a period of time. So the Valve Alliance Group Ford Fiesta sitting there in the pit lane. So this is now, Chris Dawes, where those two cars that have just pitted need to get back on it immediately, don't they? Alfie Jones and Steve Papworth, they need to be right back on the pace they were doing.
100%, and hopefully for our sake pick up their fight, because that's going to be one that we'll be glued to. We saw the impact that the pit stops can have on these battles. The same as we're wondering whether, who was it, Wilson and Bolton, the 234 Peugeot 206 and the 15 Ford Fiesta, we wonder whether those two are going to pick up their fight after it. Ironically though, we also sometimes get it where we're suddenly treated to a completely different scrap by the time they come out of the pits. We just do not know. And we've got this delight coming through in front of me there, the 241 car, the Integra of Danny Cassar, after his success penalty and a few issues with the pit stop. We're going to enjoy him fighting through, and you just almost get the impression that in this temperature it's a real struggle to do that pit stop, you know, messing about with the seat belts and everything else in there. It just doesn't go to what you'd normally expect it to.
Adam Brown has served his penalty, he's trickling his way down pit lane, but Alfie Brown is already up at Quarry Corner. Now Alfie Jones isn't quite in the lead of the race as yet, because we've still got cars that haven't pitted as yet, including James Wilson at the wheel of his Peugeot, which is still destined for the pit lane at some point. In fact, bang on cue, into the pit lane comes that Peugeot of James Wilson. So I think Alfie Jones is in a very strong position here at this stage. But we need to keep an eye on the relative lap times of the number 36 Honda compared to the number 56 Ford Fiesta, because I think that's what it might come down to.
Adam Brown comes through. I mean, that Fiesta really screams, doesn't it?
The induction noise on it's fantastic.
Absolute incredible car. And I know he always has like the biggest smile on his face when he gets out of that car, and thoroughly enjoys it, as we saw at the beginning, where he was able to really defend brilliantly against Danny Cassar just by keeping it on his own chosen racing line. And it just seems to do what he wants it to do.
Round through Camp Corner, we've just had a shuffle, and it could be a really important shuffle, because the number 15 Ford Fiesta of Eric Bolton has just got himself through and ahead of the number 36 Honda of Alfie Jones. So that arguably could be a battle for the lead of the race, and they're still going to go side by side again up Avon Rise this time through. Alfie Jones, I think he's going to take the place back, but he looked a little bit unsettled as he got into the braking out for Quarry Corner. He finally gathers it up, and it is Honda now ahead of Ford.
Yes, it is. So Alfie Jones back up ahead of the Fiesta of Bolton. It's just intriguing how it suddenly sort of mixes it up, isn't it? Because you remember that Alfie Jones Honda Civic was fighting originally with Papworth. That is only just now coming out of the S's as Alfie was exiting Old Paddock, and he's now sort of got himself ahead of the Bolton Ford Fiesta. But I'm still waiting to see when Wilson decides to, or he's coming to the pits, where are those two going to be? Well, Wilson's only just coming through in front of me now, so those two have been split well and truly apart.
Steve Davey is in. We've also got the Alpha 33 in, which is Tom Hendry to give way to Doug Clark. Also somewhere in the pit lane is car number 113, Stephen Reynolds, done with driving, and it will be John Ridgeon that will jump on board the number 113 Renault Clio. So that's another shuffle that we've had. But over the start-finish line comes number 36, Alfie Jones, and as he goes through, that doesn't as yet put him into the lead of the race. It puts him to second position, because the number 79 car is our race leader currently. Now that car I don't think has pitted as yet. It is the only car that hasn't dived its way into the pit lane. So 79 leading the way at this stage, but Alfie Jones, it's all going to plan for him.
Yeah, and that 79, although I got told to change it to 76, so I'm surprised it's still saying 79.
It says 79 on the time,
yeah.
It's 76 on the grid sheet, isn't it? Which
exactly.
would be Joe Hathaway still.
And Alex Baldwin knows his way around this this circuit, so we'll wait and see how that one goes. But yeah, as you say, they're the only ones to pit, so it means 36 Jones in the lead of the race with a car between him and Papworth. That was the fight we were joined earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. And Alfie Jones, I don't think has won in Tin Tops before, so he could be on for a debut win in the Co-World Sport Tin Top Series here. And of course, if he were to do that, that would, of course, be bittersweet, because it then means he's got an extra 30-second penalty for the rest of the year. Into the pit lane does come that final car, so the Citroen Saxo, number 76/79, depending on what you want to do. Joe Hathaway is in to hand over to Alex Baldwin. So over the start-finish line now goes Alfie Jones, and that ultimately then puts him into the lead of the race from number 15, Eric Bolton, in second place. Third will be number 14, the dark blue Honda Civic of Steve Papworth, and fourth will be Adam Brown. But remember, Adam Brown had to stop for an extra 30 seconds. How far is he off the lead? He's only 15 seconds away from the race leader.
Yeah, and I'm just suddenly reminded myself that we need to also be keeping an eye out for a driver of the race for this one as well. And there's a good few contenders in this one. The quality of racing is absolutely brilliant, including that they're sort of reading it as it evolves after these pit stops, and they're getting on with it. One of the contenders for me comes past, the 36 Alfie Jones, that Civic Type R, had that fabulous tussle with Papworth in the early stages. He then had to fight with Bolton's Fiesta when he came out of they all came out of the pits, and he's not only done that, but he's romping away from them all into his own little race.
Yeah, so Alfie Jones, 3.7 seconds to the good at the moment, can just concentrate his efforts on the road ahead, not have to worry about the road behind. Last lap through, the fastest lap that was done by any of the competitors was Danny Cassar, but his delayed pit stop will see him, I think, probably inside the top 6 this next time through, as over the start-finish line will come our race leader, Alfie Jones. Number 40 going well as well. That's the car that's leading its class. That is the MG ZR. David Sharp is sharing with Neil Bannister. Neil Bannister will be on board that one. Richard Bethel, who was leading Class B at the wheel of his Honda, is now, wheel of his Renault rather, is now dropped down to second in that particular class. So the Class B leader is car number 113, which will be John Ridgeham. So that's the leading 2-litre Clio we have in 10th place.
Leader coming through the S's now, so it is the lime green Honda Civic just coming into Old Paddock, trying to get past the MG ZR, the number 40 car of Neil Bannister, taken over from David Sharp, as far as I'm aware. They started down in 20th place, and they've just been lapped there in 21st at the moment, so they've actually lost a place as it stands at the moment, but our leader just effortlessly picking his way through the traffic and just staying suitably focused.
Yeah, Alfie Jones hasn't put a wheel wrong as yet. He's still got another 14 minutes, though, to ensure that he still doesn't put a wheel wrong. There's also traffic as well just up the road that he's going to have to deal with before too much longer, and I think the next of those is going to be the Kevin Fulbrook-driven number 420 Renault Clio that he'll want to try and work his way past, but Kevin Fulbrook is involved in his own little squabble with the number 318 Richard Bethel Renault Clio, but Alfie Jones will scythe his way past Kevin Fulbrook, manages to pick off one of the Clios, the newer shape one, then picks off the next Clio, I think, on the exit of Quarry Corner. So all he needs to keep doing is hitting the deltas that he needs to hit, and at the moment Alfie Jones is arguably, Chris Dawes, looking at the lap times, one of the quickest cars out there.
Yeah, in terms of the fact that he's dropped off the least. I mean, obviously we look into 6th place and we've suddenly lit up with purples there for a new fastest lap of the race. Danny Cassar, after the pit stop that will have undoubtedly frustrated him, sat there in 6th place, 2 places behind Adam Brown, who of course also had this success penalty. I'm just looking onto the straight. Here comes Adam Brown in towards the S's now, and then behind them is Wilson in the silver with the red nose, the Peugeot 206 GTI. Danny Cassar closing in on him, so he will now see Adam Brown ahead of him, and even if he can't go for the race win, he's probably got to psychologically make Adam Brown his target.
Yeah, so that's probably the good thing to do. Yeah, just see whether he can close in on Adam Brown. At the moment, Adam Brown is a couple of places ahead of him, and is lapping about 2 seconds slower, so it's not an unattainable task over the course of the next 12.5 minutes. So over the start-finish line goes our race leader. Alfie Jones still leading the way, and then for second place, Steve Papworth and Eric Bolton having swapped ground on that particular occasion. So Steve Papworth in the Honda now up into second, Eric Bolton down into third, but they're picking their way through traffic as they head up Avon Rise.
So looking towards Quarry Corner, well, onto the straight now is the Jones 36, Papworth in the sort of newer shape Honda Civic, the dark blue with the white flashes down the side, trying to get past the back markers, running second in the overall race, just trying to get past the 192 car. And that, all the while, that's not been very easy. So that, for some reason, Kate Banks in that Clio is not making it easy for Papworth to get through. It's Papworth's job to actually get the move done, and he's done it down in towards Tower. He now needs to see whether he can crank up the time, because I noticed last time he was a good chunk quicker than Alfie Jones.
Yes, he was, wasn't he? So, yeah, it's the best part of 1.4 seconds quicker than Alfie Jones, but Alfie's still got a 5.5 second lead at this stage, so if he starts to see at all Steve Papworth close up and he feels uncomfortable, then maybe he's got a little bit in reserve. But what we still don't know on a day like this is tyres, and as we've heard all day from the drivers, it's the tyres that all of a sudden they just drop off, and then it's like driving on ice out there because of the ridiculously warm temperatures that we're encountering over the course of this weekend here at Castle Combe. So we've got 11 minutes to go. Alfie Jones leading the way at the wheel of number 36 car, number 14 Steve Papworth second, number 15 Eric Bolton third, then it's Adam Brown's number 56 Ford Fiesta, ahead of Danny Cassar, who is now fifth, and James Wilson has dropped to sixth on that lap.
Yeah, Danny Cassar is the one that's lapping in the 116, so he's going to be hunting down quite rapidly Adam Brown's Fiesta. They're both just exiting Quarry Corner, and there's still a good chunk of the farm straight between the two of them as it stands at the moment, so no great issue. I'm wondering actually, what's Bolton, number 15, lapping in the 120. So Adam Brown coming through in the 56 white, blue and grey Fiesta in front of me at the moment, heading towards Tower. He's closing in on that black Fiesta of Mr. Bolton. So you wonder whether there's going to be a sort of an interesting battle within a battle here soon.
Yeah, I think there could well be, the way that they're all sort of relative closing up to each other. So we'll have to keep an eye towards that as bouncing over the curbs, heading round through Camp Corner comes our race leader, Alfie Jones, still continuing to lead the way. He's picked up his pace a little bit more over the course of that lap and is into the 1:17s once more. So he maybe knows that the pressure is starting to build. There's still some good squabbles also going on further down through the order as well that are well worth keeping an eye on. As for Eric Bolton in third place, well, he's had a poor lap that time through the number 15 Ford Fiesta, and you should be able to see as he gets up towards Quarry Corner that he's fallen away ever more, isn't he, from Steve Papworth? So going the wrong way. I think Eric Bolton might be a sitting duck and might not finish on the podium unless he can pick up the pace.
Well, quite, because Adam Brown's just coming out of Quarry Corner, getting past the Kate Banks 192 Renault Clio as well. Got that done and is closing very rapidly, because I'm sure that means Adam has worked out what the story is. And coming into Old Paddock, certainly that gap is diminishing incredibly rapidly. The 15 car of Bolton still has enough of a margin, he's not having to go defensive. Now we've got Danny Cassar getting past that blue back marker Renault Clio. Job done as that one heads towards Tower, and suddenly you've got closing on closing between the three of those cars. And of course, as we say, one of those is going to get on the third step of the podium.
Yeah, someone's going to be frustrated and is going to miss out, aren't they? That is absolutely for sure. So we're now, what, 23 laps completed for our race leader. Adam Brown pushing as hard as he can to see if he can hoist the number 56 Ford Fiesta back through and ahead of Eric Bolton. Eric Bolton will be feeling the pinch. You'll be able to see that white Ford Fiesta ever closing in his mirrors. Danny Cassar isn't that far away either at the wheel of the Honda Integra, who has just set the fastest lap of the race as well as Danny Cassar. 1:15.952 from him. At the moment, he's circulating a good 1 second quicker than anybody else has been doing. So we've got the fight fully formed for third and fourth, but Danny Cassar in fifth is catching them both.
This is incredible, isn't it? And he's still got plenty of race. We've got Adam Brown now trying to make a challenge on Bolton. Bolton in the black Fiesta coming into the S's goes defensive, so there's no inside line available for Adam Brown. So he carries that speed through the right, left of the S's, out through Old Paddock, trying to carry it now all the way towards Tower. To the right goes Bolton to close that. Now it's the left-hand kink, and he just puts himself firmly in the middle. Danny Cassar's now bolted himself on the back of this, so it's Bolton in third, Adam Brown fourth, Danny Cassar in fifth, all linked together.
And what a great squabble it is, still with 7 2.5 minutes of this race to go. But Eric Bolton a little bit slower coming out of Bobby's. This is Adam Brown's opportunity here as they head on towards the Dean Straight. He pulls out to driver's left, which is the outside line when they get towards Camp Corner. Is Danny Cassar going to follow him through? No, they all go back to being nose to tail through Camp Corner, so it's still Fiesta from Honda. Now Adam Brown realises he's under pressure from Danny Cassar, so he has to move over and try and attack and defend at the same time. They're 3 wide through Folly. Adam Brown's the meat in the sandwich, and Eric Bolton gets picked off by both. Adam Brown is going to take the place, but is Danny Cassar going to overtake him by the time they get to Quarry? Yes, I think he is. Danny Cassar leaves room on the inside for Adam Brown, which means that they come out of Quarry absolute together. Adam Brown just with his nose ahead.
Oh, and we've had contact up at the S's, yellow flags there, and that's Patworth that has collided with one of the back markers. I'm not entirely sure what on earth has happened there, and I think Patworth is going to be out. That's the second place car, was trying to get past the 21 Fiesta and one other. That's come to blows. Adam Brown still ahead of Danny Cassar. That means that Adam Brown is going to be up into second place now. Danny Cassar in third. Remember, these two had to serve an extra 30 seconds in the pits, and Danny Cassar's going around the outside, but with Adam Brown having the inside, he's trying to come back at him.
And they were side by side through Quarry with Danny Cassar on the inside, Adam Brown on the outside. They're still side by side through Bobby's as well. Danny Cassar all on the grass on the outside. We've got number 49 Dave Hutchins heading for the pit lane at the wheel of his Honda Civic, but fantastic racing. Adam Brown up into second place, Danny Cassar in third, and Eric Bolton now has caught them again because they've all been busy squabbling away. He lost out to those two cars on the previous lap. Just under 5 3/4 minutes of this race to go. Adam Brown and Danny Cassar side by side for the second lap on the trot through Folly. The Honda has the advantage as they head up Avon Rise, and this time, is he going to hang on to it when they get to Quarry? He left too much room up the inside last time, and Adam Brown snuck his way through. This time, no, he's just got his nose ahead. Danny Cassar finally can take second.
He has, but I'm just making sure, is this an optical illusion or is Adam Brown coming back at him? He's going for an inside line at the S's. It was largely an optical illusion, but he kept himself there as though it was a possibility to throw himself up the inside, and just sat there trying to follow Danny Cassar. Danny Cassar up to second place now after all of the extra pit stop penalty and delays of where things didn't go quite according to plan. But up they go through Tower, getting past a whole load of back markers, and already Danny Cassar starting to pull away from Adam Brown.
Of course, as ever, bittersweet. If he grabs the win, Eric Jones will end up with a 30-second penalty. I don't think we're going to see a double win for Danny Cassar because he's just too far away. Eric Jones seems to have everything more than under control because already he is through Folly and heading up Avon Rise, and only now does Danny Cassar come over the start-finish line in second place. Probably about 15 seconds adrift, I would say. Let's have a quick look. 14.9, wasn't a bad guess, was it? So Eric Jones, all he needs to do, Chris, is just drive at the pace that he's been doing. He might be lapping about a second slower than Danny Cassar, but with 4 minutes to go and a 15-second lead, he could be on for his first win.
He's trying to get up the Peugeot 306, but Alfie just thinks better of it and tucks himself behind. Well, I say thinks better of it. I think he was kind of muscled into that, really. The 34 Peugeot was being lapped, but not letting it happen. Blue flag's waving, so that might mean that Parker's going to know that this is not for position. It is a leader trying to get past. Danny Cassar now makes his way round Old Paddock, bounces off the apex curbing and then towards the outside curbing of Old Paddock, but he had that under control. To me, the language of that looks like he is still going super racy, as if he fancies the scope of trying to reel in Jones, but 15 seconds is too much with 3.5 minutes to go. It has to be. Yeah,
you'd have thought so, but the difficulty for Alfie Jones at the moment is he's still bottled up behind Peter Parkin's Peugeot, but he just can't find his way through. The blue flags have been waving. Alfie Jones has got his lights on, but I think Peter Parkin is inadvertently holding him up because he probably thinks it's full position, and Alfie is still sitting behind that car as they head up Avon Rise and in towards the braking area for Quarry Corner. Is he going to sneak through at Quarry? Peter Parkin runs a little bit wide, but no, he still can't get past him, still behind.
Yeah, he's still tucked behind him now, and there's ironically another back marker that was challenging the back of our leader, Alfie Jones. Alfie's just sat there. Now, the margin is big enough that he doesn't need to take any unnecessary risk, but I'm sure he's there getting very frustrated that a back marker isn't allowing him through. They've even not worrying about the blue flags now because he's just been ignoring them anyway. It's clearly a very quick Peugeot, to be fair, there, isn't it? So it's a tricky one, that, but he's now got the inside line to get past that Peugeot as they go through Tower, and hopefully, yeah, he's got it done before he gets to Bobby's.
Yes, he has. He's got it done before he gets to Bobby's, and just sort of parks the car on the apex of the corner so that Peter Parkin can't try and re-attack him anywhere. So cleanly off at Bobby's and through Westway up towards the final corner, and should be about to start the penultimate lap as well. This time through comes Alfie Jones, who's always going to be in a reasonable position. Particularly as we had fall by the wayside Tom Mensley and Jonathan D so early on, but he still had to work for it, hasn't he, Alfie Jones, to put himself in this position over the course of the previous 38 minutes to head on to the penultimate lap of the race, leading by only 8 seconds now. That's the kind of time he's lost from, what, 7 seconds a couple of laps ago. 15 seconds a couple of laps ago. He's lost 7 seconds as a result of being bottled up behind the Peugeot.
Yeah, and losing it against a driver that you prefer not to, because Danny Cassar's lapping rather rapidly, and it's with 2 more tours of this circuit to go. The margin still looks plenty comfortable. There's 3 back markers between Alfie Jones and Danny Cassar as well, so it looks pretty promising as he makes his way for the penultimate time down towards Tower. That lime green Honda Civic Type R 36, Alfie Jones in that lead. And Danny Cassar, I'm still super impressed with Danny Cassar, the 241 car, is that he's had a big penalty, he's had to put the disappointment and frustrations of a delayed pit stop, and he's just put it behind him and got on with the job. Yeah, he really has, yeah. So that's typical Danny Cassar for you, though. He is indecently quick and so consistent as well, is Danny Cassar. Shame that he hasn't had the budget to go on and do other things, really. So through and over the start-finish line comes Alfie Jones. 8 seconds he was leading by. This time through, the lead advantage has dwindled down further, I would guess, but how far has it come down? It has come down to 6.6 seconds, which is more than enough. All Alfie Jones needs to do as he heads up towards Quarry for the final time is not make a mistake and just stroke it home. Well, he's making his way out of Quarry Corner at the moment for the final time, onto the straight towards the S as he comes. The only thing you'll see in his mirrors is a back marker. The bad news for him is it is only 1 back marker between himself and Danny Cassar. But the good news is he's got less than a tour of the Castle Combe circuit left to go on this one. So round in front of my commentary box at the old paddock right-hander he goes. Kinks left, down towards Tower, and he just keep everything nice and steady and under control, and you almost can feel that sort of release of the shoulder pressure, although I'm sure he can hear and feel everything going wrong with that car.
I'm sure he can. He'll be listening for things that just don't exist and thinking that it's not quite going to be his day, but it looks as though it is going to be his day. And Alfie Jones is now on towards the Dean Straight for the final time. There's a bit of traffic up the road for him, but he's not quite going to catch them before he gets up towards the checkered flag, which is being readied for him. Alfie Jones is a first-time winner in the Coward Sport Tin Tops. He will be, and you can see him shaking the fist. He is absolutely delighted with that. And so will be Danny Cassar, who has been quite fundamental in bringing on Alfie Jones's driving and working with him over the course of the last few years as well. So Danny Cassar finishes in 2nd place. It is going to be Adam Brown in 3rd place, but only just ahead of Steve Papworth, who was there in 4th position at the wheel of the number 14 Honda Civic. We await the arrival of James Wilson's Peugeot over the start-finish line. He will finish in 5th place. Here comes the Peugeot 206 now up towards Camp Corner. And the Peugeot will finish in what will be 5th position. And Peter Parkin, who was the first of the cars off the lead lap, thought he was fighting for position with Alfie Jones rather than to try and stay on the lead lap. He will finish in 6th place as the first of the cars off the lead lap. Still a few more cars to take the checkered flag, including Eric Bolton, who's gone missing somewhere on this last lap. So I do think we might have had an issue for Eric Bolton on the very final lap. Yeah, because through goes number 75, which is Steve Davey, who qualified 20th. He finishes 9th in the end because of whatever happened to Eric Bolton on that final tour of the Castle Combe circuit. So we've got a driver of the day to choose, Chris Dawes. For me, I think there's only one person it can be.
If it's the one I've said, I agree.
Yep, absolutely. Yep. So, yep, we concur.
Who's texting that?
Do you want to send that through?
Yep, will do.
So, Alfie Jones heads in towards the pit lane area, and as he heads in towards the pits, the final car trickles its way over the start-finish line, which is the Alpha 33, and I think that's every car now that's taken the checkered flag, so we should very shortly be able to confirm some results with you. Alfie Jones claims the win by 6.1 seconds in the end from Danny Cassar in second place, and Adam Brown finishes third, but claims the class win. Steve Papworth was fourth, ahead of James Wilson and Peter Parkin, who were fifth and sixth. It was the Steve Reynolds, John Ridgeon car that finished in seventh, ahead of Nigel Ames and Steve Davey, who were wrapping up the top 10. Problems for Eric Bolton in the final stages of the race meant that we didn't see the number 15 Ford Fiesta cross the finish line, which was a shame because he was going so well and potentially could have been on for a podium. So that was the Coord Sport Tin Tops. A few other cars encountering problems, not least of which a couple at the very beginning, Jonathan D and Tom Mensley as well, who were very sad retirements very early on in the race. So that's it for the Coord Sports Tin Tops. We will see them back out when we next go to Alton Park over the course of the next few weekends, and then it's Silverstone and Cadwell Park, I think, are the final 3 rounds for the Coord Sport Tin Tops. But with those cars down there in the Parc Fermé area, drivers congratulating themselves, I can hand you down to Josh Barrett.
Yeah, so we're down here, Mark, with the top 2, Alfie Jones and Danny Cassar. Congratulations to each other. Well done, Alfie. Great drive then. Just managed to keep Danny back at the end.
Yeah, as a fellow teammate, he was hard to keep back with his penalty still, but we managed to pull through. It was very hot out there. All drivers done what they had to do, and I'm glad we all survived it, or most of us anyway.
So I think towards the end you had perhaps a bit of trouble with the traffic that you couldn't get past for a lap or so.
Yeah, there was one Peugeot caused me a bit of jip, but fair play to him. We've had many races at Snetterton where we've been close together. It was good to pass him because I knew he'd be holding us up, well, me up a little bit, but fair play to him. It's all in a day's racing.
I think that's your first ever win, is it?
Yeah, I'm buzzing with that.
Congratulations. And the track you like, I guess, now?
Yeah, second time here, wicked track. Not one of my ideals, but we've pulled it off here, so it's brilliant.
Congratulations. I think you got lots of friends to congratulate. Danny, second place, which is a great comeback. I think you had the penalty and the pit stop didn't look like it went to plan either.
Yeah, no, we had a bit of issue with the belts, but I'm just so happy for Alfie. I mean, he's worked so hard to get here, and he's had loads of issues with the car braking, and he's kept going, he's persevered, and that's what we have to do. Yeah. It's not always easy, so I'm really happy for him. I mean, I've even got his company name on the side of the car, so yeah, I'm a happy second place today. Makes a change.
And good pace, so you got Vartis up right towards the end, so the tyres must have been in some sort of good nick to carry on pushing.
Well, I was surprised because the brakes, I had no brakes after the pit stop, so I was having to pump them down the straight and trying to build a bit of pressure. I had a few hairy moments, but the racing with Adam was fantastic. We were side by side through a number of corners, and it was close. And he left me enough room, not a lot of room, but enough. And I left him the same, I hope, and yeah, it's quality, loved it.
Glad to hear you, so pleased with that. And third place, we just get Adam to come. You make your way up here because otherwise I think we'll lose the signal. Well done getting back on that penalty to get third. Must be quite pleased with that, although I guess you'd like to keep Danny behind.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we're very pleased. I mean, I didn't even think we were going to make the start, to be honest. So big shout out to my dad and my mechanic Sam for getting the car out there in the first place. Made a very good start, got into the lead. Struggled a bit with engine temps from very early on, so we were just backing off the revs. So it would have been nice to keep the Honda boys behind, but sadly today it was a little bit too hot. So, but yeah, it was a good race. Good race.
What was the problem before the start of the race?
We had an issue with the fan belt in the qualifying session, and then we couldn't find one anywhere for love and the money. We've rung around about 50 car part suppliers in the local area to try and find one. Nobody's got one in the paddock. We asked every single person in the paddock if they got one. Nobody's got one our size, unfortunately, but we managed to just get it back together with, well, I say big thanks to everybody. So this one's for my granddad, because he's not very well in hospital at the minute, so this one's for him.
Best wishes to him, and well done to third place. So that's our top 3 from the Tin Tops. Third place there, we just spoke to Adam Brown. Second with Danny Cassar, and the race winner, Alfie Jones. More racing coming up next with Mark Rowell and Chris Dawes.
Thanks, Josh. Yeah, we'll see the cars heading out onto the circuit in a few moments' time. But if you want to bring your car onto the track, you can do so. It costs just £175 if you want to head out onto circuit here at Castle Combe. And you can bring additional drivers as well. It's only an extra £25 for an additional driver. That must be agreed in advance, though, and paid for in advance. Open pit lane format as well, so you can get plenty of laps in. You can also buy them as gift vouchers as well for any track days. They're valid for 18 months from issue. So if we can squeeze you in on the 26th of August, so if you want to bring your car out, the 2nd of September, the 23rd of September, or even both the 7th and the 28th of October, well worth considering. Or if it's not 4 wheels that you want, it's 2 wheels, you can take your bike on track for just £135. Only 2 remaining dates though. Anything else prior to the 5th of October is already fully booked up. But there is space on both the 5th and the 19th of October. Driver and additional rider sharing the same bike again is just at £25, and the team of highly experienced instructors on hand to give you advice throughout the day. Castle Combe Circuit. CastleCombeCircuit.co.uk is the place to go, and also remember you can drive saloons and sports and single-seater racing cars here with instruction from ARDS registered instructors. So circuit driving courses start from just £110, rally driving courses start from £175, and also start line young driver courses. So if you're of the right height and the appropriate age, then you can get behind the wheel of a car for the first time in controlled environment for just £55. And again, there's a range of monetary gift vouchers available in various denominations. The circuit website is probably the best place to go to. Other highlights in the calendar coming up, well, Saturday the 17th of September is Rally Day here at Castle Combe, so Europe's premier rally car show. Hundreds of rally car displays on show with non-stop rally car action throughout the course of the day. Huge trade village as well, and special rally features and special guests and star interviews throughout the course of that day as well. Under 17s go free. It's £18 for adult admission, and track time is available for just £30. Or of course we've also got the fantastic Castle Combe Autumn Classic on the 24th of September. With again a mixture of legendary cars, fantastic racing, display and club classes available from just £20, club passes available from £20, under 17s go free, adult admission is just £18. CastleCombeCircuit.co.uk is the place that you need to go for further details on all of that, and of course all of the other remaining circuit activity throughout the course of what is a busy old 2022 season here at Castle Combe. So we can see the cars for the track road race New Millennium are heading out onto the circuit. This again is a 40-minute race, and for these cars we've just seen the pit stop for the tin tops take place as quick as you can do it. We're back to it being a timed pit stop for this particular race. The reason we have differences in it is largely because of the votes from the club members as to what they would prefer, and sometimes the complexities of some of the cars with their roll cages. So for the New Millennium, 2-minute pit stop from pit in to pit out, but we do have some additional success seconds that we need to factor in as well, and one of them is an important one. It's the car that finished on pole position after the qualifying session, because that has got an extra pit stop penalty. The way it works for this one, if you win the previous race, you pick up a 20-second penalty. If you're second, it's a 15. If you're third, it's 10. The driver adds that to their 2-minute pit stop for the next race that they are in. So the car that starts from pole will have an extra bit of time to spend in the pit lane, as will the car that starts from 4th position. I'll tell you a little bit about all of those in a few moments. There is a couple of gaps on the grid though by the look of things, so we've got a gap in 5th position on the grid, which is where we do not have...
That's our local boys.
Oh no, they are there, right, okay, so that car is there.
Dave Griffin.
Dave Griffin's not there, so it's the car that's 6th on the grid, and the car that's 7th on the grid, which also retired earlier on.
Although that looked only like a blown tyre on the Seat.
Yeah, maybe, it was a little bit...
Cause or effect.
Yeah,
maybe.
Absolutely.
Suddenly heard coming past over here in the earlier race, and it just suddenly was not able to get into gear. So.
Yeah, no, he's definitely withdrawn, I've just been told. But yeah, as for the Bradley Thurston Seat, the shrugs of shoulders from David Smith from the Classic Sports Car Club. So he's as knowledgeable as we are on that one, Chris. Whereas usually he has far more knowledge than we have.
That's not hard, is it?
No, it's not difficult. It's not difficult on the best of occasions. Crumbs, it's getting warmer. I love the fact this commentary box has fans. But nowhere to plug them in. So off they go on their formation. I'll guide you through the way the grid lines up, and we'll give you the starting drivers, and for the 2 cars that are there, the success penalties. So car number 36, started by Mark Smith, starts from pole position, but he's got an extra 10 seconds to spend in the pits because of what happened at Brands Hatch last time out. And alongside is number 99. We've seen what Jamie Sturgis can do earlier on today at the wheel of the Golf TCR. He is going to look to see whether he can overhaul what was almost being half a second slower in qualifying. So it's 36 and 99. Row 2 of the grid, number 74, Dominic Malone, and for company he's got number 16, which is Nathan Wells, who's got an extra 15 seconds to spend in the pit lane. The next row of the grid is car number 98, Russell Humphrey, scheduled to start the E92 M3 BMW, but then the gap alongside where Dave Griffin's E90 should have been. And then the next row of the grid is row number 4. We've got the gap on the inside where we should have had number 94, Bradley Thurston, but we've just got number 89, which is Michael Vitulli's BMW E46. Row 5 of the grid is 26. Brian Branson will start alongside 57, which will be started by Peter Jackson. And row 6 of the grid is 73, which is Matthew Sanders, and number 3, which is Alex Haynes. The 7th row of the grid is 150, which is Rob Ellick, and 555, James Alford, with row 8 being 135, Paul Bolton, and number 6, which is Jonathan Strickland. The 9th row of the grid is 173, Mike Parsons, and number 77, which is Klaas Kuke. And then row number 10, it's kind of a 113, which is Ruben Stanilis that will start, and alongside is car number 161, which is Stephen Janssen. And then the final row of the grid, car number 52, sounds glorious. Didn't quite have the pace that we wanted it to have in qualifying, but the beautiful Dodge Viper ACR GTS will be started by Ian McBay.
Mark, if I could just quickly say as well, because I've been asked to pass this on by his dad, Alex Force, obviously saw have the incident earlier on. He's had scans, most looking okay. They're just keeping him on observation for his liver, but he's all good in himself. And said we can update people and wanted me to pass on huge thanks to the marshals, circuit staff and medical teams for looking after him, and all the people who have been to see us asking after him. So not perfect news, but better than, an awful lot better than we really could have been.
Yeah, no, I mean at the time I've heard sort of a few things over the course of the day, and yeah, it's just nice to hear the final confirmation that we're okay to release that information. So good to hear that Alex was okay, and from what I gather, the safety equipment did its job, and that is hugely important. So let's just have a.
These Beamers are so rapid, aren't they, in this car?
Yeah, absolutely. They sound glorious as well, don't they?
Yes. And you've got a cracking view of them going through Folly. They just look mind-blowing.
They certainly do. We've just got last couple of rows of the grid coming into position now. The Track Road Race New Millennium is for post-2000 production cars and their racing variants. They all are based, the classes, on engine capacity in reality. You can have non-standard splitters on these cars, which you couldn't on some of the earlier ones that we saw out racing in some of the other categories. So we've got the red lights coming on, 2 red lights, 3 red lights, 4, all 5 are on. Mark Smith on the front row of the grid gets a great start, but Dominic Malone goes nowhere at the wheel of the ex-World Touring Car BMW. He is already down into something like 8th, maybe 9th, possibly even 10th position, but it's Mark Smith that leads the way, and that looks like it is Russell Humphrey that's there in 2nd place, who's had a fantastic start from 5th on the grid at a circuit that he knows well.
Yeah, it's great to see. They've had a torrid time with that car at times. It's such a weapon, but it can be a bit temperamental as well. But down towards us at the moment, Mark Smith, the 36th, the white BMW that is indecently quick at pretty much every circuit, is showing it again here. A clean pair of heels to the yellow and red BMW there of Russell Humphrey. Jamie Sturgis just behind him. Who's starting the orange car? Brian Bransom's got himself up to 4th place in the orange BMW from 9th on the grid. That's one heck of a start from him.
Yeah, 9th, sort of a net 7th really, because of the 2 cars that were missing. So, but yeah, either way, that's still a blooming good start from Brian Branson, who leaps over the curves as he heads round through Bobby's for the first time. But heading up towards the conclusion of the first lap of the race, Mark Smith leading the way. It is Russell Humphrey in 2nd place, Jamie Sturgis in 3rd, then the orange BMW of Brian Branson that wraps up the top 4 at the moment. 5th is going to be Peter Jackson in the Aston Martin, but he's under pressure from Michael Vitulli's BMW as those two come over the start-finish line. And Michael Vitulli's going to wiggle his way through a pass. Yes, he does, around the outside at Folly. He's alongside the Aston Martin as they head into the braking area for Quarry, and I think he's got it done by the time they get to Quarry.
Keep an eye on that one. Yes, he has, because Branson's now got the red BMW behind him of Vitulli. And already, I thought Vitulli was about to look up the inside of Branson, but it wasn't possible. He's just tucked himself behind. The Aston's now under growing pressure as well from the white and blue number 16 BMW that got not a start he'd have liked. Nathan Wells we saw out earlier, and that BMW went well. Just tumbled back 3 places off of the start, but is now flying, glued to the back of the Aston Martin as they go in towards Tower. Has he managed to make that one stick? No, he's still there trying to.
Yeah, not for want of trying, was it? And we've also, by the look of things, got Peter Jackson's Aston Martin coming under pressure from Nathan Wells, who, in stark contrast to others, had a really poor start. He lost 3 places relative to his starting position. So over the start-finish line goes the race leader, but up towards the final corner comes the car of Brian Branson, still under pressure from the red BMW of Michael Vituli, the 2 E46 M3s. Looking almost identical in terms of specification, including the big rear wings that they've got on, but Michael Vituli draws himself alongside Brian Branson, but he's on the left-hand side as they head in towards the braking area for Quarry Corner, so he still can't quite get the job done.
Trying to work out whether Jamie Sturgis is now starting to put Russell Humphrey's BMW under pressure. That Golf TCR we saw go brilliantly earlier, but let's not lose sight, Mark, it's very different for him now, isn't it? Because he was saying about how he's going to be throwing on, this is road tyres rather than the slicks he had on earlier.
Yeah, he said the car's not sort of really set up for the treaded tyre that he's putting on, but he's doing a damn good job of hanging on to the coattails of Russell Humphrey.
Vituli's having a real look at the rear of Branson's orange BMW, so it's a bit Noah's Ark 2x2 there for a couple of fights going on.
Yeah, so it's second and third together, then fourth and fifth together. And not far off that is also Peter Jackson fighting away with Nathan Wells, and that'll be for 6th and 7th. But it is still, at the moment, as they were, still Brian Branson is watching his mirrors to try and understand what Michael Vituli is doing right behind him at the wheel of the ready 46 M3. Vituli with a better run through Camp Corner, I would say, that time, but by the time they get towards Folly, their top-end speed is broadly comparable. So again, Michael Vituli is not going to have any opportunities. They're heading towards the braking area for Quarry Corner. 6 minutes to go before the pit window opens. They're on lap 4.
And our leader is just romping away at the front. 4 seconds was the lead over the line. You can see it. Oh, Jamie Sturgis in 3rd place is now starting to really try to apply pressure to Russell Humphrey, not by actually making the lunge, but by just showing his nose a little bit more as he came towards the S's. He's got a good run through there and through Old Paddock, heading down towards Tower. He's posturing as though he's going to have a little nibble up the inside. Is he going to throw it up the inside in towards Tower? Not quite, but my goodness, the intention was there.
So, yeah, great fights going on all the way through the order, and as we look towards Mark Smith, he's just pulling away all of the time at the wheel of the E36 M3 that leads the way. We've got this great fight going on for 2nd and 3rd. Russell Humphrey under attack from Jamie Sturgis. Brian Branson still under attack from Michael Vituli. Peter Jackson coming under pressure from Nathan Wells and the recovering Dan Malone. So everybody at the sharp end has somebody to play with, bar the race leader.
And our race leader already putting a lap on that incredible sounding Dodge Viper of McBay and East. Ian McBay starting that one by our records, and he's already passed him as our leader. Now approaching fairly quickly is Russell Humphrey in the 98 BMW under huge pressure from the Golf TCR of Jamie Sturgis, past British Castle Combe GT champion. And he's really trying to apply his knowledge here. Brian Branson commentated on him winning in that BMW last weekend at Snetterton, and he looks like he's got it absolutely singing. And of course, he's going to be handing that over to Jazz Sapra in a little while as well.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see how this ebbs and flows when we get the driver changes occurring, for which at the sharp end of the race, all we've got is in 3rd place Jamie Sturgis sticking with the car for the full 40 minutes, and in 5th place Michael Vituli sticking with the car for the full 40 minutes. But other than that, everybody else inside the top 6, top 7 places are swapping drivers. So through Camp Corner comes Peter Jackson. He needs to work his way through past Ian McBay's Dodge Viper, which he is about to do. Nathan Wells follows him through, then Dominic Malone also manages to squeeze his way through. So that's the traffic dealt with for the moment as the race leaders head past you.
Yep, the leader, Mark Smith, just making his way in towards Old Paddock now. Absolutely on rails, that thing is incredible. The changes of direction and the way it takes Old Paddock at such speed. Here comes Russell Humphrey, still followed by Jamie Sturgis. Not close enough to lunge at the moment. Tell you one that is close enough to be considering a lunge is the red BMW of Vituli, number 89, all over the back of Brian Branson in the number 26, but not quite close enough to throw what really is quite a big car for some small gaps.
Yes, absolutely. and a fairly highly powered, unwieldy car, and because of its colour, yeah, everybody will know that it's you coming up. But right, problems for Michael Vituli. He's slowed all of a sudden.
I saw smoke actually from behind the hedges, but I just assumed it was a lock-up.
No, it looks as though if he's locked it up, then he's lost a raft of time, because Michael Vituli is tumbling down through the order, and he comes through in 8th position, whereas he was 5th. So, yeah, it might have been a lock-up, but it was a 5-second lock-up if that's the case, because that's how much slower the lap was.
He may have gone locked up and gone
straight through, yeah.
Yeah, and that means that he has to sort of slalom through the tyres, doesn't he? All obviously I get to see here is over that bit from behind the hedge there is just a bit, and it didn't look enough smoke to be any kind of engine issue. I wonder whether Jamie Sturgis has got an issue. He's dropped right away from Russell Humphrey, and Brian Bransom's now all over the back of that white and green Golf TCR. And I mean, granted, Bransom's now free to look forward, but that's not what I expected to see.
So pit window will be opening in about 2 minutes' time now. Mark Smith still leading the way. Chris Boardman scheduled to jump on board that car. Brian Branson looking to try and put Jamie Sturgis under pressure at the wheel of the Volkswagen Golf, while just up the road from them still is the second place car in the hands of Mark Humphrey. So here comes the yellow BMW through Camp Corner, sitting there in second place. The Volkswagen Golf number 99 with the Ram Air supported livery on the side of it in third place. Brian Branson desperate to try and get himself on the podium. He's had a busy race already, Chris. We're only 10 minutes in, aren't we?
Yes, an awful lot has happened in such a short space of time, hasn't it? And you kind of feel like it's not getting ready to settle down anytime soon, as leader is now working his way through the S's, and the amount of cars that he's already lapping is quite incredible. Looking into the distance, oh, that's okay. That's the sort of second, third, fourth place cars getting past the back marker. I thought it was sort of confirming a slight issue with Sturgis. Great fight with Malone, the jet black BMW, the number 74. Got past the Aston Martin of Peter Jackson last time round, but again, we saw it last time, didn't we, Mike? The Aston might get past, but it doesn't get dropped.
No, he doesn't. No, he just sticks with the task in hand, doesn't he, does Peter Jackson, who was scheduled to hand that car over to his father, John Jackson, again from part 2 of the race. And yeah, Dominic Malone finally making a little bit of progress, because we say that car didn't get off the line well, and the ex-World Touring car, it was an ex-Andy Brio World Touring car, I think, is always good to see out there. We did have just shortcutting the Bobby's chicane. I think that was Stefan Jansson's car that had to shortcut the Bobby chicane. He was being lapped at the time, and then rather than turn into the race leaders, just opted to sort of skitter across the grass. So pit window will open next time round the race leaders come over the start-finish line, because we're at the 30-minute remaining mark.
Well, leader still serenely disappearing off. Maybe a little bit more twitchy through old paddock this time round than we've seen previously, but the second, third, fourth place battle coming through the S's is now all of a sudden close in general between all three of them. So Jamie Sturgis, I was a bit worried there was a slight issue. Well, that looks to me like that is not the case. He's now reeled back in onto the back of Russell Humphrey, and taking Brian Branson with him. Vituli's back up to speed as well. He's about to challenge the number 16 car of Wells. That's the sort of almost Schnitzer BMW, as used to be the white with the red and blue checkers on the back of that. And whatever happened to Vituli in that red 89, he's cleared his throat now.
He certainly has, but the best of the battles is for second, for third, for fourth. Jamie Sturgis looking to try and attack Russell Humphrey. Russell Humphrey also trying to defend from the Volkswagen Golf. Jamie Sturgis has to be conscious that if he tries it and it doesn't work, then the orange BMW of Brian Branson is there. Now Sturgis is flashing his lights here, anything to try and distract Russell Humphrey as they head round through Folly. There's a little bit of traffic as well just up the road that they need to deal with, and that is going to be the Volkswagen Golf, I think, number 173 of Mike Parsons, who they should be able to squeeze their way through and past on the exit of Quarry as we get our first pit stopper in. Number 16, Nathan Wells is in.
Well, that lappery has probably compromised Russell Humphrey, because they kind of ran out of Quarry Corner. Backmarker did nothing wrong, but of course, as they fed the... Oh, and Bransom's just had to get on some opposite lock there as he got on the power coming out of the S's. He's fine, he didn't spin it, but it's dropped him away from these two. And Sturgis is now having a look, trying to find a way to create a gap on that BMW ahead of him, but he's not managed to, so Russell Humphrey still holding off Jamie Sturgis.
It's a brilliant battle between them in towards Bobby's once more. It's still Jamie Sturgis who's almost riding on the bumper of the E92 M3 in the hands of Russell Humphrey as they went round through those twiddly parts. Of course, the V8 engine Beamer in a straight line can outgun the Golf, but the Golf of Jamie Sturgis comes into the pit lane anyway. So Jamie Sturgis heads into the pit lane to conduct his mandatory pit stop. Remember, unlike the tin tops that we've just seen, it is a 2-minute pit stop from pit in to pit out for these cars, and I think it's going to be a longer stop than 2 minutes for some cars though, because Nathan Wells has problems in the pit lane and Josh can tell us more.
Yeah, that's right. I think the car's overheating. They're checking the amount of oil in the car at the moment. They got the dipstick out. They've checked that. Now they're clearing the radiator. But yeah, I think that car's overheating, and it's a little bit further down the order than maybe we would have expected as well, that car.
Well, I think we're all feeling the heat today, not just commentators, spectators, marshals, drivers, but the cars as well. And I think, yeah, looking at that car as it came into the pit lane, it looked like it was a raft of brake smoke, which you'd expect, but then it started to look more like steam. So yeah, I think that car may well be an extended pit stop, or it may well be done for the day. 27 minutes to go. Mark Smith still leading the squabble for second place. Now there's a bit of a wiggle mid-corner there from Russell Humphrey at the wheel of the second place BMW E92. Now, it was only a slight little wiggle round through Tower, but it just goes to show that either A, he's trying, or B, those tyres are now just starting to drop off a little bit. And as we've heard from so many people, the drop-off today is like a cliff edge, really, and that is now putting him back under pressure from Brian Branson as they come round through Camp Corner that time through, and closing in on them both is also Dominic Malone at the wheel of the ex-World Touring Car all-black BMW. So up Avon Rise towards Quarry Corner, second, third and fourth, good fight.
Isn't it just? I'm glued towards the exit of Quarry Corner to see this, and here it comes. So it is still the yellow and red BMW of Russell Humphrey. It might be a different car that's now challenging the rear of that BMW, but he's still doing a fantastic job. Brian Bransom's taking a tighter line through. Oh, there's smoke coming from the back of Brian Bransom's, and that's increasing quite dramatically. I think, sadly, he's even pulling towards the infield there, and I'm just trying to see whether there's fluid on the circuit or not, but all of a sudden, that car has got smoke billowing out of the rear of it.
Yeah, it has, isn't it? Yeah, so you can see that from here, and it's coming from the centre of the car, which suggests it's more engine related than body rub related. Into the pit lane has come Paul Bolton at the wheel of the Nissan, but for Brian Branson, he's surely going to have to dive his way into the pit lane, and in he comes, but he's not the only one that's coming in on this lap, because we've got Jonathan Strickland coming in at the wheel of the number 6 BMW, but we also have into the pit lane the car of Russell Humphrey.
We had Jamie Sturgis in a moment ago. That car had been leaking brake fluid in the pit lane. It's gone back out on circuit, but hopefully his brakes are all there when he gets to Quarry Corner.
So you've got 3 more pit stoppers now to try and work your way through, of which it'd be well worth having a word with Russell Humphrey and probably Brian Branson as well, because both of those cars are scheduled to be taken over by other drivers for part 2 of the race. Also into the pit lane we have the Mike Parsons driven number 173 Volkswagen Golf, so that comes in. So our race leader Mark Smith can just press on his merry way now, because he knows he's got a 22-second gap for Chris Dawes between himself and the car that's now moved up to second with the pit stoppers, that being the number 74 BMW of Dominic Malone.
It's such an impressive car, isn't it? And it just looks even more menacing, that sort of jet black, to make it a big old challenge for them. And he's going to be trying his best, and it'll be so interesting once all these pit stops wash through. I apologise, you did say who's got extra penalties?
Mark Smith, when he gives way to Chris Boardman, the race-leading car, an extra 10 seconds because of the fact they finished third at Brands Hatch last time out. And Nathan Wells, who we know now may well be not rejoining, should have had an extra 15 seconds. But Brian Branson has got the bonnet up. They are looking underneath the bonnet of that 26 car, Josh.
Yeah, that's right. And Jazz Sapra did get in the car. He's got back out again. Brian, do you know what the problem is?
Do you know, yeah, mate, I was in, I don't know, over the back there somewhere, and yeah, just started bellowing smoke out the back. I don't know. Don't look like we're going anywhere now.
Bad luck. So you heard there, Mark, not sure what the problem is, but as you say, smoke is not good, is it, when it comes out of the engine bay?
No, and it's far more cost effective to park it up early while there is still smoke, rather than wait for the big bang and all the engine internals become externals. So yeah, it's a far cheaper repair bill to park it up early. So back out into the race now goes Mark Wyatt, having taken over the BMW from Russell Humphrey. Into the pit lane comes the glorious noise of the 8-litre Dodge Viper, which Mark East is about to jump on board, Ian McBay having done the hard work in the early stages. But all of those pit stops having taken place as they head towards Quarry, it does look as though Jamie Sturgis is not that far behind the E92 BMW again, that's now in the hands of Mark Wyatt. So that battle's resumed again, Chris.
Which is good, because we saw it sort of go the opposite. Oh, and suddenly Mark Wyatt's locked up into the S's there, and he's having to go straight on. So through goes Jamie Sturgis, just as Mark Wyatt is getting used to that car.
And Chris, I'm just going to right into a catch for his teammate Russell Humphrey. Russ, real battle out there for you.
Oh yeah, that was hard going. Those last 3 or 4 laps, everything got way too hot. I was starting to lose grip everywhere. Could see Jamie coming, and then he bailed, and then the other one was coming. I just kept trying to stay on the pace, but that's hard work.
Yeah, I think we just heard from Chris that Mark had a bit of a lock-up, so I guess he's getting used to what the car's like now, rather than when perhaps it was like in qualifying.
Yeah, it's red hot. It's not nice.
Obviously, he raced here quite a lot, but one of the hottest days, I guess, he raced at Combe, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, this compares to Spa when we went a couple of years ago, but a different heat, you know. Britain, we shouldn't moan, but oh man, that is really intense in the car.
At least it's not Monday when it's going to be even hotter.
Thank goodness.
Enjoying this car that you're racing?
I love it. Obviously Mark owns it. I get the privilege of having a go. I do prepare it for him, but yeah, it is fast. But it can't match the other BMWs. A little bit lighter, and it's similar power, I think, now, because yeah, they're quick. They're quick.
I think newer cars get bigger, don't they, and heavier?
Yeah, it's all right having a big V8, but of course the weight goes with it, doesn't it? So.
Great stint there, and good luck for the rest of the race. So that's Russ Humphrey out of his BMW.
He's out of his BMW, but I noticed back in the pit lane has come Jamie Sturgis, I'm afraid. So clearly all is not well with the number 99 Volkswagen Golf, so that may well be another direction to point yourself in, Josh. We've still got a few more cars coming into the pit lane even now. So into the pit lane comes Ruben Stanilas. So he is about to hand over the car to Lewis Appiaggi. There we go. It took a while for that one. I had to try and work out. Lewis Appiaggi is about to take over that particular car. So that's another car that has now called. One car that hasn't called into the pit lane yet, though, is still the race leader, Mark Smith, and number 74, Dominic Malone, who sits second.
What's the speed then, Baldwin, when he takes over that 36? I can't remember. I think Smith is the quicker of the two.
Yeah, it's Mark Smith's car. He'll be the quicker of the two, absolutely, for sure. But as for the relative pace of Mark Smith to Chris Boardman, I don't think I've seen them teamed up so far this year or the year prior, so it's a new name for me, sharing the car with Mark this weekend.
Great gaggle just coming out of Quarry Corner at the moment, and I'm sure, is that Mark Wyatt is one of them?
Well, I spoke to Jamie Sturgis' team, and they will not tell me what the problem was, so who worked that one out. We saw the brake fluid issue, so whoever to do that, I don't know.
Well, he's coming through in front of me now, and it does look like he's back up to speed again. Well, it didn't look like he slowed, did it, Mark? It never had any, because he was ahead of Mark Wyatt after Mark had the lock-up, and it looked like he was still on it. And then suddenly we noticed that he'd gone into the pits.
Yeah, no, absolutely, yeah. So we've got into the pit lane also this time through. We've got Peter Jackson has come in at the wheel of the Aston Martin. So that's another car that's come in, but I think that's been in the pits for quite some time, and I do fear that is another car that may well have had a particular issue. We've got Dominic Malone coming in this time, though, and James Alford at the wheel of the Volkswagen Golf. So in comes the all-black BMW of Dominic Malone. A lock of the brakes as he anchors the car up to get to the pit lane speed limit, so he was obviously concerned about what he was doing there. And James Alford Volkswagen Golf comes in, and I can now see the whereabouts of the Aston Martin of Peter Jackson. It didn't make it to the pit lane. It's pulled off into the paddock with lots of steam coming from the bonnet of that car.
I'm catching up with Ian McVeigh down the pit lane. A great car, you've got to tell us a bit about it.
That's a very great car, yeah. Mark bought it just after Christmas, sight unseen. Imported it from Denmark. Hasn't raced in 16 years. We've done the safety stuff. We made it to Thruxton and the fuel pump failed. We headed off to Brands Hatch and the tow car failed, but we made it here and we passed the sound check. And apart from a rearview mirror coming off, it's going very nicely. We now just need to get some drivers in it.
So you obviously said the car raced before. Do you know what it raced as?
Raced in the States. Right. It was converted to a race car from brand new, who's never been registered on the road. Right. But we really don't know what's in it. It's definitely not got the amount of power it was supposed to have, but that's probably a good thing.
And I think probably the only Viper racing in this country at the moment.
I don't know, because David Graham used to come here, didn't he, with his later one? But no, I haven't seen any out about. But it'd be nice to have more.
What's it like to drive?
It's not as frenetic as a Davrian. You have to stop working so hard and let the car do the work, because you think you're going really slow. And, well, I still am, but the car's pulling you along, and when you're comfortable in the car, I think it'll be really, really competitive.
And I guess it's all about, like you say, developing it at the moment, because you don't know exactly what's in the car at the moment.
Don't know anything about it. Yeah. So it's basically got good safety equipment in it, and it's a voyage of discovery here on in.
Enjoying your day though here at Combe?
Yeah. Won't need to go to the sauna this week.
Thanks for bringing it along. So great there. Hear a little bit more about the Dodge Viper, a great car to have here today.
Oh, fantastic car to have as well, yeah. Nice that we heard the full story there from Ian McVeigh as to exactly how they came about that car, and not the trouble, but the learning curve that they're going on with generally. Into the pit lane has finally come Mark Smith at the wheel of the race leading car. Now, Chris Boardman, who's scheduled to take over that car, hasn't raced at Castle Combe since he was a young man. He's, early 30s maybe now at very best. He was 19 years of age last time he raced at Castle Combe, so he pitched up this morning, Chris Dawes, and was on the pace straight away. So I said Mark Smith I thought would be the quicker of the two. I'm not going to rule out the fact that Chris Boardman is going to be pushing and trying to beat the time, the benchmark time that the man who owns the car has set.
That's impressive then, and it does mean that we get to see that thing still tap dance around the rest. And I mean, I didn't clock what the margin was between first and second before the pit stop started to see what impact the success bonus is going to have.
I'm not. It might have been Chris Boardman that actually started the car, because it says Chris Boardman on the helmet that's just come off. Yeah, I think it's Chris. So we weren't expecting you to start the car, but obviously it went really well.
Yeah, cheers. Obviously very hot weather. First time I've driven this car, so a few nerves on the start, but managed to get away. It's important for me to put a stint in because we've got a 10-second penalty, and just to be really easy on the tyres and the brakes because it is so hot. But the car was mega, thanks to the team and speed. It was spot on. Hopefully we can bring it home with a win.
I think you've driven 36 before. How's this one compared to that?
Yeah, this is lovely. Yeah, spot on. It does everything you want it to do. It is moving around a bit with this temperature, but yeah, it's a lovely, really, really, really nice car to drive. And thanks to Mark for letting me have a spin.
You didn't beat?
Yeah, he's there. He just needs to bring it home and be safe.
Thanks for having a chat and to let you cool down now. So Chris Boardman started the car that led the race there, Mark.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, I knew they were in two minds because they were one of the teams that were very late to release who the starting driver was, and then I think it came through as an amendment, so they probably changed their mind for 2 or 3 times before they finally settled on. And you can see them with the leaf blower blowing the air in towards the radiator of the cars whilst it still sits there in the pit lane. Anything to try and keep the temperatures down over the course of the day. And we've seen loads and loads and loads of teams that have done that, have picked up on the advice and the newsletter that was sent out by the Classic Sports Car Club to all of the competitors on the run into the weekend as to how to deal with the warm weather that's been forecast. So 15 minutes of the race to go. Heading past me now is Paul Bolton at the wheel of the Nissan, squabbling away with the 173 Mike Parsons Volkswagen Golf. Is that for position? No, it is not. There's a full lap between the pair of them. But it is Mark Smith now who has jumped on board the race-leading BMW and is leading by a very comfortable margin. We have now all of the cars, Crystal, cycled through their pit stops, so a few maybe still on out laps, but we're finally through them all, I think. Yeah, just got to let it wash through, haven't we? But here comes the 36 car now. Oh, and the Nissan has just gone straight on, the 370Z of Bolton, just harmlessly across the grass down here at the S's. And carried on. So there goes Malone. The gap's quite significant still, Mark. Yeah, it is. It's not come down as much as I thought it would have done between the pair of them, but number 36, Chris Boardman, having handed over to Mark Smith, that car leads the race. Number 74, Dominic Malone in second place. Third is 89, which is Michael Vituli, but we've got more news from the boys. Yeah, I just caught up with Simon Green, who was running the Brian Branson car. He said not as serious as they first thought. It was the breather popped off the engine, so that's what caused all the smoke, but luckily that's an easy fix. There's no point going back out now they've lost all the time, but not as expensive as it might have been. No, absolutely. You don't like it when those things happen, but you'd rather that than something more sinister. So Mark Smith leading the way now. He'll be up at Avon Rise, and he leads by 9 seconds from the number 74 BMW. So just need to keep a look on the relative times as to what Dominic Malone is doing compared to Mark Smith. There's plenty of time for him to chip away at that, Chris, isn't it? Because we've still got 13 minutes of the race to go.
Yeah, I mean, the logic says that it shouldn't, but of course Malone, with the bad start, had to sort of like work his way through the field, and then once he got himself up into some clean air, that monstrous-looking BMW was starting to put in some really impressive lap times. And yeah, once we see Smith get used to this car, you know, we saw it with Mark Wyatt coming out, and he knows this circuit really well. To suddenly lock up coming into the S's shows that it's not what they expected the conditions to be compared to how it felt earlier today.
Yeah, and talking of that car, Mark Wyatt is involved in a great fight at the moment, trying to keep Nathan Wells behind. So that's the number 98 BMW, the E92, fighting away for the E46 that sits behind. So that's another one that's well worth watching. So Mark Smith trying to pick his way still through the traffic as he heads round through Folly, starts to head up towards Avon Rise. I think that's Alex Haynes that he's looking to try and wiggle his way through and past. Alex Haynes is not going to let him through on the run in towards Quarry, so he's going to have to be patient and wait until the run in towards your position, Chris, in the S's.
He's coming down towards us now. He's stuck up behind a back marker and is not managing to easily get past this car to put a lap on it, and I thought that he was going to go for a downbuster of a move, thought better of it. It's the number 3 car that he's trying to get past, Haynes, that's actually sat in 6th place. So again, it's another example of a back marker that isn't a slow back marker. And I see that Mark Wyatt's being passed by the number 16 Wells BMW, but I'm not sure Mark's going to give up on that just yet.
No, I spotted that, yeah. So Nathan Wells, number 16 in the older shape E46, through and ahead. As for Mark Smith, yeah, he's not been able to get past Alex Haynes still at this stage. They both go past Jonathan Strickland's blue BMW. And as they head round through Camp Corner, the race-leading E36 of Mark Smith, 1 minute 14 he did that time through. Dominic Malone did a 1 minute 11.9 behind, so the lead advantage now dwindles down to 4.1 seconds between the two of them. So Mark Smith has got to work out how to get past Alex Haynes, the back marker, otherwise he's a sitting duck.
Yeah, and they're exiting Quarry at the moment, and yeah, you can see that monstrous black BMW in the background trying to come through. Still, it's not being done. It's fairly difficult to pick these two BMWs until they turn sideways, and we see the flash from front to back that then tells us it's Haynes, the back marker, that's still ahead. And he's not doing anything wrong, is he? He's not really sort of holding him up. He is a quick car, and in fact, he's actually putting in new personal best. So, if anything, Smith's helping Haynes put in new personal best laps of the race.
Yeah, but they're just getting eaten up all of the time by Dominic Malone, who's pushing really hard. So round through Bobby's now goes Dominic Malone, up towards Westway and on towards the Dean Straight. Up towards Camp Corner comes Mark Smith. And the gap between the pair of them, I would say at the beginning of this lap, was about 4.1. I don't think it's changed much more than that this time through. It's maybe sort of high 3s or mid 3s at the very best. And as they go through, it is 3.3 seconds, so it has come down. It's come down by another 0.8 of a second between the number 36 BMW that still continues to lead and the number 74 BMW that's there in second place. 10 minutes to go still.
Yeah, still plenty, and he still hasn't got past Haynes. He's so close all the way around Quarry Corner. Once they get onto the straight, the power from that number 3 car means it just pulls away from Smith, our race leader in the 36 BMW. Oh no, sorry, he has got it done now. As I said, that it's difficult until they turn sideways to know. So he's managed to do that on the exit of Quarry Corner this time. Oh, and that was very, you possibly heard that in the background, the screeching of tyres was Malone putting so much pressure, and it just, he didn't lose it through old paddock, but it sounded like the tyres were desperate to remind him that he could.
And I think he's just desperate to press on because he can see the target ahead of him. He will be well aware that Mark Smith was held up by Alex Haynes, as Alex was not really getting out of the way, but why should he? It's up to Mark Smith to find his way through and past him. The difficulty is now that Alex Haynes is now sitting on the coattails of the car that's just gone past him and put a lap on him. Dominic Malone is closing in on the pair of them as they come over the start-finish line, but Dominic Malone may well find that Alex Haynes is equally as difficult to try and thread his way through and past, so the gap might extend again over the course of the next few laps if Dominic Malone gets bottled up behind. There's more traffic up the road as well they'll need to deal with, and that is the E46. I think that might be Matthew Sanders maybe, that's the next of the cars that they're going to want to try and work their way through and past. Hopefully he'll be a little kinder to the race leader this time as they head to you.
Well, we'll see. As they come down towards us, the answer is no, because he's still just you know, understandably taking his racing line through the S's, and it's fairly narrow, so it's not that easy to be able to do it. They're still now bottled up, which means that Malone is right with him. He's got Hayes, the number 3, there trying to take advantage and go through as well. That is job done. So Haynes, who was already ahead, but now has put a lap on the E46 BMW of Sanders. But look at this fight for the lead now, Mark. They're largely together with a back marker between them.
They are, well, the back marker is no longer between them. They are together for the lead of the race and about to approach Mark East at the wheel of the Dodge Viper, who needs to stay out of harm's way here. He doesn't want anything to do with the lead battle, so through goes both Mark Smith and Dominic Malone, nose to tail through Camp Corner for the lead of the race. That's all the traffic dealt with now, so they can now just roll their sleeves up and slug it out like a pair of heavyweight boxers as they head towards Folly, and 2 wheels on the grass for Dominic Malone as he goes round through Folly and takes up the lead of the race from Mark Smith. So it is now the black BMW that leads as they head towards Quarry, having completed 25 laps.
555 James Alford's Golf's just stopped into mechanical retirement at the S's here, just sort of tucked itself out of the way, but of course it does mean that we get a yellow flag here for a lap or so as the black BMW comes through, as you say, into the lead of the race now. And quite amazingly, Mark, he's already stretching his legs over the 36 car of Mark Smith. I wasn't necessarily expecting to be quite the gap there, because you really got the impression that Smith had been held up by a back marker, but not quite as much as we... Oh, and there's contact here. That just made me jump. Vertuli, sorry, that was me jumping as I suddenly saw it out the corner of my eye. Vertuli's red BMW has made contact with the sort of fairly steady Dodge over here, I'm afraid to say, Mark, and they both hit the tyres and stopped here.
Yeah, such a shame. I can see the 2 red cars there, just with the Dodge Viper embedded in the tyres, and Michael Vertuli's car just a few feet away from it, towards the edge of the grass, which with 6 minutes to go begs the question as to, is that going to be covered by localised yellows or
it's
not?
Too narrow, isn't it? It is my thing. The good news, by the way, just to let everybody know, the drivers are both out and clambering over the barriers.
Red flags are coming out, I'm afraid.
Yeah, there's just no space for those cars to be. But both drivers look absolutely fine. Obviously, a frustrated Vertuli by the looks of it, but just sort of winded a little bit, so they'll be looked at. But they are clambering over the barriers out of the way and making sure that each other is okay.
The big question is, though, is that of course we just had that change for the lead, haven't we? Red flag comes out, you go back a lap.
Yeah, good point.
What we're going to do, because we've reached 3/4 distance, we're 84% into this race. If we go back a lap, was that before Mark Smith had lost the lead or not?
Ooh, do you know?
It sounds as though we're going to be throwing Josh under the bus there, doesn't it?
Yes.
He can interview the drivers and have a word. So checkered flag has come out, so just confirmed it is red flag and checkered flag. Hopefully there's not too much damage to either of those cars there, and in particular the glorious looking Dodge Viper, because I can imagine that in the nicest possible way, an E46 M3 is an easier car to get parts for than a Dodge Viper will be. So let's hope that that doesn't preclude seeing Mark East and Ian McBay out in some of the future races that we have coming up for the new millennium. So some of the cars being held at pit lane entry still at the moment, and I think they will all, when the timing is right and when the instructions have been given by race control, they'll work their way back into the paddock. But what I can do for the moment is just confirm probably the running order at the time that the red flag came out, but as for the results, we may just have to wait until the official result is added later on. We are going to see an extra penalty added to Matthew Sanders for the pit stop being too short. At the point the red flag came out, Dominic Malone was the race leader from Mark Smith in second place, and it was going to be Mark Wyatt who was there in third. Alex Haynes was fourth, ahead of Matthew Sanders, and Stefan Janssen showing in sixth place on the information that I have on the screen. But we did have a bit of a race of attrition for a few of the cars in that one, so we'll need to...
And we've got to pick a driver from that as well, haven't we?
We do have to pick a driver from that one. I have an idea. Okay, yeah, I have an idea. I will send you my idea.
Okay.
And you can send me... so there we go. What's your name? Chris Dawes, isn't it? That's it.
Apparently so, yeah.
There we go.
It's always hard, isn't it, when you have that pressure put on us, because so many stand out, or you know, it's a race. Yeah, I'd go with that, to be honest.
Yeah, we'll go with that one. There we go. So the cars that are being held at pit lane are now all being ushered in towards the paddock area, so it does look as though that is it, unfortunately, for our track road race. New Millennium Series. We've still got one more race to come up here at Castle Combe on what's been a busy old day, a warm old day, but of course we will do it all again tomorrow as well, where we have a range of different series heading out onto circuit. But one more race to come up still, that is the Motorsport School Turbo Tin Tops, which also incorporates the Mr. Tyre Motorsport Puma Cup. And if at the end of this weekend you want to come back to Castle Combe, there are still some further race meetings to look forward to as well. I'll give you a few details on those in a few moments, because in the meantime I'm going to hand you down into the paddock and Josh.
So we're down here in Park Farm. We've got the top two, in whatever order they come anyway. They're congratulating each other, so Mark Smith and Dominic Maloney look pretty happy with things. Let's find out when they find out the official result. Not sure who ended up third, but I don't think we're going to get to chat to them anyway. So we'll let the two drivers take their helmets off, and then we'll grab a word with Mark and with Dominic. And then we'll grab a word. Looks like Dominic's going to win the helmet off race, so we'll go with him first. You were leading on the road there, but the red flag came out, possibly not a great moment for you.
Yeah, no, it was quite a big accident up there. I hope everyone's okay. So, yeah, but yeah, kind of just went backwards off the start. That's my usual way, and then kind of had to make that up a little bit. So it was great. Yeah, really good fun. Tyres kind of suffered a bit there in the heat and everything, but no, it was great. Boys did a good job to get me back out. Unfortunately, we missed the slicks race. We couldn't quite get out for that. Had a manifold go on us, so that was the reason for that. So it was nice to just get back out and get a good result.
You mentioned there about not making a good start. It's not the easiest circuits to come back past people either, is it?
No, yeah, there was some. I think everyone's very experienced, and I think people know can sense you're coming. Hopefully, if I didn't do anything too crazy, but no, it was great fun, and great to race against such good mates and good drivers as well.
Tell us a bit about your car, because I think it's a former World Touring car.
Yeah, so this is ex Andy Prio, a championship-winning touring car, and obviously it's not got the original engine in anymore. But yeah, the car's the real car. So yeah, it's nice to have that and a little bit of history with it as well. So it'd be nice to kind of. I know Andy almost came to one of the CSCC events. Was it last year? Right. So it would be nice to try and get a picture with him with the car or something, or maybe some tips, because I'm, But no, it's a great car. And the boys always prep it so amazingly for me, so it's great.
You ever been tempted to put it into the original livery, or do you like having it in your own look to it?
I think we're going to do something over the winter. We've kind of been concentrating on some mechanical things and just kind of generally making it better. So yeah, I think a bit of cosmetic tweaks over the winter will be good. We'll see what happens.
Well done on a great drive there. And then Mark Smith, who we think might end up with the win because of when the red flag comes out. Yeah, we haven't got any official confirmation yet.
Well, okay, it's Dom's win anyway, regardless of that result. And I probably, any pace that this car did have today, I owe to my co-driver Chris Boardman, who just drove away from everyone in the first stint. And when I saw what his qualifying pace was this morning, I said, you better take the first drive. I'll probably mess it up and go backwards.
Yeah, well, I had a chat with Chris in the break, and he said he was really enjoying driving this. He said it's a fantastic car to drive. So I'm sure you enjoyed watching the car at the front there.
I did. Yeah. It's good to see. I mean, I'm a bit rusty on this circuit. Right. I think it's like Groundhog Day. Every time I come here, I can't remember a thing of how I drove it last time. So I probably could have done with a bit more testing midweek.
It's not the easiest of circuits, is it? Especially in a quick car like this.
Yeah, exactly. It's very bumpy, and I think this is the fourth time I've been here since 1987. Right. So I could probably do with a bit more practice, actually. But anyway, here's the star of the show.
Let's have another word with Chris. Chris, possibly a race when we're waiting for the official confirmation of that. But again, like we spoke to you earlier, really quick lap times at the beginning there.
Yeah, cheers. Yeah, like I said to you earlier, just had to put a stint in early doors with the 10-second penalty. Just build a bit of a gap. It closed right up at the end there. We had a car racing us. It was a lap down, but racing goes like that sometimes, so it allowed the guys to. It was a photo finish there, but hopefully Dom drove really well, so he did well. But yeah, no. Again, thanks to Mark for letting me drive the car, and to Amsby, the car's been faultless all day.
Mark, is he going to get another go in it?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Everyone wants Chris in their car. Well done, Chris. Well done to Mark Smith, and well done to Dominic Malone. And we'll wait for some official results. So back up to you, Mark.
Thanks, Josh. Yep, so we're going to have a slight delay, I'm afraid, before we see the cars for our final race of the day, heading out onto circuit, the Motorsport School Turbo Tin Tops and Mr. Tyre Motorsport Puma Cup. Just be a while before we see those cars heading out onto the circuit, and that's as a result of the barrier damage that's occurred with that incident down there near Chris Dawes, with Mark East and Michael Vituli coming together. So you're probably in a better position, Chris, just to maybe tell us what may need doing down there, and you know, I'm not asking you to put any timescale on it, but clearly there's going to be a delay.
Yeah, there is. The two cars are yet to be sort of taken away and recovered, and you know, thankfully we've got this section here has got the Recticel cushions in front of the tyres, but it's kind of gone through that and still peeled up a whole load of these tyres that are scattered. So that's got to be stacked back up again and pushed into the right order in front of the barriers. So that's why we've got two of the big JCB units here, and the hard-working recovery and maintenance team to get them back up. And so obviously the devices make short shrift of these lumps of tyres, but to then maneuver them into position and push them in and stack them up accurately, because you can't just throw them back in front. It's got to be in the right order so they do the job that's intended. If any of the tyres are damaged from this, then they can't be included in the rebuild of this. Once they've done that along a reasonable length stretch, if I'm honest, then they got to try and get Recticel cushions in front of it, and it looks like one of them has taken quite a pounding, so at least one of them. So whether they'll have to just replace that with one in slightly better condition. So yeah, it's not going to be a job of a moment. The good news is that the medical crews just checked over the drivers, and that's all left the scene now. And as I say, they were up and making sure that each other was okay and all that sort of stuff. And it's just, yeah, you just can't do this job they've got to do now quickly, can you, sadly?
No, it's got to be done appropriately. It's a big jigsaw puzzle that all needs putting back together. And the drivers for this next race have already been told to get out of their cars and just get some shade. But not wander off, is what they've been told. Yeah. So it gives me the opportunity to maybe tell you about what's coming up here still at Castle Combe throughout the course of the 2022 season. We've mentioned the fact that you can get your own car and track, car or bike on track, but the remaining race day events, so we've got the Combe Carnival Race Day on Saturday the 6th of August. We've got the Motorcycle Grand National Race Weekend, that's on the 20th and 21st of August. The Combe Countdown Race Day is a week after that. That's the August Bank Holiday Monday, the 29th of August. We've spoken about the Autumn Summer Classic Historic Race Day on the 24th, and you'll like this one. I know you like it every year, where you sort of crown your champions for the year, all of your local championship. Grand Finals Race Day, end of October. That's always a brilliant end to the season, isn't it, Chris?
Absolutely, because invariably you'll get at least a couple of the championships that will come down to that wire. It's when we tend to appreciate that Ian Salmon is quite often here, because of course he's an accountant, and so he's very good at working out
the maths.
Yes. Yeah. I know you're brilliant at that as well, but let's be honest, an accountant's always going to do even better and quicker than us. So.
Well, as I'm from Lincolnshire, when you've got 6 fingers on each hand, it helps, I may as well say it before you do.
You're allowed to.
I'm allowed to say it, yeah. Other thing you might still see are hard-working British Heart Foundation volunteers wandering around as well, trying to collect some money. They are this weekend's charity. There are fantastic charity that's major funder and authority in cardiovascular research, education and care. They rely predominantly on voluntary donations as well to meet that as well. So whilst we fully understand that prices are rising here, there and everywhere, but if you've got any spare change at all, or the odd little note that maybe you don't want, then please, 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 if you see our British Heart Foundation volunteers, be as generous as you can afford to be at the moment. But we thank them for being our official charity for this weekend, and also the other supporters of the circuit as well, the likes of Honda, who supply the Honda Type R safety car and the CRV medical units. We've got the Kia Ceed course car. We've got Volvo UK supplying a range of different vehicles. Avon Tyres, long time supporter of Castle Combe, and of course Wiltshire College as well, who also have a place on site. The only other thing I've not mentioned, Chris, probably is the rally day. You've done that before, haven't you, here?
Yes, I have. It's one of those ones that I haven't done probably the last couple that we've done here, due to commentary commitments taking me elsewhere, but it is such an impressive day. The car's the star, but we also get some impressive drivers here and some very historic rally cars and an off-road activity, and not a mixture of static, and historically we've had them where they come charging down on the infield in front of you, Mark, and we have jumps on that infield section and all sorts, as well as a rally stage set up on the circuit with temporary barriers put in for them to do their all their different rally manoeuvres, and it's just a super impressive day. We have a stage where we get to interview some pretty big names from the world of rallying, and it really is a unique event, and it is so much fun. If you've never been, I can't recommend it highly enough.
So yeah, details on that, rallyday.com, and of course the circuit website, castlecombecircuit.co.uk, are probably the best places that you need to go to. If you want further details on what's going on with the Classic Sports Car Club for this year, well, you just need to go on to classicsportscarclub.co.uk, classicsportscarclub.co.uk.
That's easy for you to say.
I know, it's been a long day and it's not getting any cooler in here. Because we do have a range of race meetings remaining as well. The next time any of the series are out is in just a couple of weekends' time, and there's just one series, that's the Special Saloons and Mod Sports are supporting the Alton Park Gold Cup up there, but the club itself, over the course of the August bank holiday weekend, is at Alton Park. They bring the vast majority of their series that we'll see over the course of this weekend. A few exceptions, because we won't see likes of the Magnificent Sevens or the Slicks series up there that we've had out today, but the vast majority will be there. That's the 29th of August. If you fancy a trip to the Midlands, then 10th and 11th of September is Donington Park, where we will have every single one of the Classic Sports Car Club series there, including for that weekend the likes of those that we don't see here. So the Special Saloons and Mod Sports will be at Donington Park that weekend, and then we go to Silverstone on the 8th and 9th of October, and it's just a single day race meeting up at Cadwell Park in Lincolnshire on the 29th of October. If you want details on any more dates for the club, then head to classicsportscarclub.co.uk. So how are we getting on with the barrier damage, Chris?
Doing very well, as the team down here always do, and you know, hats off to them. Well, hats on for them, really, I guess, in this. the conditions that they are doing this, you know, they're manhandling these big lumps of tyres everywhere, as well as the equipment that's down here in these conditions, to get it done as quickly as they possibly and safely can. And at the moment, we're probably, Mark, still on the remove those that can't be included in it at this stage, to be honest. And then I'm not sure what the planning is thereafter. These tyres are sort of put on the back of the flatbed, and they'll be whisked away out of the way and put in a pile and work out which ones are good, because of course they're all strapped together in great big bunches.
So the circuit staff and the marshals all working hard there, and again, as we've mentioned a few times throughout the course of the day, a huge thank you to all of our marshals and officials here at Castle Combe, and generally any race meeting, any circuit. You know, we couldn't run the race meeting without them. So if you want to get involved in marshalling, it's a really good way of getting close to the action without the expense of competing. It's as close as you can get without the expense of physically being a competitor. And if you want to get involved, it doesn't matter whether it's here at this circuit or any circuit, we'd be delighted to have you. The best thing you can do is log on to the official website for the British Motorsport Marshals Club, which is marshals.co.uk, and they run what are called taster days. So you can sign up to a taster day. So pick a circuit, pick a date that's convenient to you, and sign up. You'll get your e-tickets through as an email or through the post, depending on which location you've signed up to, and then you're met on the morning at that agreed date and venue by an experienced marshal who will be almost your mentor for the day. And usually you're not on your own. There's usually several other people that are doing exactly the same, so there's no need to feel as though you're the only one there and like a rabbit between the headlights, because what you get over the course of the morning with a taster day is a guided tour of all of the inner workings of a race meeting, so all the different areas where you could potentially work should you wish. So whether it be the assembly area where the cars are lined up now before they go out for this race, whether it be on the start line where the cars are gridded up, it could be in the pits, it could be out on the individual marshals posts, it could be Parc Fermé where the cars go to afterwards. It might be that you're technically minded and you want to get involved in the scrutineering side, which is the safety and regulatory checks that are done to the cars to make sure that they comply with all the safety measures and comply to the championship regulations. That's called scrutineering. Sometimes we get them into the commentary box. You'll usually go up into race control to understand what happens there, and maybe the timekeepers as well. So a raft of different areas that you get to see in the morning. So a guided tour in the morning. You head out onto a marshal's post in the afternoon with an experienced team around you, and that's a taster date. So if you fancy the idea of that, to see whether marshalling's for you or not, marshals.co.uk is the official website for the British Motorsport Marshals Club. So, tidying up still being done. Drivers still waiting very patiently ahead of the release of the Motorsport School Turbo Tin Tops with the Mr. Tyre Motorsport Puma Cup onto the grid. And hopefully, Chris, they've sorted the good tyres from the bad tyres, the wheat from the chaff.
Yeah, the bad ones appear to, I think they finished that stage, then they've got to sort of get some good ones in, and the wreck to sound. The cars are still here as well, Mark, interestingly, but I think that they, you know, it's all got to be done in the right order of everything. And when an incident like this happens as well, is that you get the officials here that are just sort of taking the memory cards to make sure they can see any on-board stuff as well. And yeah, and they'll get everything rebuilt. I mean, the team is incredible here, and they're also checking the barrier as well to make sure that that isn't necessarily moving.
There's no point putting all of the tyres back in the rector cell back if the barrier's not absolutely secure as well, isn't it? And these are all the checks that go on that are just a natural process, aren't they, for the circuit staff?
Yeah, 100%. And you know, if there's anything they're not comfortable with on the barriers, of course they're you know, they're wooden posts. You know, there's not stakes; they're big, chunky posts that are behind, and people kind of go, oh, why is it that, and they snap. It's like, well, by design they're supposed to give. If they didn't, then it's a sudden stop and it's not quite so healthy. So, you know, it can then suddenly throw issues where they've got to replace some of the metal, the wooden posts. I'm not sure whether this is the case, but they have to go through all these checks, and if the tyres are in front, then it could give you know, an inaccurate review of that. So there's everything they need to go through, and you can see the heat is really taking its toll on the team out here, and kudos to them doing this in these conditions. It's you know, I don't envy them at all, and you know, fair play.
I suppose, you know, I always try and look for positives out of negatives. This slight delay, as frustrating as it is for everybody, for those that are working on site there, they'll be trying to sort it as quickly as possible. But for those that are elsewhere around the circuit, I can already see many of the spectators have found a bit of shade for a few minutes. The marshals are finally, those that aren't involved on different marshals posts can, you know, tie their overalls around their waist and seek a little bit of shade as well. Get some water on board as well, because as we've heard from so many of the drivers, Chris, you know, it is hot. It's only going to be hotter tomorrow as well. So, you know, we want to see everybody back tomorrow. We don't want to see people with sunstroke today or too much sunburn today, because we want them all back tomorrow. We've got another great day's racing planned.
I guess I better not have too much cider tonight then.
No, you need to hydrate with the right stuff, Mr. Dawes.
Right, tonic water then?
Yes, with only tonic water, nothing else in there. Yes, absolutely, absolutely. Dr. Werrell.
Yeah, absolutely.
And what's coming up tomorrow? Well, if you want to join us tomorrow, please, 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 we'd love to see you here tomorrow. We've got qualifying all the way throughout the morning, whereas today we had a race before the lunch break. Tomorrow morning, it is qualifying all morning as well. We'll be going live with commentary for our first race, which is scheduled to be around about 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, and that will be for the Mintex Classic K cars. Those are FIA Appendix K cars, so cars that are very much period from the 1950s and 1960s, so period specification, running on the good old historic tyres as well, so the cross-ply tyres. They will have a 1 hour race, so a longest race of the weekend. After we've done the Mintex Classic Ks, then we've got the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics, which caters for cars from the 1960s and the 1970s as well, a 40-minute race for them. Before we then head back to the 1960s again, and this is for the Adams and Page Swinging 60s Group 1. Now, Group 1 is for the largely smaller engine capacitated cars, cars which were originally built, produced and manufactured in the 1960s. Now, it may well be you've got a Mini that's got a 1970 body shell on it, but because the Mini was first launched in the 60s or even the 50s, it's eligible for the Swinging 60s. So they have a Group 1, a 40-minute race. Then we've got the Fear and Builders Open Series, which literally is, you know, if you're here racing in another race, why not join us for another race? So that's pretty much open to everything. After that, it's Swinging 60s Group 2, so that's the larger engine capacity cars. That will include all of the V8 cars. All of the Lotus cars get scooped up into that one as well because of the performance of those sorts of cars. And on our final race of the weekend is taking place tomorrow afternoon, is the Speed Panel A2 Modern Classics, and that is for cars which largely are from the 1990s, the Modern Classics. So we sort of have a day tomorrow where we have sort of a more historic aspect to it, but we've got those modern classics just to mix things up. So a busy old day ahead tomorrow as well.
Yeah, why not? It always is, isn't it, with the Classic Sports Car Club? They don't have to put a crack in. It's almost weird for them, I'd imagine, these days, because the name doesn't do them justice anymore, does it?
No, when you think, you know, when we have the Swinging 60s and the Mintex Classic K, you've got some cars which are from the very late 50s, potentially in that, bordering on the 1960s, but we go all the way through to the likes of the Ginetta G55s that we've had out. You know, we are crossing the best part of what, 40, 50, 60, nearly 65, 70 years from the oldest car that would be competing this weekend to the newest.
Yeah, exactly. Just to let you know, by the way, Mark, unfortunately they are having to put some more wooden stakes in behind the metal barrier here, just to let you know that part. But yeah, I've always loved that you get that sort of mix of the old and new. And you know, always it's blessed by just a fantastic field of cars. Whether it's the historic stuff or the more modern stuff, it's always really great cars. I mean, look at that last race, the fact that we've got an ex-Andy Prio World Touring car, for goodness sake.
Yeah, it's the variety that you get. I think it's the paddock atmosphere as well. You know, I've done a lot with the club since their very, very first race meeting back at Snetterton Crumbs 25 years ago nearly now. And they are all series. They do not run any championships. Everything is a series. So it encourages good driving behaviour. Because, you know, points aren't up for grabs. It's just a one-off race and you go home with a trophy and that's it. You wipe the slate clean and crack on again. It also discourages people over developing cars, because the regulations for most of them mean that if you win a race, you just hand yourself a penalty for the whole of the rest of the season or for the next race, and it's a cumulative penalty in the case of some of them. So the more you win, the less likely you are to win. So it stops people over developing the cars just to try and win, because you're not going to win because they'll just keep applying penalties to you. So it sort of works on many levels, and it's just a great club.
And yet we still get to see some great fights through. When you think of Danny Cassar and Adam Brown, you know, that they were able to work through brilliantly.
Yeah. So another update just coming in. So just bear with me, Chris.
Okay, mate.
Yeah, the race control obviously have been rather busy trying to liaise with the circuit as to exactly the extent of the barrier damage out there. And from what we're hearing, Chris, I'm not sure if you can see a change of activity there, but the news may not be good news.
Okay.
So we're just awaiting some final confirmations, but it does look as though potentially with the damage to the barriers and amount of time it will take to repair those barriers does mean that we are not going to be able to conclude our racing today, I'm afraid, for the Motorsport School Turbo Tin Tops and Mr. Tyre Motorsport Puma Cup. Not the end of the day that we wanted, Chris, but we'll have to wait and see as to what effect that has and whether those cars might be out tomorrow if there's time to slot them in. But I think that's probably going to be it for them. They've had a bit of a wasted day, but we've had a great day, Chris. We can do it all tomorrow as well, can't we?
We absolutely can, and I guess we'll just have to keep an eye out. I can't see they're not going to be able to slot it in tomorrow.
I don't think they will. No, I don't think they will. No. No.
Huge shame, but there's not a lot we can do about that, because yes, they are. You know, they've got the digger units now ramming the wooden stakes behind the fence here. I'm hoping they're not going to go through my electric cables over here, because otherwise you won't hear from me tomorrow.
Hey, that's not a bad thing necessarily, is it? Some would say.
True. Yeah. Me included, to be fair. You know.
So that's it from Josh Barrett down there in the Parc Ferme and pit lane area. Thanks for all of his efforts. From Chris Dawes, bring us all of the action from out at Old Paddock, and from myself, Mark Querrell. Thanks for joining us for the Classic Sports Car Club here at Castle Combe. But make sure you're with us tomorrow when we'll do it all over again. Goodbye.
Feels right when it's wrong. I've stayed here too long, but something brings me back to you. I swear we belong. I'm still hanging on, but something brings me back to you. Back to you, back to you.